Good morning, everybody. I'm Dina Belzer from Strategic Economics, and I think most, if not all of you know me, and I will be one of your mistresses of ceremonies for this charrette, or masters, I guess. I want to just get us started by doing just a minute of housekeeping on the agenda, and my colleagues and sort of co-managers of this event, Stefan Pellegrini from Opticos and Daniel Hernandez. Stefan had a plumbing emergency overnight, and since it's 2020, we're used to emergency crises, and he'll join us when he can. But in the meantime, we will be forging ahead without him. But I do want to give everybody a chance to go around and introduce themselves. This is the first time that a lot of us are in the room together. So in order to facilitate this process and make it less awkward, I'm going to call your name. And then when I call your name, could you just please say who you are and what your role is to the project? So at least everybody will be able to hear more or less who's involved. And then we'll go over the time for today. And then Daniel, you're first up on the agenda, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Any other housekeeping items before we get started? Drew, do you have anything you want to add? No. Okay, Drew is our web maestro. Great. Okay, again, I'm Dina Belzer. I've already introduced myself, Strategic Economics. I'm heading up the consultant team that is supporting the city on the Midtown process. I'm a lead in urban economics consulting firm, and we're based in Berkeley, California. So Drew, you're next up.
Hi, everyone. I'm Drew Finke. I work under Stefan at Opticos. Like Dina, we're in Berkeley, just down the street.
Great. Okay, next is Bill Guthrie. We're jumping from group to group here, which is good.
I feel like romper room, Dina. This is kind of fun for some of us who remember that. Bill Guthrie with KDC in Dallas. I'm a senior vice president of land development and strategic land ventures. Been with the company for 25 years. Glad to be here.
Great, thanks, Bill. Regina, you're next. I do think it's nice that we're all kind of woven together.
Hi, I'm Regina Wheeler, Public Works Director for the City of Santa Fe. I have been involved in Midtown since we started stabilizing the property. Sam Burnett, who's been actually on site stabilizing the property for some years now, works for me. And we've also, and I was on the selection committee and continue to be on the steering committee.
Okay, great. Regina, do you also want to introduce the person who's there with you who's not probably on my list?
Hey there, I'll introduce myself. I'm Sean Moody. I'm just stepping into the role of asset development manager for the city. So my purview isn't direct over this. I'm participating for deep background for myself and from the city.
Great, thank you. Rich Brown, Rich, there you are.
Yes, good morning, Rich Brown. I am the Community and Economic Development Director and also the General Manager of Midtown Development for the City of Santa Fe. I'm very excited about this charrette happening, and I want to thank everyone involved who's put the agenda together and all the sweat and tears we've gone through to get to this spot. So I'm excited about the day, and let's move it forward.
Great, thank you. Colleen Gavin.
Yes, hi, I'm Colleen Gavin with Jason's Gavin. And we're a land development consulting firm here in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Great. Okay, let's see. Colleen, James Field.
I'm James Field. I'm with KDC, with Sienna Partners. I was the lead, project lead for Midtown for our team.
Great. Okay, Ernie Romero.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Good morning, Ernie Romero, Phase 1 Realty, and I'm here because Andrea Salazar instructed me yesterday to be here. But we're with Phase 1 Realty, and we serve as a consultant on the project.
Great. A consultant to whom?
To Sienna KDC.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. So now my list is jumping around. And we all know how powerful Andrea is. Okay, Jennifer Jenkins.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Jennifer Jenkins, also with Jenkins Gavin, and just here I'm doing some consultation with Team Midtown.
Great, thank you. Kevin Walsh.
Hey folks, Kevin Walsh with Integral, I guess part of the consulting team, speaking to low carbon energy systems and some like higher level sustainability framework today.
Great, thanks. Kevin is a stand-in for us today, so we're glad to have him, and over the course of the charrette. So thanks for joining. Noah Burke.
I'm Noah Burke. I'm with the City of Santa Fe. I'm the current planner manager in the land use department, and here to do all the land use type of stuff.
Great, thanks, Noah. Philip Weiss.
I'm Philip Wise. I'm one of the partners with Sienda Partners. We also are large investors and developers in Santa Fe, and proud to be part of the master development team at Team Midtown.
Great, thanks, Philip. Let's see, Sarah Woodworth. Oops, Sarah, we can't hear you.
Oh,
there you are.
I'm Sarah Woodworth, and I am a member of the consultant team supporting the city. And my firm specializes in sort of public-private deal structuring. So I'm a number cruncher type. Good to be here.
Sarah's backing us up. Okay, Mark Hogan.
Hi, Mark Hogan. I'm a local Santa Fe architect and planner and a member of the Team Midtown proposal.
Great, thank you. Okay, so my thing is jumping around here, so it's a little confusing. Let's see, Peter. Let's see, Alexander Zurich. Did I get your name?
Good morning, everyone. Alexander Zurich. I am also a local architect in Santa Fe. My firm is called Autotroph, and we've got a fair amount of experience of working on planning and proposals for the Midtown area and with the campus. So we're just happy to be here, and we're supporting Team Midtown.
Great, thank you. Let's see. I think Peter, Peter Aberg?
Yes, hi, Peter Aberg. We are responsible for multifamily market rate housing for Team Midtown.
Okay, great. Let's see, Alexandra, okay, Alexandra Ladd.
Good morning, everyone. Alexandra Ladd. I am the director of the city's Office of Affordable Housing. I also have a little bit of a history with this site. My mom went to the College of Santa Fe for a few years. I also lived in one of the surrounding neighborhoods for quite a while. And as a planner, have been on the periphery for sure, but very interested in all of the past planning efforts and visioning efforts for the corridor, the St. Mike's corridor and this property. So I'm really, really looking forward to actually launching something with this group. So thanks for having me.
Thanks, Alex. Okay, Andrea Salazar. Andrea. No? Unmute, maybe? Stepped away from her desk.
I see her. I just can't
You
hear
see
her.
her, but
Okay.
her mic's not working.
I can't even see her. Yeah, so we've got so many Brady Bunchies of us that it's hard.
For some reason, we can't hear you, Andrea.
Can't
I
hear
see that
you.
you're not on mute, but
Yeah.
Andrea's on my team. She's in the
Okay, Erin, can you please introduce Andrea?
Andrea works
and yourself while you're at it.
Sure. I'm Erin McSherry. I'm the city attorney. I've been involved since we released the RFEI and on the ENA negotiation. So I advise the mayor and the governing body and work with a team of awesome attorneys here at the city, including Andrea. And Andrea works really closely with our asset management and economic development team, in addition to affordable housing and a few other departments of the city. So I know she's planning to be here for most of the charrette.
Great. Okay, thanks, Erin. Okay, Brad, let's see. Fletchett. I've never pronounced your last name.
You got it.
Yeah, good morning, Brad Flitch. I'm the planning and investment officer for the city. I guess I'm the lone representative from the finance department. So thank you.
Well, you'll do the finance department proud. Let's see, Brian Ballerini. Brian, are you on?
Yes,
mute?
I'm Brian Ballerini. I'm a civil engineer with Sherwood Design Engineers, and I'm here supporting Principal John Lays and the consultant team to the city.
Great, thanks, Brian. Let's see, Brian, Brad. Okay, Cal, Cuts.
Hi, I'm Cal Kurtz. I'm a designer under Stefan and Drew at Opticos.
Thanks, Cal. Daniel Hernandez needs no introduction, but you should say hello anyway.
Yes. Hi, I'm Daniel Hernandez. I'm the project manager, managing, directing, whatever, and the Midtown project on behalf of the city. And I report directly to everybody that's on this call, but particularly to Rich and the mayor.
Good. Thanks, Daniel. Okay, Eli Isaacson.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Eli Isaacson. I'm the Planning and Land Use Director for the City of Santa Fe. I work with Noah Burke in the Land Use Department.
Yeah, thank you.
And we are excited to be here today and to start talking about land use planning at the Midtown campus.
Great, thanks, Eli. Jarrell.
Morning, everyone. I'm Jarrell LePanhill. I am the city manager for the City of Santa Fe. And I'm happy to see all these faces come together and move us to the next step. I will be in observing mode. Thanks.
Okay, great. Jay Grab.
Hi, this is Jay Grab. Unfortunately, I'm one of the reasons this whole mess is put together here today. I am with Phase One Realty. A year and a half ago, I had an interest in the Midtown campus, called a friend in Dallas, who put me in touch with Bill Guthrie, who then partnered up with Sienna Partners. So they call me the glue. I'm unseen today. Thank you.
Okay, an invisible glue. That sounds right. Okay, thanks, Jay. Let's see, John Lays.
Yeah, hi, good morning, everyone. I'm John Lays with Sherwood Design Engineers, supporting Opticos and strategic economics in the city, working on civil engineering and infrastructure issues. Glad to be here today.
Thanks, John. John Rizzo.
Good morning, everybody. My name is John Rizzo. I'm the CEO and founder of the New Mexico Innovation Triangle, and we're attempting over the next 10 years to create 25,000 tech and innovation jobs in northern New Mexico, and I'm here to support Philip Wise and Sienda as well as the city. Thank you very much. Good to see so many familiar faces.
Let's see, Marco Martinez.
Hello, I'm Marcos Martinez. I'm an attorney with the city. I work mostly in public utilities, including water and a little bit of telecommunications and other transactional work for the city.
Thanks, Marcos. Let's see. I'm sorry, this is getting to be a little out of control. Mark Hogan, have you already gone?
I already introduced.
Yeah, you already did. Okay, sorry. Yeah, okay. Megan McGarty.
Good morning. My name is Megan McGarity. I am the interim director of the Santa Fe Higher Education Center, and I'm here representing the HEC and Santa Fe Community.
Great, thank you. Okay, Marina Irfano.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Marina Irfano. I'm here representing Stantec. I'm urban design and planner. To support Team Santa Fe Midtown.
Great, thank you. Let's see. Okay, so Mary McCoy has now joined us. So Brad, you're no longer alone. Mary, you want to introduce yourself?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mary McCoy. I'm the finance director for the City of Santa Fe. And I think you all have already met Brad Flitch, the staff person assigned to this project. We look forward to working with you over the next few days.
Thanks, Mary. Let's see, Michael Dozier. Again,
good morning, everyone. I'm the wastewater division director for the City of Santa Fe.
Thank you. Let's see. Okay, this is getting a little, let's see. Michael Pride. It's pronounced Michael, right?
It is pronounced Michael. Thank you. That was a good guess.
Well, I had some hints from last week. But yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm the director of the Design and Planning Assistance Center at UNM and lead facilitator of the community engagement team as a consultant to the city. And I'm here as an observer today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Lofton?
Yeah, I'm Mike Lofton. I'm the CEO of HomeWise here in Santa Fe.
Let's see, Sally has.
Good morning. I'm Sally Paez, and I'm with the City Attorney's Office. I respond to any pronunciation of my last name.
I was going to apologize. I've missed a lot of them. Sorry.
You're doing great. So I represent primarily the land use department. So I'm here to participate on the land use and planning issues, and I advise primarily the land use department, so Eli and Noah.
Thank you, Sally. Let's see, Sam Burnett, another piece of glue.
Good morning. My name is Sam Burnett. I'm the Public Works Property Maintenance Manager. As Regina mentioned, I've been maintaining the campus for the last several years, and for the recent history, I've been providing some support to the.
Great, thank you. Let's see, Shannon Jones.
Good morning, Shannon Jones, City of Santa Fe. I'm the Public Utilities Department Director. So thank you.
Thank you. Stefan, the man of the plumbing crisis.
Sorry, folks. Good morning, everybody. This is Stefan Pellegrini. I'm principal with Opticos Design, and I'll be working with Drew and Cal and Xenia on the ODI team.
Thank you. Shannon Jones.
Yeah, I just introduced myself.
Oh, sorry, Shannon, you did. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Tim Castillo.
Yes, good morning. My name is Tim Castillo. I'm special advisor to the provost and leading the effort for University of New Mexico at the Midtown campus. I'm also an associate professor in the School of Architecture and Planning.
Great, thank you. And I think last but not least, Xenia. I'm not even going to try to pronounce your last name. I'm happy I got the pronunciation of your first name. Xenia.
I'm Xenia Glizo. I'm a senior designer at Opticos Design, and I'm supporting Drew and Stefan in this project.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody that I missed since the attendance list is jumping around here? We now
The
have
mayor is on too, Dina.
Mayor Weber.
I'm going to just be here for to be a listener and observer for a few minutes, but I'm grateful for everybody being here. It's phenomenal to see this degree of talent and commitment to working together. Reminds me of John Kennedy's response to a gathering at the White House that he said was the greatest collection of talent since the evening when Thomas Jefferson dined alone. So you guys outsparkle Thomas Jefferson in terms of architectural skills, design skills, public sector abilities, policy abilities. And I think it's phenomenal. I look at all these faces and I know we're going to get something very, very useful out of this exercise. And I really am grateful for everybody coming together to work collaboratively. It's enormously important. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Anybody else that I missed?
Yeah, good morning, Eric Connie with the Santa Fe NPO. We support the county, the city, and the state and the Pueblo to facilitate all things transportation planning.
Thanks, Eric. Anybody else? No, great. As I just said, we now have 44 participants in this meeting. So it is really exciting, and it's exciting to see everybody interwoven together because really what this next 2 days plus days is really about is working together as one team. We're really trying to figure out how to collaborate, share information, build relationships across all the different disciplines and various team members so we can really move the Midtown project forward. I'm just going to quickly go over today's agenda because we're already, of course, running behind. That's the first hallmark of any charrette is you're always behind on your agenda, right? But I just want to remind us that today we're going to start with Daniel Hernandez giving us a presentation kind of overview of principles that are gonna, how we come to some decision about what the guiding principles or kind of broad performance criteria are gonna be for measuring whether or not the decisions that we're making around the campus are actually going to deliver on the goals and objectives for the city of Santa Fe and for the development team together. Then KDC Sienda will be presenting on their thinking so far about the campus. That will go, let's see, we'll try to start at 10. I'm gonna give all these times in Mountain Time because we're all in different time zones. And so we're just gonna stick with Mountain Time, and then I'm hoping everybody else will do the translation. I had to make myself a decoder chart here so I can get the Pacific time. We'll have a break from about noon to 12:15, just a quickie. And then the staff is going to present from about 12:15 to 1:30 on all the investigations and work that they've done so far, really focusing on what are the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities and constraints that we've already uncovered for the site, and really begin to share across what the city has learned with what the development team has learned so that we can start to combine notes. Then we'll break. And for most of you, that'll be it for today. Because in the afternoon, we're going to really focus on an internal working session that will be an integration of the city team and the development design team to really begin to focus on how we can translate a lot of the information that will be provided with this morning into the beginning of an overall development framework and the beginning of a phasing strategy. So we can start to break apart all the moving pieces for this project and understand how different pieces of implementation can be moved forward. And that includes policy around land use. It involves some decisions around infrastructure funding and financing. It involves a discussion around community engagement, which will come back on Wednesday. There'll be a lot of pieces to that. So that's this afternoon. Tomorrow we'll continue. There'll be, let's see, there'll be a recap report out to everybody that starts at 5 this afternoon. So all of you who are on the call for this morning, who will then take the afternoon to answer your email and do whatever else is pressing on your agenda, you'll all be invited to come back at 5 o'clock and we'll report out what we've accomplished in the afternoon session. And when we do that, then we'll review what we're going to do tomorrow. Tomorrow is intended to really pivot from the big picture sort of framing into getting down into the nitty-gritty of implementation. And when we meet this afternoon, we'll review the session for tomorrow. So and we might make some changes from what's in the agenda today. So we're trying to be fluid and flexible and also responsive to the needs and findings from the team. So anything else to add before we move to Daniel's presentation? No? Okay, great. Well, thank you, everybody. And I think if people want to turn your cameras off now, that's probably okay. I think it's best to have the cameras on when we're talking to each other, but for presentations, I think it's fine to turn them off. So Daniel, you are up.
Okay, I'm going to do screen share. Tell me when you see it. Can you see it, Dina?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to full screen, which typically takes just a couple of seconds. So while it's going to full screen, I just want to thank again everybody for joining this charrette with us. It's been a long conversation, and we're all excited to kind of get into the weeds fairly quickly. But you know, as Dina outlined, the 3 days, just to kind of pull back. We thought of these 3 days as 3 consecutive kind of building a momentum, with today thinking about physical planning, the physical space, and the land use issues and the market issues that affect land uses, et cetera. And then tomorrow actually digging into, well, then how do we actualize this, meaning a strategic planning day. So physical planning one day, strategic planning the next day. And then finally on the last day, the relationship, the E&A that's driving this relationship right now, and any amendments we may need to make to it or desire to make to it in order to facilitate the project going forward. But just like any charrette, I think, at the beginning is always good to just kind of pull back and, lack of better words, let your hair down a little bit, sort of be imaginative and aspirational before getting into the weeds, because everyone is dying to get into the weeds, and I think everybody's excited about that as well. But I think that we need to, because it's been a while that since probably we wrote the RFEI, that we haven't had a chance to pull back and think, well, what are we doing here? And why are we doing it? And why is this so important? We know that this site is in the very heart of the city, the very geographic center of the city. There's a lot of attention. It's a public treasure that the mayor has wanted to see continue moving forward, but in an aspirational way. So one of the things we wanted to do today was, again, pull back and think about a time frame for this development to happen. And we're all sort of thinking a lot right now in the midst of COVID, the COVID crisis and its effect on us, personally, but also with our corporations and our professional lives. And how might we begin thinking about this new project or this project moving forward within that time frame? What have we learned about COVID and the relationships that people have in a public realm, as well as how they think or how they work day to day? So we want to think about that as we move forward. But I wanted to start out by thinking about sustainable development and the history of sustainable development, and to sort of think about what does it really mean in the context of Santa Fe, and how might we create a set of guiding principles, or at least agree on what we're actually, why are we making this decision? And is there a way to sort of have a series of guiding principles that defend and or guide the decisions we make, the problems we identify, and the way that we solve for them? This is a graph that most of you have seen and about the 3 E's of sustainability and the intersections between them, the things that sort of drive the tensions between the 3 E's of equity, economics, and the environment, and sort of making decisions at those midpoints that sort of drive an economic decision based on an equity choice that you want to make, like affordability and its impacts on economics, or density and the impacts of the environment, or infrastructure and the impacts of the environment. But I wanted to sort of talk a little bit about how we got here to sustainability. It's been sort of a long road, probably since the late 90s, mid 90s, that people started talking about green building and sustainability. So I just want to show you a few projects to hopefully inspire, but to think about where we are today in this trajectory of sustainability. This was a project when I was in New York City working for a developer. We responded to this. The city of New York actually issued this. They issued a series of aspirational RFPs because they wanted to push developers and their design team to really think about the present and the future. This was a site up in the Bronx, and it had been blighted for a long time. You see Jimmy Carter walking the site in the 70s, and this is what it looked like at the early 2000s. It was still undeveloped. It was a very complex site. It didn't have any infrastructure, and there was a defunct train track adjacent to it, which there was a lot of land negotiation with Amtrak and the MTA. But we started thinking about what is green building in the early 2000s, and so we really wanted to take it serious, the term seriously about green building, and we started thinking about this green pathway that would lead up to the top of the building. So we called it Via Verde, the green way. And basically what you could do is you can enter from the street level, and through active design strategies and ideas, you can actually walk to the very top of the tower as a choice. And or you can come out of different buildings at different levels and access a green outdoor space. This is looking at it in 2 dimensions. And then finally, this is it. Both of these are actually these are the drawings of the project. But you see that we programmed all the spaces so that there was stuff to do at each of these levels to incentivize people to be outside and to actually use a space in an active way. That project triggered a lot of discussion about active design itself, active design guidelines. And we worked closely with the city's design and construction office to develop a series of books that later went to an active design. A nonprofit was created as a result of all that work. And they're cheerleading this process, this active design forward around the country. But they did it for different types of buildings and as well as the public realm. So you see Shaping the Sidewalk Experience, public realm, they did it specifically for affordable housing, and they did it for just regular commercial buildings as well. We used to use those, we distilled them, and this is getting back to what are guiding principles without being overly prescriptive. And so we just we would think about these whenever we were doing an urban building, just to help us think through that this, giving them this sort of basic kind of guiding principles to the architecture team was one way to just start the conversation going so that we triggered in people's mind where we were trying to go with an active design green building. A lot of projects got built out of that with this ideology. This is when I worked for the city of New York. We would continue to issue aspirational RFPs. This was a building again up in the Bronx on a public building site. It had a community garden up on top run by a nonprofit, but it also had one area of it was reserved for residents to be able to use it as their community garden as well. The nonprofit sold their produce to a lot of the local restaurants up in the Bronx, but also had a gym. And then right outside the gym, it had a play yard for young kids. So again, the whole idea about active design was part of this whole movement. This then led us to, all right, so how do we take this vertical thinking into a much more horizontal thinking? Sorry, the plan is fairly foggy. This was done by Peter Calthorpe. It's Highlands Garden Village in Denver, Colorado. Again, zero infrastructure because it used to be an amusement park. And it sat slowly over time, neighborhoods began to surround the site. And so the amusement park closed down and the city took it over. And the Denver Redevelopment Authority issued an RFP to redevelop the site. This is the site then completed. There were a few buildings that we preserved because one of the things that we felt strongly about was that all sites, and especially Midtown, have immense memory. And that memory is something that we can, actually use to create interest in the project, but also just creates a soul in a project. So we saved the merry-go-round, which is over to the far right, that round building. And then sort of in the center was a performing arts theater. And we have we RFP'd out to select a nonprofit to run it, who had the capacity to redevelop it and operate that over time. We started the project out using single-family detached homes, which were directly across the street from other single-family detached homes that were in the neighborhood. The community really wanted to make sure that we were respecting the fabric of the surrounding neighborhood. We also had low-income housing tax credit project, which is this one. And we started thinking about the infrastructure here. Since we were putting in all new infrastructure, we worked closely with the engineering department to do new thinking about water management. So this is a detention pond that you would usually see a black top with that grate and sitting in the middle where all the water would drain into. But this became sort of a spring garden so that we used it as part of our detention system throughout. And we kept on repeating that same ideology. This is an alley where the single family detached homes could access off of the alley, but also across from the alley was a series of community gardens that lined it to make a green space, but also a good water management system. And you see that we integrated parks and all of this kind of urban gardening into the project. But it also really helped people feel great about living right across the street from such an amenity. This is a co-housing project. We were really committed to thinking about diversifying the housing choices on the site. So families intentionally bought into this co-housing project, and there's a community building where we installed a commercial kitchen, and they still have dinners there at least twice a week, and their club meetings are there, et cetera. And they use it also for birthday parties. This is a merry-go-round that we restored. And we, over to the left there is the live work units right off this sort of public area. And you see the theater that was the performing arts theater in the background, but we also use it for just community space for the usual sort of movie nights on Friday nights during the summer. The last phase was the commercial phase. It was also, you know, it was an untested market, particularly with commercial. We wanted smaller footprints for the commercial spaces. But again, it was the last phase because it was the riskiest phase of the entire project. But we continue to use the water detention systems, even in the parking lots at the commercial phase as well. One of the things that we did too is Zipcar was still fairly new at the time. And we started talking to residents in the community about their choices in buying a car, their second car. So one thing that we did with Zipcar is we put up a parking lot so that we can start telling people that, or we installed a parking lot because for Zipcar, so that people could actually maybe not have to buy that second car. They had a choice right there. And we know that places like Santa Fe also, you know, is a car motivated city. And so, you know, thinking about transportation choices within the project was one thing that we felt really good about too. That led to writing a series of guidelines for the EPA, and you see Highlands Garden Village there. So we wrote those with Wallace Roberts Todd, and those are still on the EPA website. But again, they're guidelines. They're not prescriptive, but more just sort of trying to get the developer and the architect and urban design team mind wrapped around where it is that you want to go with your project. The last project I'll show is one that I did right before coming back to California, actually, but this is Pittsburgh. Also an untested market. It's a solid market, but one that is just not that hot or aggressive. So, you know, the housing market is fairly slow. There's not a lot of demand, but yet there's not a lot of supply. And as a result of not being a lot of supply, there's not a lot of housing choices, especially for people wanting to live in apartments or smaller units, young people going to the university, for example. It was adjacent to an extremely low income neighborhood called Hazelwood. And so there was a lot of attention to what our strategies for equity at the site were. One of the main buildings is that long sort of barrack style building, which was one of the steel fabrication mills. This was an old mill site. It was 178 acres. And again, there was no infrastructure in this site either. So we looked at it in terms of phasing. I'm going to show you just a few slides when we had to meet with when we met with the investor partners. And we worked with Perkins and Will. And my firm's name at the time was called Topology. We created an agenda to sort of get their minds wrapped around the market forces, the infrastructure, a building program that we would propose and to move forward. And actually, phase one is now completed. But here's what you see is the agenda, which if you looked at these bullet points, they're pretty much what we're dealing with right now at Midtown. So this is what I guess what I want to reinforce to everyone who may not be in the development world. These are typical questions that you want to ask early on in the process and dissect a big site like we have at Midtown, and begin just sort of understanding what the complexities are from an economic perspective, but also the equity, the sustainability, and environmental effects that you might have on a project like this. We did have a big environmental strategy that one of the investors wanted to see alternative strategies used here. So that was a main component. Probably not going to be a main component at Midtown, but we are going to be thinking a lot about green building and site sustainability in any case. Again, we had some very basic guiding principles. We knew that this needed to be a game changer in that it was a unique site and unlike any other in Pittsburgh at the time. There was some development going on downtown that was attracting some attention because Google was going downtown, and so there was some tension there. But we knew that this site, being along the river and also being close to Carnegie Mellon, had some other some components we could capitalize on. We began breaking it down in phases, and you see the different sort of maps that we developed, and we began parcelizing it, as well as identifying what are the main pieces of infrastructure that needs to come in to at least be able to build out phase one, and then schematically, what does the infrastructure look like over a series of phases so that we can at least cost it out phase by phase, and we can also project land economics into the future and how it may affect the early phases of the project. So again, here's the development program. We projected land prices based on the development program, and we did it by phase so that we began making assumptions, and we were very transparent about what the assumptions were. about, what might be an increased land economic value over time based on us building the marketplace at the site. So these are all the sort of the summary sheets of a huge spreadsheet, a series of spreadsheets to do the economic analysis with our client, who is the Regional Industrial RIDC Development Corporation. And they are a semi-governmental agency similar to like a redevelopment authority. And again, we started talking about what the different infrastructure phase and the program looked like so that we got more and more detailed. But after the study was done, then the engineers were able to actually understand where it is that they needed to go in order to at least install phase one, but considered phase 4, 5, 6 in that phase one. So just basic assumptions, the cash flow analysis, the sources and uses analysis, they also had a bond that needed to be paid down. But also we wanted to try to get the city positioned in such a way that they would issue a future bond to help pay for infrastructure costs. So again, this is all sort of the high level sort of summary economics that was the summary of a much deeper economic analysis. We also spent a lot of time on trying to figure out, we knew that there were gaps, and there were even gaps in phase one. How might we cover them? And those were lots of discussions with the Pittsburgh redevelopment agency, the city, as well as investors. It showed where the gaps were so that we were able to kind of outline where sort of attack each one of those line items individually. And again, so you just see how we then started talking about what these streets were in phase 1A, where the main utility lines would be, so we can be costing those out, and what they were supposed to do. So we got into some level of engineering, not deep at all, but to at least be able to cost it out in some ways. So you see there to the left the types of considerations we had for costing out the infrastructure. And again, this was very high level, very basic. There wasn't a lot of construction drawings. We just wanted to get a clear analysis of what the phase one would look like, but as well as future phases. So I use that one as the last because it's probably a very similar set of questions that we were dealing with in that Pittsburgh old steel mill site, as we're doing in Santa Fe. It doesn't have infrastructure. We knew that there were going to be financial gaps. It was an untested market still in a lot of ways, but still it was a steady market. It wasn't aggressive, but it was a steady market, similar to the way it is in Santa Fe. So one thing we want to do is, rather than jump to a district name, we might want to just start out with some guiding principles. So again, we know this diagram, and we know the conflicts that exist between them. It's what every developer that takes on a public interest project goes through and thinks through on what these tensions are between these pieces. I'm choosing this as a guiding principle framework, high-level framework, rather than just the 3E, sustainability. And the reason I think that this one is relevant is because it adds culture. And if there's any site, maybe in the country or any city, that notion of culture plays such a huge role in the way that we think about development and people and community, it's in Santa Fe. And we know that there's a lot of interest in the future of this site. There's a lot of public comments about what they'd like to see there. There's aspirational goals. And so when we think about the development patterns that we are proposing and why we're proposing and looking at specific markets and the specific markets and the impact on the economics of the project, we want to make sure that we're looking at all of those kinds of questions holistically. Whether it's an irrigation system, water retention system, or whether we're looking at the cultural resources that are there, or the affordability that we are proposing. These are all linked, and we all recognize that they ultimately have a bottom line impact on the economics of a project. So that's why the notion of looking at them in a more holistic, systemic way may be a way for all of us to come to some agreement on some big issues. So if we look at those 4 categories, we might begin thinking about the things that fall within those. I would propose that we are probably looking mostly at this and this within these 3 days of workshop. This and this are probably need to be in our heads as we're thinking about it. these sorts of issues are the kinds of policy issues, ultimately land use issues, that we probably will focus in on in the public engagement process that Michael and the DPAC team is leading. I propose that we can come up with a lot of policies related to this. Things like connectivity and mobility are probably physical, may have an impact on the way that we think about land uses over the next few days. And culture, when we think about history, creativity, and the arts, there's land uses clearly embedded in that as well. But I think that, you know, the energy right now feels like it's on these two things, infrastructure being over here and the economics of the project being there as well, which I know that all of us have a great interest in looking at. But I do want to make sure that we still keep this focus of sustainability, the 4 areas that include culture. I know that Michael and their group are looking at different systems of public engagement and what creates a sustainable, just city. And so this, the Just City Lab out of Harvard sort of came up with a series of sort of benchmarks around acceptance, aspiration, et cetera. And you can see all of the areas that they look at when they're talking about what is a just city and what makes a just city. I know a lot of people are looking at us in this project and what the decisions we make. They want to make sure that we're making it with them to make sure that their interests and their vision is held tight. So here's some of the areas. We'll look at this a little bit more on Wednesday, but here's some of the areas that Michael's team will be looking at as part of their policy planning, probably covering more of that, like I said, the equity and history pieces. A lot of that falls in here as well. And so they'll be using this as also kind of their guiding principles or the ways that they're going to move forward and engage people. So back to this, how might we use that on its incredibly wonderful site? And if we look at these old plat maps and ways that land existed before today, we may begin thinking about it within a context. So you see these waterways as they came into the city. We know that water is a major element, resource in northern New Mexico that is precious. We know that it has brought communities together, and it still brings communities together because it's such a precious resource. And we know that, and here's our site, there are no acequias on the site, but there are water channels that surround it. And I guess the reason I wanted to show this slide is as we think about the resources here in site sustainability, whether water might be one way to sort of manage a lot of that thinking into into sort of a framework of development. And so I'm proposing that we look at the lead for neighborhood development as a guiding principle. And again, at this moment, not being overly prescriptive and not saying that we're going to certify this project in any way, but oftentimes, actually all the time when I was working for, previously when I was working for developers, we would just pull it out as a way to guide the discussion, the early discussions with our urban design teams. And just using their big, broad checklist is one way that you can guide the discussions about whether you're on the right track to creating a sustainable development from a physical perspective, primarily. So you see things like access to quality transit, bicycle facilities, housing and jobs, proximity, compact development, mixed-use neighborhoods. I mean, these are all things that we know are going to happen at Midtown. But again, it's a way for us to communicate with each other, with our urban design teams, and just as importantly to the public about the direction that we're heading, so that people understand, you know, what we're trying to do around sustainable development and our commitments to sustainable development. And again, the goal is not to be overly prescriptive, but to help just guide us in some way so that we know where we're going together. So anyway, that's what I wanted to, how I wanted to start out today, to have these things in our minds and potentially using these lead NDs guiding principles for making decisions. And again, most of the designers in this call probably have worked with the lead ND program before and probably can already identify which credits are going to be really simple to get at Midtown. And then we can go deeper into ways that we might fulfill some of those credits based on their guidelines that the USGBC lead program has. So thank you again. Hopefully it will help drive a lot of what happens over the next few days as far as our thinking around equity, economy, environment, and culture. So thank you very much.
Good, thank you, Daniel. That was a really excellent presentation, and just underscoring that you covered a lot of material there. You laid out a series of guiding principles and that there are a lot of sources of principles that we can use under the big headings of environment, equity, economy, and culture. You also talked about a really important piece for today and for this charrette, which is focusing on phasing and the link between development phasing and infrastructure. And then finally, this question of how do we think about closing the financing gap or the financial gap by use type and by infrastructure system. So I think that Daniel's presentation has really set us up essentially to and set the stage for the conversation that we really want to have today. Any questions for Daniel? We're now getting back on schedule and we'll be, or comments that people want to add. I think people can just chime in unless it gets too chaotic, but we have about 5 more minutes before we want to switch over to whomever is going to present for the KDC team.
And Dina, if people want to put it in the chat, I can respond there too.
Chat is good as well. Comments? No. Well, should we just roll in? Let's see. I think that we were not intending to take a break right this minute, but I'm assuming everybody will take care of themselves during the process of the next session, which is going to go on for a couple of hours. Stefan, do you want to start us off, or do we just want to go to the KDC team?
Yeah, I can help pass the baton over. Thanks, Dina.
Great,
and good morning, everybody. And my apologies for not being here earlier. Of all the choices I have in my life, I would much rather be with all of you than what I just did. So, the next step in the agenda was to have an opportunity to hear from the KDC team with regards to some of their development framework goals, some preliminary information that they might have with regards to the sort of phasing and process of development. But also we want to hear a little bit about some of the challenges that have come up and potential remedies that they actually might be thinking about. What we wanted to do this morning was sort of think about this presentation as a way to sort of get all of us up to speed and start to identify some of the things that we can put into problem-solving buckets through sort of the next few days. So we want to sort of just now and throughout the next 3 days, just underline the process of collaboration, and in the absence of not sort of knowing answers, I think we should sort of be willing to continue to sort of talk about things and think about sort of how we can sort of brainstorm solutions as a, as opposed to sort of getting stuck on things that may not be clear at this time. So this was an opportunity to hear from the KDC team, also from their team members, Stantec and others who might be available to speak to this right now. Thanks, Dina.
Well, Dina, it sounds like you're turning the ball over to your private developers. And if that's the case, I'll lead off with some introductory comments and then allow our other team members to take on a little more focused comments.
Perfect. Yes, go for it, Bill. Thank you, Philip.
Well, Daniel did a great job highlighting the view of Midtown from the private sector. And I just want to say on behalf of all of our members and all of our advisors, we are very grateful that you're allowing us to join today and throughout the next couple of days. It's really been a tough year for all of us. And we know the last 2 weeks in December are critical times for everybody. And so we know how busy everybody is, and we're very happy the Charrette's been organized, and we have very high hopes and objectives for the goals and the outcome. And I think the most important part of the outcome here is to really build a true partnership between the city, the consultants, and your private sector developer. And I'm hoping this is the really strong beginning to build that great partnership. So let me just give a couple of introductory comments and I'll turn it over to James and Bill. Team Midtown shares the same vision for Midtown as the city does. Simply, it's develop a creative village on the campus that creates smart economic development, that creates good jobs for all income levels in Santa Fe, expanded education options for all ages and all income levels, contains a variety of mixed income housing with a focus on affordability, and supports the commercial and creative enterprise that celebrates art, culture, and the history of Santa Fe. Each of our members at Team Midtown share that vision, and that's why the Midtown team has been assembled. We've got 3 great education partners: the University of New Mexico, the Santa Fe Community College, the Higher Education Center. We've got 3 of the best housing partners in the state with HomeWise, Yes Housing, Aberg Properties. We've got very important art and local community members. And then lastly, we've got people like Christus St. Vincent for health and wellness, and great commercial partners that know what it takes to be a successful developer and to create successful projects in a very unique town like Santa Fe, New Mexico. On behalf of all the master developer partners we have, we've got a couple of $1 billion of experience. We want to bring those experiences that make sense to Santa Fe. And we've made several $100 million of investments already in Santa Fe. And I'll give one editorial comment. Everything that I have learned in my experience as a real estate investor developer, we have to put at the city limits. Most of those lessons learned do not work in the city of Santa Fe. So we know that's critically important to be able to make the adjustments on what works in Santa Fe and what doesn't work in Santa Fe. And I think that's been one of the real importance for us, having all these very great local partners. So we share the same vision for Midtown. We also share the same goals of this charrette. And what I would say is there is no way your master development team will know Midtown as well as you do. The city's owned Midtown for a long time. They've been making investments into Midtown, having to make on-the-ground decisions for a long time. The city's consulting group has been thinking about Midtown long before we have. So we're not here to tell you more than you know. We are here to learn from what you already have learned on Midtown. But I think what we are here to tell you and to add to the equation and be a good partner is to interject the economic reality and the peculiarities of the market in Santa Fe. Santa Fe is a different market. We can tell you that, you know that. So maybe what would be helpful is for me just to give some very, just like Daniel did, some very basic introduction on how master developers and development teams approach a project like Midtown. So the first is a good developer has to be a generalist, has to be flexible. And I think it's also important for you to know how we're motivated. Good developers have to make investment decisions early in the process. We have to take chances up front. Are we going to make the investment in time, energy, opportunity cost to take on a project? And the only way we get paid for that project, the only way that investment return comes back to us is if that project can be built, number one, and if that project is successful. So we have a slightly different motivation than the public sector does. That's a challenge, and that's what we need to do to blend what we do best and what the public sector does best into a great working partnership. So again, introductory comments. We started with the market assessment. We focused on those type of users that the city wanted and that we wanted to bring into Santa Fe or bring into Midtown. We focused on each of those users and what their needs were. And then we started trying to match what their needs were to what the condition of Midtown was today and what Midtown could be. And we did that for each of the user groups. And we go around and refine that as we go. And we have to throw out a lot of our early thoughts as they become refined and reflected on the reality. So what we're going to share with you is our assessment and of what we think Midtown can be, the obstacles that we've run into, and how we think the city can best help create that opportunity. And so simply this, put yourselves in the shoes of the University of New Mexico, or the Santa Fe Community College, or Meow Wolf, or a great commercial group that wants to locate in Midtown. Each of those users has a variety of options of where they can locate. Some don't have to be in Santa Fe. They can be anywhere. Others need to be in Santa Fe. And it's going to be important for us as a partnership with the city to always create the ability for Midtown to be the best option for those users. That's what our goal is. That's what the city's goal is. And we need to do it with the planning principles and with the equity that Daniel has articulated. So before I turn it over, I'll just end with the statement that, as you know, we've worked very diligently since we were selected as the master developer. We think we've got a very clear understanding of the challenges and the potential for Midtown. And we stand alongside the city trying to figure out how we can solve those challenges and create a development that's worthy of the city of Midtown and reaches those social and economic goals the city has for Midtown. So James or Bill, do you want to take over and let's go a little bit deeper into the 4 or 5 big issues that we have identified and start the conversation on how we can collectively find solutions for those challenges and be great partners together.
Yeah, you know, I would add there that Highland project in Denver, very cool. I love the scale of it and the opportunity in the existing buildings. And just reiterate the geographic location of this real estate, the city of Santa Fe, the existing building stock. You know, there's every reason why it should become, you know, as anticipated in a lot of the visioning that occurred in the community before, you know, the RFEI stage of the game came in. And then when KDC was introduced to the opportunity, you know, through, as Jay Grab shares, a local contact. And then we found this fortunate friend already in the community with Sienda. It was just so compelling, without laundry listing our partners, but, you know, start with UNM, SFCC, Christus St. Vincent, all the stakeholders that were looking at this real estate. And it's exactly why we jumped in and very excited about the opportunity. And then, without beating a dead horse, we all know what's happened in the last 9 months and the realities of the impact on economy and any given entity in Santa Fe or New Mexico or nationally to make a business decision and establish a business plan with any time frame. You know, we might be able to identify one component of the neighborhood as we know it, you know, that kind of has a clear vision to implementation, and that would be the residential piece. You know, office, any of our strategic partners on that office front, and a lot of these components, you know, the eyes just glaze over. And then the existing building stock, we're anxious to talk about the opportunities with that. We do have some graphics, and Stefan, I think we might ask you to flip through a few pages. I've kind of determined which pages are numbered, and you might be able to get through them too. But maybe even before we go there, I'll just let James jump in, and then we can start looking at graphics that'll help you understand, just put words to a picture and our thought process.
Yep, Stefan, if you could find our I would call it our fully fleshed out site plan that shows the connectivity, and it's got all of the proposed buildings on it. Keep going, and
I think it's 13.
Yeah. So as we start talking about definitions of our key assumptions, this is really I think this is the place to start. When we looked at the RFEI, looked at the site, one of the first things that we came away with is that we were going to need to improve its connectivity to the surrounding communities for a lot of different reasons. One, to create value. I think almost all of the commercial and higher value users we're talking with are looking for both access and visibility. And, in fact, some have really put a point on that and said, not only do we have to be accessible, we got to be able to be seen. And so I think that when we came up with this proposal, we were as the RFEI instructed us, we were thinking big and trying to show what this could be. But at the end of the day, we came away with this plan based on the idea that we could have about 5 access points.
And Stefan, if you could go to slide 4.
Sorry about jumping around on you, Stefan.
Yeah, no, that's good.
But no, those access points, we looked at connectivity. The community is something that was important for us for a lot of reasons. If you want to make sure, from the equity standpoint, that people feel welcome, you got to be able to help them get in. Remember the old days of public housing that had one entrance and exit, and sent the clear message that we don't want people coming in and out of here. We wanted to go exactly the opposite and try to make sure we had a lot of connectivity. I've always looked at it too as it's important for value creation, and it also helps you when we get to thinking about sustainability, having a lot of access to multiple modes of transportation, creating a system where we could have complete streets that encourage walkability and use of other modes like a bicycle. This Cerrillos Road frontage that we don't have today, I think was really important to get to the bus line, which is really important to getting us to the rail. It just really drove a lot of our thinking on how you would create value and make a place. What we found after we've started working with the surrounding landowners is that access is going to be much more challenging, and that it's got these impacts that cascade throughout the development planning process. With the St. Michael's and Siringo Road access points as our only today financially viable options, if we were going to come in and sketch out a proposed development program for the entire site, it would be much more modest than what we put in our submission. It'd be focused on the community enrichment buildings that we want to keep: Visual Arts Center, the Garson Performance Theater, Fogelson Library, Benilda's Hall, and the film studios. And then it would probably have a lot more fairly low density housing, because at the end of the day, we're uncomfortable about the ability to handle that much traffic if we go much more dense and much more intensive with the development. It has another impact that I want, that's percolating through our mind too. It's, the site the majority of the site drains to Siringo Road. If we really want to have a sustainable community, we got to be thinking about how we're going to handle wastewater. There is no storm system on the site today. So at some point we're going to have to create one. Creating one for a very intense development plan is going to be a lot different than creating one for a more modest plan. But no matter what we put on the site, it's going to have to drain down to Siringo Road. It'll have an impact on the cost. It'll have an impact on phasing. It will have an impact on a lot of our ability to say, yeah, we've got a sustainable wastewater system. And so we're we're confident that we could go get that lead ND, or that we could at least be consistent with most of the principles that are espoused in that list of principles Daniel talked about. And so the other thing that really pops up, again, is, I think that the cost of the infrastructure would be different depending on the amount of, or the amount of intensity we were able to build. But, the other thing that's just, and I'm jumping into infrastructure because there's really not much way to help it. But the other thing that just jumped out at us when we ran the numbers on this plan is, we're in a situation where development's going to require a lot of subsidy. And the question then becomes, how much subsidy is a reasonable number? What we did, and one of the things we always do, is we started with, what's our basis in the property? And today, if we start with just what we've got bond debt that gives us about a $10 a square foot basis in the property. If we net out the public spaces, streets and right of ways that are on this plan, we probably bump that up to about a $20 a square foot basis. If we are then going to go project out the cost of fully funded infrastructure, then gets us close to 40, and that's without purchasing additional access points. And so I think that again, access, it's kind of these circular causes. If we had better access, we'd push for higher levels of density, higher density, more intensive development, more commercial users that could create some value. But since if we're stuck with what we've got, it's going to be a little bit different exercise. So that's where it starts. And then I guess I'll go into infrastructure too, and just again, it's another one of those circular questions. So we have a big unified gas system. In fact, it is a public utility. It's old. It probably needs to be upgraded if it's going to be kept. But one of the questions we've been thinking through is, if you're going to go for high levels of sustainability, you just take it out. And I think that's a guiding principle turns into real action here. If we take it out, we could probably do better when we look at all of our sustainability metrics, but then we'll have to deal with the impact on the HVAC systems and the buildings that we want to keep. They're all heated with gas. And so I think, that's one question. I've talked a little bit about stormwater. Yeah, Bill.
Stefan, if you could go to tab number 2, because it does help look at existing building stock. One of the first things we did look at, again, in terms of opportunity, and I think what we're talking about here is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And the opportunity is great, just like Daniel with the very cool merry-go-round at the Highland project. When you look at the building stock that probably everybody that we're speaking to here, it's like preaching to the choir. What you have with the Legaretto buildings and the Garson Studios and the Fogelson Library, and the things that did get our partners excited about opportunity. But then to James's point, let's talk about Benildes Hall, number 5, which is, my eyes lit up when I saw it. I said, ooh, look at that beautiful potential office incubator for technology companies. Mr. Rizzo's concept, companies in the marketplace, we could quickly convert that to office, multi-tenant or single tenant. We've pitched it to a couple tenants. But when you start asking about the investment opportunity, what's going to, and the money that's going to want to step up and say, I want to own Benildes Hall, I'll hand it back to Jane to just acknowledge they're like, okay, what do I own? What serves me? What master plan am I buying into? And it is just also interconnected.
Yeah, and so we're, again, we're moving through this. When I get into infrastructure, I think we assumed early on that it was going to be very expensive. A lot of it would need to come out and get replaced with something new, especially if we wanted to be very sustainable. and that the bill would require subsidies from the public sector. And that, you know, our approach has always been to try to look upstream. So take a look at the state. If there are federal infrastructure programs available, start looking there. Try to get to get to the point where you could say, here's what it costs, and here's at least high level how we think we could pay for it. Breaking it down into phases is a, it's just what you're going to do. It's just development 101. But I think that, you know, some of the unique features on this site that just have to be dealt with is stormwater is one of those issues where when we looked at maybe doing a first phase up closer to St. Mike's, we were going to have to do some temporary retention and detention that would ultimately get fed into a large system that would drain down to the arroyo. If we wanted to go way out there on the sustainability, well, if we want to go out to the state of the art on sustainability and do some kind of wastewater harvesting, you know, that's going to end up having to drain down to the Siringo Road side of things. And so you start getting to the big question here is, if we're going to take the gas system out, if we're going to build a new stormwater system, and if we're going to, you know, water and sanitary at least appear to be the two where there's the most to work with. You know, I think we quickly get to the point where you might be looking at more than half the spend to do your first phase. And at some point, you know, where do you draw that line is really, I think, the question that we would want to answer if we're going to try to get some more engineering work done, is where do you draw the line and what makes the most sense? And, you know, I've been in situations where the federal funding was on the table. It was better to go on and bite the bullet and try to get it all done at once. Seen other situations where it's a phased kind of an approach. But I think our thinking here is the basis in the land, just the bond debt on the land, is more than the current appraisal of commercial zoning on Siringo Road that we saw in the land swap package. And so, you know, we moved very quickly into a subsidy requirement that, you know, we know that, you know, that'll have to be a partnership effort with the city. We have on here that the land expansion, you know, in our view, pulling in the state property that's available through the land swap just gives you more to work with, puts you a few steps closer to better access on a couple of points. It gives you, you know, better shot at doing a grid that would and could connect up to other parts of the community. Hopefully it can lower the basis in the overall site, but, you know, more developed sites that could be sold at higher values is probably the best, you know, in second, third phases is probably the best way to get as much of the cost covered as we can. So we're entirely supportive of the land expansion. And Bill, I think it's at this point, we probably just ought to talk about the market. One thing I'd say about Santa Fe, love the city, have always loved the city. As a real estate market, it's a little thin. You know, when you look at the total office market, the total housing market, the total, you know, you pick a food group, it's just not huge. And so, like, you know, I think last year the numbers I had showed that the city absorbed a total of 10,000 square feet of office space. That's not a huge number. And so you got to be really careful about, you know, how you load this thing up over time, because, you know, I've seen a lot of situations where we built ourselves a glut. So Bill, you want to take some?
I would just add there, you know, in a total 2 million square foot office market, James just referenced a good point relative to absorption. And when we talked to Ernie Romero and Jay Grab at Phase 1 Realty and look at achievable market rents, available office sites, and that call it are ready to go, you know, relative to infrastructure support and visibility, it's tough to realize, you know, they probably barely or never get into the double digits, you know, 9, 10, $11 a foot. In a lot of our economic modeling and maybe later we'll show you some concept buildings. We had 180,000 foot office projects conceptualized with structured parking. And again, as Daniel and a lot of the folks maybe here on the phone know, there's a point at which the density and the relevance of the placemaking, you're able to push land values, and it doesn't move the needle that much at the end of the day for the end user, because it's a place they want to be, and it's not all about price. And so we had assumed we might be able to get to 15 to 20 bucks a foot someday on office. But the reality might be that can't be achieved until, call it late in the game, when you've created the critical mass and mix of uses that make it just so compelling. And we're in a different economic market that we get surprised by somebody like Microsoft or Google who wants to be part of this unique place, and that is Santa Fe, and that's this neighborhood, which is not so crazy to think that could happen. And that is what we felt last fall and early into this year in terms of what could happen, in northern New Mexico. But just a quick discussion on office sites. And I would point out too, when we go back to access, one of our partners, I won't throw them under the bus, but when we early on before submitting for the master developer, I said, hey, what can we build for you? Where do you want to be? And of course, the answer is, and it just should resonate with everybody here, they say, put me on St. Mike at the front door, because it's all about access and visibility for most any business model. And at the end of the day, if we opened up this neighborhood and gave it the breathability and the visibility and the internal energy, we could pull that user and other users, call it to Main Street, the main core promenade, because they get everything they need for their business to thrive. But today it's about put me at the front door, and we all get it. Again, it's kind of real estate 101 sometimes, but you've got to create this master plan that gives everybody a reason why they should look elsewhere instead of, give me the little bit of frontage you have on St. Mike's today. So that's all I'd add at that point. And I'm wondering if there's another graphic, Stefan, if you could go to page 5. Slide 5, please. Yeah, James, you can just talk about the master plan and some of the dynamics, and Phil too, of placemaking and why, and then allocation of some of this acreage to making it special, just from an open space standpoint.
Yeah, Bill, what I would say too is, I think the equity and the principles that have been espoused here, culture and equity especially, were things that we're really comfortable with, that we really feel like are places where Midtown could shine. One of the things that we'd love to do here is create these kind of linear parks where there's, it's improving your streetscape, it's making you a little bit more friendly to multiple modes of transportation, it's creating a place where people want to go. It gives you a great opportunity to get the community involved and get them, hopefully in a perfect world, they could take on ownership of some of the programming in some of these spaces and feel like it's truly a community asset and not a part of just the development. And so we were really excited about this opportunity here, which is to use the public spaces and different programming approaches to try to get, try to make this into a real place. The other thing I wanted to mention real quick, just before we move on too far, is the way we've approached our land valuations here, and I see it on the agenda here, is other funds that our partners might be using, is we've assumed that, say, if we're producing affordable housing, that we have a partner that's got a great track record of using the low-income housing tax credit and other subsidies to create high quality, affordable, mixed income, mixed use projects that have our affordable covered. Mike, uses a system of both direct subsidies and cross subsidies where he's using some of the cost of higher priced units to cover the cost, help lower the cost for people in the affordable units. And then, Peter has taken a project that he's actually leasing up today and use that as the basis for, running our pro formas to show us what we could see in market rate rental housing if we were to include an affordable component at 15%. And so when we talk about land values with our development partners, what we're doing today is we're taking a pro forma from a deal down the street, and it's in sort of back into the numbers, and just the way they shape up is you can pay about $5 a foot for your affordable, your mixed income rental housing slanted towards affordable. The city would need to be prepared to provide about $2 million of subsidies for each of the projects in order for those projects to compete for the 9% credit. Probably, run out a series of 80 unit deals. That's about where the QAP lands in terms of making you competitive for low income housing tax credits. And Mike, I guess I'm speaking for you, but I think, his concept for higher density of mixed income for sale property, assume that the land value would be about $7. I think we'd still have to figure out parking. Sorry about that, folks. And then Peter is basically just backing in to about $9 a foot. And again, it's just where does the capital market, what can you pay and still have a deal that's financeable in the capital markets today? And so, that's been our approach is, what could you finance today? Where are you going to build out your first phase? And then what are you going to, what are you going to do in terms of long-term assumptions about appreciation? We've got two cappers out there that I would say in terms of, value creation. One is, if we were in a city that accepted mid-rise buildings, at some level of rents, expenses, and cost of the building, you can really crank the density up and get to the 4-to-1 FARs or the 5-to-1 FARs. In Santa Fe, I think if we get to 5 stories, we've done well. And that, with a 5-story building that are, that's effectively going to put a cap on our FAR driven appreciation. And then again, I go back to access. I have to go back to access. If we're able to improve the access and make this a little bit more intensive, we probably do better on appreciation. But, we also got to remember that, until we make a place, that there's a lot of property out there that can be bought cheaper than our basis. And that's just, the facts of where we are. So, Bill, do you have anything else you'd want to cover? Do you think it's time to just maybe turn it over? Let's take some questions.
Yeah, I think to your point, and like wanted to actually say at the beginning, it's very much a conversation, and the whole concept of a charrette is, idea sharing. There's other graphics that could help us, and just want to acknowledge Alexi and Mark Hogan and Marina with Stantec is available as we start talking about opportunities and concept planning.
Never thought that'd happen.
What's that?
Bill, can I just chime in for a sec? I'm
please.
wondering, I assume most of the people on this call are familiar with the plan, but as you're bringing up these slides and going through it, I think it kind of helps to show how that blocking model developed, and then we have a sort of an overview of the whole thing, and then that may spur some questions.
And Mark, do you have the graphic there in front of you, do you know what page you're talking about, or are you just wanting to look at the different uses over time?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, just sort of the way that the slides were.
Yeah, okay.
Kind of built on the structure there.
So yeah, maybe if you start at slide 8, Stefan. We've looked at existing building stock, which is still implied here, call it in salmon. And then we looked at our partners and opportunities and who thought they might be able to build so many phases of what here. And so here we were, an iteration, and again, there are several, but this does show the consideration, okay, what could HomeWise do and where? Same with Yes Housing, and then same with Aberg Property Company in terms of market rate housing, and how does it relate to existing buildings and some of the framework we've been talking about. But Mark, maybe I'll let you chat, maybe as we flip through a few of these, get a different voice on this too.
Well, I appreciate that, Bill. And leaving this graphic up for now, I want to kind of go back to a point that James has been making in terms of access. The promenade that sort of is the spine of this proposal eventually goes and finds its way to Cerrillos Road at Lujan. And that essentially drives it either between the old Hobby Lobby and the existing Smiths, or really straight through the Smiths property. And at first we were taking the long view of that and saying, okay, well, that's what has to happen, that it'll evolve that way. But that's a much bigger lift, and the logistics are a lot more complicated than we expected. So in terms of addressing some of the points of access and how they're important to this scheme, that's really very high on the list. Getting some access to the other side, Camino Carlos Rey, that involves some cross through with state property and school property, which we think is doable. But at this time, I mean, those are long-term projects. Let's see. The lower portion of this slide shows the amount of land, really what we were looking at towards the studio development, and much it's over by where the existing studios are in the land surrounding that. Those are just some of the key points that I just wanted to bring up. Those access points are really limited. And we have another opportunity through Forrest Thomas's property to St. Michael's, but that also depends on the success of our effort in getting something coordinated in the near future, because they're trying to move ahead with their planning. Bill, I'm going to get myself in trouble if I stay on longer, so I'm going to turn it over to somebody else.
May I ask a question?
Dina? This is Brad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'd like to get a list of all the assumptions that, we've been having hearing this morning, like debt per square foot and other development costs per square foot, the affordable housing calculations, where it would be, given an 80 unit thing that it would take, these. So if we could get those assumptions documented and distributed to all the participants, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, Brad, I think you should also understand that this will be an iterative and somewhat moving target.
Well, I mean, yeah,
So
but we need
these
to
are
have
the
a basis.
starting. Sure. Okay, great.
So I
And
think
then the other question I had was, you guys did a great job describing Santa Fe as it was or is, but you haven't really looked at this COVID and how it's changing the whole demographics from the coast cities. And really, you didn't discuss the future at all.
Yeah.
You really discussed the past really well. You didn't discuss film either in a future state as opposed to maybe a historical state. And so I'd like to get a little insight into what you guys are seeing forward thinking the next 10 years as opposed to the last 10 years.
I think that's great. We've got a lot to cover. But as to COVID, and it's, you know, the messaging opportunity here is great. I mean, it's about breathability. It's about fresh air. It's about connection to outside. And it's about the comfort level of the employee and what kind of building you're going to build. So we're very much looking at air conditioning systems and even dedicating, you know, separating floors from an entire building in terms of air conditioning. Or probably a lot of us have heard about the HEPA filters and the ultraviolet light. And in space planning, it's going to be all about comfort level and proximity. You know, we're only 9 months into this post-COVID, and we're certainly not post-COVID yet, but we're definitely hearing all of our planners, you know, Stantec, and all of our architectural and engineering relationships ask us about, you know, the building of the future, touchless entrance, so much going touchless. Yeah, that's going to be a design issue, you know, when we get to talk about what's going to go into that design. And then, you know, maybe James or others, you can talk about what we've learned that's already being implemented on the film front and the opportunity in this neighborhood that is film, very kind of been glaring us in the face. And a lot of the folks on the call today are aware of, you know, our pursuit of the film opportunity.
This is Eli, and maybe before Philip or James jumps in, I just clarify, I think maybe one of Bradley's points wasn't so much about changes in sort of the facilities or the buildings that we work in, but maybe more about demographic shifts and interest in Santa Fe that wasn't there 9-10 months ago, because now people are realizing they can work remotely, or they can work for a company that's in the Bay Area or on the East Coast from a community like Santa Fe, which is because of the way we're developed and our access to the outdoors, maybe a little bit safer and a little bit more enjoyable place to live in sort of this new reality, and the way that that's changing some of the underlying economics of developing in Santa Fe, not just in the future, but even now on some levels. And we've seen, you know, as in the land use department, a continuation in the interest in developing in Santa Fe throughout the whole pandemic. And, you know, we're as busy as we've ever been. And I think, you know, the city continues to grow and new projects continue to come out of the ground. And I think part of that demand is coming from folks that may not be in Santa Fe right now, but see Santa Fe as an attractive place to be in sort of this new world order that we, you know, foresee living in, you know, over the next 5-10 years.
You just hit on so many truths, Elias, and you're right. This COVID has forced so many trends into becoming, you know, it's just expedited the reality that working remotely without completely losing productivity can work, and allowing both the employer and the employee to realize, hey, I don't have to be in San Francisco in this urban environment. And the employer is saying, you know what, you're right. And if your quality of life can improve and we can have some footprints across the US and still do what we do, that is very much a part of the conversation. But we also all have to realize we're all very early into it, that realization. And when large investments can start being made, you know, to justify new development, it is definitely going to be a driver. And there, beyond COVID, there's a lot of reasons why the taxing environment, urban unrest, you know, the messaging, you know, and you're getting your phone's ringing because people are already realizing that, and that's also part of the messaging opportunity.
Hey, Bill, one thing we may want to do is try to just talk about things that we are seeing already, because we are seeing some. Philip, I don't know, the Las Campanas experience is pretty pretty telling. What this year was maybe the best year ever since Sienda's been involved in Las Campanas, and a lot of those people thought they might like to move to Santa Fe, but the COVID environment where they had their other home accelerated their decision. I think, Peter, you're in the market right now. You're leasing units if he's still with us. I'd be interested to know if you're seeing people that are coming from other places, or did they hasten their move because of COVID?
Yeah, I can speak to that very briefly. The answer is we've pre-leased about 65 units out of 139 at Capitol Flats, which is the project you're talking about. And about 20% of those people are relocations from primarily the West Coast. And they're probably under the age of 40 years old, so trending towards the younger demographic. And I think, what Bradley was asking, and we're answering it all in different ways, but the vision looking out 5 or 10 years, there's absolutely no doubt why I'm building in Santa Fe is that there is a much stronger interest in attractive secondary markets, smaller markets that have a cultural background like Santa Fe and have access to the outdoors. And we're seeing that in a lot of different ways. And I think Santa Fe and other smaller markets throughout the United States is beginning to see the early trends of that. Are so many people, regardless of age, and clearly those that can afford to, that are 50 years old or older, are really beginning to look to get out of cities like Dallas or Phoenix or Chicago or Los Angeles or San Francisco and seriously consider smaller markets like Boulder or Santa Fe and things of that sort. And I think that trend's here to stay. We're trying to capitalize that, and I think Midtown can certainly capitalize on that.
Okay, we have a lot of questions coming. So do you all want to keep speaking from the development team, or can we stop? Can we pause here and allow for some Q&A?
Yeah, Dina, one more answer if he's still with us is John Rizzo agreed to join us today to talk from the perspective of someone who wants to attract these companies to bring the innovation and technology jobs to Santa Fe. If John's still with us, I'd like to get his opinion on how COVID's playing into that.
Yeah, James, I'm happy to speak. If now's a good time, just let me know.
Yeah, I think so.
Go ahead, John.
So by context, I run a technology company in the Bay Area, and I wanted to relocate that company to Santa Fe. That's not going to happen anytime soon for the reasons that I'll describe. But to speak to the bigger issue, first, the quality of life, low cost of living, outdoors, culture, all the things about Santa Fe in northern New Mexico is a massive attractant to people on the West Coast. So that's the first comment. As you start to make decisions about moving your companies here, you start to look at the practical nature of, is there enough housing, number one? Number two, is there enough modern contemporary office space that tech employees want to be working inside of? And if you want to Google campuses in Northern California, like the Google campus, the Apple campus, the NVIDIA campus, you'll start to see a trend with respect to architecture that attracts these types of employees. Number three, they'll look at what do the public schools look like if I want to educate my kids in the area, and do I need to send my kids to private schools? And if so, there's an economic sort of trade-off there. So all these things people will look for, and to make Santa Fe attractive, we need to be able to solve these problems for those companies. I can say that the exodus from Northern California and Southern California is enormous, not just due to tax issues in the area, but to quality of life, the fires that we've all seen, the COVID issues. There's a massive desire for people to move elsewhere, and Santa Fe is a very attractive place for it to be. But at the end of the day, all these issues get analyzed by the employees, and the companies can offer, I think, a very attractive alternative for them to come to Santa Fe. However, the companies themselves and their boards are going to look at the P&L statements of their leasing and office space requirements, and they're going to run the math on whether or not moving into Santa Fe is more or less expensive from an office leasing perspective than elsewhere, like Austin or other places in Texas or Utah, Salt Lake City, and so on. So there's a big sort of complicated equation here that people are going to look at, where they're going to balance the needs of their employees, which they clearly are going to be Santa Fe is going to be very attractive to them, the needs of their financial statements from a P&L perspective, from an office lease perspective, and how much that's going to cost. And then finally, post-COVID, I think that there's going to be a mix of work from home and work from office space combinations that are going to be designed uniquely given this new change. So short answer is tremendous amount of demand, no doubt about it. Questions about costs, schools, housing, and contemporary office design that is going to help these companies make these decisions more promptly. So James, I don't know if that's what you wanted me to talk to, but I can go on.
No, John, I think that was exactly it. And consider the source. This is somebody who's living it every day, and so we're glad to have him here with us. Thanks a lot, John.
You're welcome, James. Thank you.
James, can I put an exclamation point on that as well? Because I think Eli raised the right question. We have seen a lot of business interested in Santa Fe, and the pace has increased. We've got $50 million of new housing being built at Las Campanas, and it's interesting, modern by design, and largely California-based. Most importantly for the Midtown conversation is this. We recognize that these companies have a variety of places they can go. And so we've been really focused on those things where Santa Fe has a competitive advantage. And we've been focusing on film and film production. And we've got a great working relationship with the state of New Mexico. They have handed off to us 2 company relocations that are interested in Santa Fe. Both of them, one is an animation shop, and both of them are related to film production. Both would require some level of state incentive to get them to move. And we're working on that very, very closely with the state. It's been a wonderful relationship with both Alicia and Amber. In fact, they've been forwarding to us their best prospects. So that's very, very exciting. Here's the dilemma. Some of these decisions need to be made quickly because of COVID. We've got a great COVID partner. And I'm afraid that Midtown may not be an option for some of these companies because of the speed factor, the speed of us getting them a developed site that we can go to business today. But regardless, John has been a great partner. We're working hand in glove. There will be relocations into Santa Fe. And I think it will be good relocations focused on film, technology, creativity, and design. And those are the companies that I think Santa Fe has a very unique opportunity to attract. And those are the ones we are most focused on. And we're excited about the opportunity. It's just a challenge to get them to actually make that corporate relocation decision. And as Bill Guthrie can tell you, sometimes it's an analytical decision, and sometimes it's the CEO lifestyle decision. We want to be able to accomplish both of them.
Thank you. We do have some questions and some points that people want to bring up. Can we take a pause here? Are we ready for that? Regina, I know you wanted to get in very early, and then we'll come back to the questions.
Thank you so much, Dina, and everybody. I just wanted to say that we as the city team that has been working on this development for some years now did of course understand some of these challenges that Team Midtown has highlighted and identified as serious hurdles to the development. And I just want, and I think I speak for the entire city team to respond to you, to let you know that we are at the table to partner with you to overcome these hurdles. And all of the ones that you specifically identified, of course, are the big ones. They always are. They were at the rail yard, and it takes, it's really helpful to have that private sector perspective and diligence to, make sure we're like making all the numbers meet and the plans meet. But we really are here at the table with you today to develop a sort of a sketch of what, phase one development looks like, and then the longer term, and then what is the associated necessary infrastructure, and then, and use some innovative response, solutions as we develop that infrastructure, right? We've got a great team here, very innovative, so that we can put together a package that really takes that first step towards really making the economics work. And of course, we'll have to identify, where there's net revenue and where there isn't, and how the burden must be carried. But, we're excited to really map out the phase one, the longer term, and then identify what the infrastructure needs are and the funding and the financing. And I just wanted to let you know that these huge challenges that you have identified is why we're at the table to work with you to help solve them.
Thank you.
Great, Regina, that is a really important point. And I just want to say, Brad and I talked on Friday, and we both got really excited about some of the funding and financing opportunities for infrastructure that will tie with the very innovative approach. So I think we have a lot to talk about, particularly tomorrow on this subject. So anyway, okay, going back to the questions, I think, Sarah, some of the questions you're asking have been responded to in the chat, but maybe you want to go ahead and ask these anyway for the benefit of everybody, so that everybody's getting the information and people have a chance to expand on your in a response beyond just the chat.
Okay. So I just had the question as to whether the Midtown team was suggesting that the connection to Cerrillos was a phase one, sort of had to happen. And I got the answer that no, we realized that that is not necessary for phase one, is the answer that I got in the chat. And the second question I had is related to the debt. And I think when we talk about the $10 a square foot, almost getting up to with the higher number in terms of infrastructure cost, there is this assumption that the principal on the debt is just paid off. And I was asking the question, is there a way that we just, continue to pay the debt service on the debt and not have that big, the capital hit that that I think is where you got your $10 and your other math. And that was that. And I understand that, I don't know, someone explained something along the lines that it can be called at any time, the bond. But
that's the city's bond.
Yes,
Yep.
the city's
So,
bond.
So Sarah, let me take that just from our perspective. We're trying to be a good partner here. We understand that every city's had financial challenges given the changes in our tax bases wherever we are. COVID has wreaked havoc on tax collections in lots of places. And so we put that out there, there's only so much you can ask your public sector partner to do before you get to the point where it's going to kill us all. I feel like we're trying to be sensitive to the city's financial position and I just want you to know that we're not coming in here saying, here, give us this big pile of blank check money. We're trying to be sensitive and do this in a way where it's feasible for the city and it's going to be financially viable over a long period of time. Creating value is how, you look at, I've always looked at these kind of engagements as, early on you're using subsidies, and longer term, you should be creating value that pays those back over a period of time. And so that's our approach. But, when we start with that much value creation required, I think I'm just trying to make sure we're all taking a sober look at what can we really create, and what kind of value can we create in the sites in the second, third, and fourth phase, or whatever phase they're in. What's a realistic number? And how can we, we start with, here's what the capital markets assume will pay today. Since we take type 1 construction off the table and call it 4 or 5 to 1 FARs off the table, I don't know how we'd get there, with the city's appetite for height. if we're talking about, okay, yes, we all agree with that, that's the situation we're in, and here's the strategy for going to get the gap closed, that's the kind of conversation we're trying to stimulate. And realistically, the other elephant in the value creation room is structured parking. So today in multifamily, rents are probably, on market rate multifamily rents are probably about $2 a foot. They probably need to get to about $3 a foot before structured parking pencils out, given the cost structure there. And Peter, if you have any thoughts on this, I'd be happy to get a chime in. But we're looking at one, the rent, the NOI in there to support it, and two, the market doesn't necessarily accept it. There's just not a lot of wrap product apartment properties in town. There's not a lot of structured parking. It's not like Massachusetts where I could build a 100-unit deal with 10 parking spaces and have the market accept it. We're not there yet. Might be there at some point down the road, but today, we got to figure out how to park this stuff. Same thing with office. Office rents probably have to go up. Bill, you got to get to about $30 where you can make the structured parking number work for you.
Yeah, mid-$20 to $30 net rents, which is certainly double what current market rent comps are.
Yeah, and so again, we're trying to make sure if we're throwing something out there, we want to be sensitive to the fact that the blank checks are not really a good thing to ask for, and that we got to take into account our city partners' financial situation and make sure we're not just if we're all comfortable that this is the strategy and this is how we get the subsidies gathered in, then that's fine. We just want to make sure we're having that conversation up front and not get too far down the road and then come back and say, oh, here's the bill.
Yeah, no, I think we all agree with that approach. And I think one of the things that's interesting about the model that Daniel showed from Pittsburgh is how many phases it had in it, right? It had a lot of phases. So that might be something else we need to be thinking about.
And you also, like those of us who've done it before, and I know you have, how many cycles, business cycles. And one thing that has us paused, is the concept of, I think it's called a disposition and development agreement, and, the expectation that might get done in 6 months. And when everybody here who's already knew it before we've started having this conversation, or as you get into it and see it from our perspective, man, it's hard to even see clearly a phase one relative to infrastructure and access support. How can we crystallize, such a detailed document and pour the design dollars and investment towards call it what might even be a crystallized phase one, given the reality of the markets we're in. So again, we're all here talking about the obvious. Yeah.
Right. No, but I think that's fair enough. And I think that's definitely one of the things we want to talk to. I think one of the other questions has come up in terms of your assessment of the infrastructure. Have you all talked to the various utilities in the city already, or are your assumptions about utilities based only on your own assessment?
Yeah, we went, our engineers went and had a high level conversation with everyone about all of the different utilities gathered in the base maps. We're now to the point where, and again, it's just very unique to Midtown. It's charming in some ways and frustrating in others. Some of the drawings you got were hand drawn by the Christian Brothers when they were running the College of Santa Fe. And so, we have gotten to the point where it's a very expensive step. Literally start digging holes and start looking at, where is what and what condition is it in. I think there's, hopefully we've picked the brains that we need to pick to know what institutional memory there is. But, for example, we went and walked the site with Brother Ron, who's the guy that knows more about what's in the ground than anybody. And, but, we've gotten to the point now where, we had asked for the, for some amendments to the E&A, and we'd kind of gotten to the point where we knew that you're going to go spend a bunch of money to figure out the existing conditions and formulate a plan. But our document didn't appear to handle the timeframes required. So we've really not taken that step. Just haven't. It's just, it's some combination of having a difficult time seeing the profit potential in a smaller phase one, and knowing our agreement was putting us in a very precarious position. It's why we just didn't take that step. But as I understand it, it's literally get a backhoe out there and go start digging holes.
Okay. That's good to know. That's one of the constraints you see.
Yeah, it's not, this, if you look at our submission, if you'll go back to the Stantec responses to how we'd figure that out, there's a really detailed step-by-step sort of these meetings with these dry utilities, these meetings with these folks at the city, it's just sort of how do you go from here to there to figure out what you keep and what you got to replace, and how do you formulate a plan? And then I put on top of that, I think all of us look at Midtown and think that from a sustainability standpoint, you ought to go on and go as green as you can. And that's sort of a guiding principle no matter what. I think the city expects and demands it. And so, we're preparing for it, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. That's great. Well, that's exactly what we want to get together on today. I see that Brad is talking about film tech design into the principles around, I think that would be around the economy and what kinds of jobs we think would be best suited to this site. And I think that's something we can definitely factor in and think about.
Let me just make one comment so we're all focused on that. And John Rizzo has been a great partner and ally. When we talk about building this creative village to house film tech design, that's absolutely, Bradley, what we think the opportunity is. But to build that village is not just a physical infrastructure, it's also a soft infrastructure and business infrastructure. And for us to be successful, we need to take a little more expanded view of what it takes to build the creative village beyond just the real estate issues. And that's one of the things that we have to help Santa Fe to create that business infrastructure needed to attract those businesses. And we can talk about that at the appropriate time. But let's not be narrowly focused on only the real estate assets and enhancements that we need. We need to also talk about the soft infrastructure and the human capital infrastructure we need to attract these companies to Santa Fe.
I think my point on that was simply that, there's all these design, principles that, being green and transit smart and water smart. But I was just asking, is there a place really to put in the principles that, what do we want there and industry wise? And then should we include it in those design, in the principles that make it, from a selling perspective, to make an affirmative declaration that this is what we want to do. This is the vision of the city. This is the vision of the developer, in order to attract the type of people and firms that John Rizzo was talking about. And I think including those specifically in our principles will have the desired effect.
Bradley,
there's the second point to that, Bradley. I have to throw this out there. We can't have an approval infrastructure that's going to get in the way if somebody says, "Yeah, I want to come to Midtown." We're going to have to have an expedited approval process. When you look at, and I don't want to, again, careful when I mention the rail yard, but too many things have to go back to the governing body for approval. Say you're going to put together an economic development package for a company. If that's going to take too long and be too contentious, it's going to be difficult to compete. You know, some of these communities that are out there attracting the companies from California, you know, if you'll say yes, they can move very quickly, and they come to the table with a really nice package of rich subsidies. And so, you know, I think it's interesting to look at the economic development world. But yeah, I'd be really careful. Say yes, we want them, and yes, we're going to make it easy for us. We'll need to have an easy path to say yes.
But I think this is Eli. Sorry to jump in if anyone was waiting. But I mean, I think that this is probably something that would be an appropriate conversation to have tomorrow.
Yes.
When we start thinking about strategic planning and implementation, because I think there's already some language in the Midtown Link, which this site is part of, about what the development plan approvals look like after a master plan is in place for qualifying projects. And so I think that tomorrow we should really focus on ways to provide competitive advantages for this site through the entitlements process as we sort of deal with changing market conditions or changes in sort of what we see as being the most viable future for Midtown after that master plan and that planning framework is in place. And so, you know, questions around implementation, why would somebody want to choose Midtown over some other place in Santa Fe? I think we can really start to provide some clarity on that once we start talking about long-term implementation of the planning and land use framework.
I agree. So that's one item that we've already got, but we'll underscore it on entitlements. Are there other things you all want to say about these soft infrastructure factors as well that we should sort of put on the table for now so that we can address them through the process?
Yeah, Dina, I have one item I'd like to put out there, and that is, I used to require everyone involved in one of our projects to assess re-election risk. You know, I had several of these longer term projects where I worked with 3 or 4 mayors and too many counselors to count. And every time we dealt with new people, there was a different dynamic. Sometimes it worked great, sometimes it was a challenge, but you had an element of risk that came into your second, third, or fourth phase. And when I look at infrastructure, especially infrastructure that might require subsidies, something about managing that risk tells me bundle up as much of it as you can afford and get it done now, so you don't have to go back to some new group of people and explain why phase 2 requires more subsidy. And so I think that's the other, you know, that's the other thing that we got to just, you know, every election, you know, sometimes your champion decides not to run, you know, and you may still have a great project, and the new counselor might think it's very worthwhile, but their favorite is over here.
Okay, well, I might rephrase that or reframe that as reducing the risk on the uncertainty around funding future phases of infrastructure than just calling it election risk, because not all of that subsidy might be directed by the city council. So, but that's a really important point, and I appreciate you bringing it forward. Alexi, I think you wanted to jump in as well, and then I see Bill and Phil. Yeah.
If I could just make just a couple of quick points relating to some of the stuff that Brad and Eli and even James had brought up earlier. You know, with this post-COVID reality still sinking in, we're not really sure what the future is going to look like for the workplace and even for housing and community and cultural amenities. So on one hand, there's a lot of uncertainty right now, but on the other hand, I think it's a great opportunity for us to take a step back, maybe reimagine what the future of the workplace and even how that affects Midtown may be. As an example, I think, you know, John had alluded to this earlier, we might be seeing a lot more hybrid work models where you're working at the office occasionally and working at home a lot more, because we could all do what we're doing right now, sitting at home and joining a meeting. I know that we have a fairly high amount of office space programmed for the current development proposal. I think what would be very interesting is to kind of maybe take a step back and rethink of what that might look like in the future. Maybe we have a little bit less office space. Maybe we've got more residential. Maybe that office space and the types of buildings we do build now are designed to be intentionally very flexible so they could change uses over time. So it may behoove the team this afternoon and the KDCC team to maybe take a step back and run a few different scenarios. Like James mentioned earlier, what does it look like if we've got a lot more residential, maybe less density on the site? How does that look from both an infrastructure and a cost perspective? What does it look like if we maybe pivot towards more institutional or community uses on the site and a little bit less office space? But I think that the key thing that's going to be important in the future is, in terms of how you work, is not going to be as much related to the physical qualities of your office space, but maybe the overall qualities of the place that you are creating. And I think we've got an enormous possibility and potential here to create an exceptional place with the soft and human infrastructure by getting the right mixture of uses and entities on the site. And I encourage us all just to think really big picture throughout the rest of the charrette about how we might be able to achieve that vision in a few different ways.
Right.
This is Daniel. Can I just jump in real quick on that?
Yes, I know that we have both Bill and Philip waiting to.
Oh,
make
okay.
points,
Sorry.
so-
I'll wait my turn.
Okay.
I was just going to underscore to James's point. I think everybody gets it. Is the assured deliverability of the entire neighborhood, and thus a tenant rep broker or a corporate user can look at the link overlay district and gain confidence that, okay, whether it's changing mayors or council people, just that the city's resolve to see this master plan to be a reality. I'm willing to commit to it myself, be it as a pioneer or somebody midstream. So again, just how do we assure everybody that what's being talked about today will be delivered and
Right.
buy into it?
Yep. Okay, that's just a super important point. So thanks for underscoring it. Philip, did you also want to chime in here before Daniel?
Yeah, Dina, you had asked a question we really haven't answered, which is what else do we need to put on the agenda to talk about making Midtown attractive to attract these companies? One thing, John Rizzo mentioned something we believe very strongly is education. Let me give you an exact point. One of the things that's keeping companies from moving to Santa Fe is the educational options that are available. We have great families having to drive to Albuquerque with their children. We know that's an issue that Santa Fe's got to solve short-term and long-term. Now, let me tell you though, an immediate opportunity that we stand to lose if we can't move fast. We related to the studio production. We have worked really hard, probably made more progress on that product type than anything else in Santa Fe. We knew that to attract an expansion of the studios, it required a talented employee base. So we have worked very hard and crafted a joint venture between the University of New Mexico, the Santa Fe Community College, and the unions that support film production to create and build out a new City of Santa Fe film school. We wanted to locate it on Midtown. We wanted to locate it as part of Garson Studios. That will appeal to attracting these companies if we have that educational component in place today, not just a 4-year degree program, but a 2-year certification or specialized opportunities for union members to increase their skill set. We have a narrow window to try to capture that. And so we think that's one of the important things to be wrapping in the conversations is education is going to be critically important. It's one of our DNA points, but to attract this business, film specifically, that's going to be very important. And we stand to lose it to Albuquerque if we can't move fast enough. So that's my speed to get us in business speech today.
Okay, do you have a program for that? Do you have a concrete proposal for the school that's in your package that you submitted in October?
We shared it in October, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay.
And we've been working collaboratively with Rich and the legal team to try to craft a lease to make that happen. The lease, not only the commercial lease to expand the studios, but also a nonprofit lease to be able to house the new Santa Fe Film Studio and school.
Okay. Okay. Well, we may want to parse apart each piece.
But that's
So-
worthy of maybe some further conversation at some point tomorrow, because it's an immediate opportunity that has a shelf life that we may be losing.
Great. Okay, I'm putting that on the agenda for Tuesday.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, Daniel, why don't you hop in here and
Yeah, Dina, how much time do we have in this session? I just want to make sure that
I think we actually have another 45 minutes. So
Oh.
we're 40 minutes or so.
All right.
So we have a lot of time. So people should feel free to
okay.
Keep going. And then we'll have at the top of the hour, we'll have a break.
Okay, so I want to go back to what Alexander was saying earlier about what we're doing over these next few days and creating a plan, and also this issue about the unknowns, I guess. So we know that multi-phase projects have a lot of unknowns simply because they're multi-phase, and we can only know what we know today and not necessarily have enough information for the future. But as developers, we all sort of know that there's risks in the future, but you try to project based on your previous experience and the way the markets have worked in previous years and try to apply them into the future, but always covering your risks in ways that if the project just is not financeable, it's just not financeable. So I guess the question is, how do we create a plan that is actually, this whole E&A period is about creating a master plan and the land use to be able to sustain the economic tides, as well as seems to be some concerns, political tides. And we know that every project goes from mayor to mayor, between mayors and between economic fluctuations. So my suggestion, I guess, is are we looking at a plan that's not so specific that it's prescriptive and we can't get out of it, or rather than a plan that's actually able to respond to changes in the marketplace, changes in politics, and if at some point the DDA if at some point the thing is not financeable, the DDA covers those risks as well, so that the developer says, you know what, this mayor's not willing to give us money. We're either going to put this on the shelf for now and wait for a future time when we can't finance it, or we're going to walk away, or whatever. The city has the right to be able to find another developer to develop future phases or whatever, but something that provides the comfort that if it's not financeable, there's a way out, but at least we create a plan that can respond to what we know today, and it's flexible enough to the unknowns into the future based on what we have as this core experience with the 30-something people on this call.
Dina, it's Andrew here. Could I please respond?
Andrew, welcome.
Thank
And
you.
introduce
Thank
yourself, please, Andrew, since you weren't here for the initial introductions.
Yes, I'm sorry, Andrew Irvine from Stantec, and it's a pleasure to participate this morning. I'd like to thank Regina for your words, Regina. I think there is a common will and an aspiration for us to really be able to sort of crack these challenges that you suggested are not new, but I think there's a lot of creative heads around the virtual table here. So I think I'm looking forward to getting into this. Daniel, I think when I look at the master plan, or at least the framework, I don't see what I saw and what I got excited about this project is the relationships, is the partnerships that had been forged that actually can collectively deliver the outcome here. I look at the plan, and the way that the plan was originally formulated was to try and provide as much block structure flexibility as possible. There are some givens. I think the public realm is really important, the east-west connection, between General Franklin E. Miles Park and the middle school is really important, because it actually sort of pushes away from vehicular connectivity and starts to get that pedestrian spine working. I think the open space framework gives the ability to create, placemaking really strong sort of gesture there that allows those blocks to vary over time. And I think, it's that variable land use, I think, that we need to get our heads around. And then secondly, where and how we can enhance the connectivity to the outside world. It would be great to do it on Sirius Road, and it doesn't have to be that central core. There can be a number of different variables. And so if we can identify each of those through the course of this time, and then think about how can we look at the link overlay and the entitlement process in a way that gives us the flexibility to be market reactive over time, I think we will have done well.
Thanks, Andrew.
And probably
Yeah.
just stating the obvious, Dina, but I think it's worth
No,
stating.
it's worth stating. I think that's why we're here, is to state the obvious. And I think tomorrow's discussion around the zoning, entitlements, so forth, will really be able to dive into this topic. Other questions, comments? I don't know if there's anything else the KDC Sanda team wants to say about these soft factors. And I think what we're hearing a lot is how to build in certainty and flexibility, and also how to respect the need for speed when it comes up, right?
Yeah. You know, I'm wondering, because I'm looking at in this session, the buildings for long-term use as well. And we don't need to dig into these details, but I want the team here at the city to know what we've looked at. If you could look at slide 3, Stefan, please. Thanks for being on hold there at our request.
It's actually, I think, Drew who's flipping through, but just FYI.
Thank you, Drew. I'm not going to give Stefan credit. You're right.
Absolutely not.
No, and again, I'll let Philip and James chime in, but when we looked at this from the outset and looked at the appraisal and saw $500,000 of existing, buildings, and then did walkthroughs and looked at building stock, and we concluded, about half of it, which was a big number, 250,000 feet of existing buildings with some character, and the opportunity to rehab those, and we put dollar values to them, and we do this all the time. We know what it costs to build something new. Let's say $300 a foot, for a 50,000 foot building. And so can you get a building like the Folsom Library or whatever it may be, or Benildes Hall, and, get it for $50 a foot, rehab it and release it and, create a performing asset. So they are very compelling. But then we just saw some of those values erode as we looked at, our friends at UNM and SFCC and taking over the library at Folsom. It's like, wow, what an initial thought process might be perceived as a real asset and real opportunity, financially can become, at least initially out of the gates, a challenge because of HVAC work or handicap accessibility, whatever, code compliance, you name it. And similarly, when we looked at some of the existing multifamily that I think there's 28 units without looking at this, or 48, we thought, oh my gosh, look at that. With a little tender loving care, we've got another performing asset. And because James was deeper into the weeds, I just wanted to hit these existing building opportunities and then also challenges. James, maybe you can share some of the walkthroughs with contractors and realizations, and Mark Hogan too, looking at what needs to stay on the ground, but the hurdle or two ahead for some of these assets.
Yeah, it's I'd say that's just it. Just went from again, look at the pictures in the appraisal, and then look at the buildings today, and it's startling the amount of difference in the two that happened over about 5 years. But we went from thinking that these are buildings that could turn into commercial opportunities to buildings that need to be community enrichment uses. And at the end of the day, these are going to be a big fundraising challenge. They're probably great candidates for new markets tax credits. Some of them are candidates for historic tax credits. But if we're going to ask not-for-profits or institutions to take them on and raise the money to bring them up to code, and then bring them into the say turn Fogelson into a 21st century library, it's going to cost some serious money. And it's, at the end of the day, the right thing to do for the placemaking. It's the right thing to do for the community. At some point, it'd be great if you could see the Tim's senior architecture class did their their visioning on what Fogelston could look like as a 21st century library. And it's very, very good work. It's a kind of thing that could get the community all excited. But, you know, we took that off the list. We went from, well, you could lease it to somebody and sell the NOI from that lease and create X amount of value and earn back earn enough money to, you know, get your pre-development money back and get yourself above water. And I think Daniel's point is a great point. Yeah, the flexibility is a really good thing. Being able to go to a certain level and stop and not do yourself any damage is really critical strategy. But one of the challenges we face today is the pre-development expenses required to move from here to a more defined first phase plan are some multiple of what we think we could draw out of or earn in a first phase. You know, take the community enrichment buildings. Those are probably not going to be big fee generators for the developer. Housing, especially affordable housing, tends to get packaged up into a neat little financial package that you don't touch for 18 years. So there's not any upside. You get a piece of a developer fee and that's about it. For sale housing, you know, the real profit potential in Mike's for sale housing model is used to cross subsidize the more affordable units. So it's not like you're buying into a huge upside. And so that's one of the structural mismatches we've run into is it costs, you know, $30,000 to $50,000 a month to run the job. It's going to take a while. And when you cross the line where you say, if we had to cut this off after phase one, we're going to be X amount of underwater, it's really hard to say, yeah, let's keep spending money.
Right. Okay.
And I think partnership of some variety would make it easier. So, or, you know, I'm not sure, but that's really I'm just putting the math on the table.
Well, I think that's another really important point. And you see, Daniel has said in the chat that there are many other ways to finance and operate these civic buildings. And so one of the questions might be whether you want these in the deal or out of the deal. And maybe some of these things get spun off in a different kind of way. So I think it's almost like we need to think about a plan A, which would be, as you said, some kind of a commercial opportunity for them. But if that's infeasible due to the cost structure, the amount of pre-development work that would need to be invested, that is too much of a lift for the master developer. For some of these things, there may be other scenarios. So we should definitely put that on the table. And again, talk about that with respect to the phasing. I'm hoping that this is something we can almost go through point by point, because we're going to have to model these things as we've been saying. There are a lot of alternatives that we have to consider. We have to think about how to illustrate and demonstrate them all.
Yeah, no, Dina, I agree with you, and I think today, you know, performance theaters don't look like the big commercial opportunity for many people.
Right.
So it's a labor of love, and you know, we've got a group that wants to do the labor because they love it. You know, the library, we've got a great team of, you know, it helps push our education component. It helps provide a lot of access, and it's a very welcoming place for the community. And then, you know, the Visual Arts Center, and when we walked into it, we felt like the Visual Arts Center might be a great conference center of some variety. We after you get into it and you really look at it, it's a purpose-built building. It's built to support a visual arts education program. We've got a great institution already embedded in part of the campus. And, you know, as we started looking at it, and it's also got a horrible common area factor. It's got about a 50% common area factor. And so, you know, from a commercial standpoint, it's like, why fight? Why swim upstream? Why not try to facilitate, you know, working with Jamie and her team of local arts organizations and try to put together something where they can actually take that and turn it into the asset that it should be for the community. And they're willing to do it. And they're, you know, they know what they're doing. And, you know, at some point let's just move on and say that especially those three buildings, we've got such strong institutional support, whether we were here or not. You know, we would advocate for trying to work with the people that are already pretty far down the road to get those buildings brought back to life. Their ideas are really spectacular.
Yeah, so, you know,
Go ahead, Daniel.
The point I was trying to make is that they are huge projects, all of them. And I know Jamie, you know, is really wanting to move forward with it, but they take a lot of pre-development dollars. They take just a lot of operating and pretty much development expertise. So anyway, the point I'm making is that if they are a burden on, you know, the developer for moving forward, then maybe there's a way that we sideline them, but make sure that they keep moving forward and identify potential pre-development dollars so that these groups can move those projects, those complex projects forward. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Daniel, I agree with you. And I think, you know, one thing we ask everyone to do is to go out and tell us where they thought they might be able to round up subsidies that would not be part of a normal real estate development deal. And they've all put together a really impressive list of potential subsidy sources, you know, starting with individual donors and kind of working their way through more institutional kind of money.
Yeah, and usually the way it gets done, James, around the country on these kinds of projects is, you know, they're a fairly well-funded nonprofit already that has a good donor base that are able to tap and you know, create a vision for the project, and the early donors go in and give them pre-development dollars so that they have a permanent home, et cetera. They kind of create a whole story about their, you know, their work, their history, and where they're going, and they have this great opportunity. And without the $10 million, you know, we wouldn't be, we continue to be in jeopardy, those stories. But anyway, they're usually really well funded and established nonprofits that take on that kind of work. And then they hire someone like me, but they hire a project manager to help them get through the process. And if they need new market tax credits, they help, you know, I help people get those too, and blah, blah, blah. So it's quite a lift. And I would, so.
Well, yeah, and again, I think that this is an important question to discuss with respect to the phase one, and whether or not there's a potential to spin these buildings off into a separate piece, separate entity, separate something. So Michael, did you want to add something here to this discussion other than to just talk about the civic infrastructure? If so, yeah, there you go. There you go. Thank you.
No, I think it's just valuable. So I think Daniel's comments say it all. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think that this, again, in terms of the sort of matrix of moving parts, is, if you will, which I think the Opticos team is working on to sort of put together to help facilitate the conversation for this afternoon and then also tomorrow. These existing buildings are an important part of that. I think there is a question. Let's see. So we've got on this chart that you're showing here, you're showing everything that you think is a rehab or a demo, and kind of in what the remaining economic life is. So are there some of these that are slated for demo in the long run that might have near-term commercial use, or is there, how much have you explored the possibility for interim reuse of some of these buildings? And I know the city also has gone through and made a determination about which buildings they're going to mothball and which buildings they're going to slate for demolition. And we should look at the intersection of this list and that list at some point, if not this morning, then at some point, hopefully in the next couple of days, and try to make some kind of a determination if there are any interim uses that could come in to start to generate some cash flow, and if so, what buildings and what would be required to bring the buildings up to a minimum usable standard.
Yeah, I would just offer real quickly. We'll make sure we're using the correct last iteration of this document. It's something that was going back and forth between ourselves and Sienda. And I think what I've left in white were residential opportunities, the other in green implied commercial. But I guess the short story is like I saw those 48 units there in student apartments, 6A and 6B, as wow, there's opportunity, there's cash flow, there's money. James maybe can more succinctly than myself talk about the unfortunate reality is it costs more to bring them online and bring them up to code than it is to simply demo them, which is a sad story. And I think that's the case with a lot of all the existing dorms, is probably our collective conclusion.
Yep.
Okay.
Dina, real quick, to bring them up to a spec just to get a building permit was about $150 a door.
Mhm.
And so that's and you still have what you have. You're not really able to change the nature of the building much. And so we were quickly moving on to, well, if we're going to do especially something that's affordable, would be better off going on to round up the whole capital stack and build new higher density, more modern product. There's several of these buildings that we go through here. There's some of these, so for example, Oñate Hall, it looks like one of the old barracks with a new skin on it. It's used for storage right now. The security office, the storage. There's a lot of these buildings that if you go look at them, they're just, it's pretty clear. There's about 7 of them that I would say just need to come down because of physical condition and very limited upside. There's other buildings, and I would put Midtown Hall in there. That's a good one. So it's basically a temporary office building. You could carve it up in 3 pieces and haul it off. It's not going to be, it's not to say it doesn't have some life left in it and that you couldn't use it and generate some modest income out of it. The question then becomes, okay, what kind of long-term CapEx are you signing up for? Because it's not the best building out there anyway. But I think working with Sam and the staff, we could go through this and all of us could agree that these are the buildings that are probably just time to move.
Right.
There's another list that it's time to keep. And in the middle, I think you just wade through it and figure out, what's and Eli, it may come down to in some situations, it may come down to land use. If today it requires a rezoning to be able to use it for the uses that could pay you, that building alone would be compelling enough, but I think we're going to have to look at some combination of physical needs, long-term capital expenditure expectations, and how the potential users would fit into a land use regime. So Benilda's, it's got office building, it's got office users in it today, non-conforming use.
Right. Right.
So you had a point.
Well, we don't need to go building by building, at this minute, but I do think that having this information is very helpful. And is this the most current iteration that we're looking at today that is different, again, from what you submitted in October, or is this consistent with what we've already seen?
We'll make sure, Dina. And the last point I would make, and as the city, and call it we, think big picture, and just think of the wisdom and the cost that might come from, because they're either one eyesores or they'll help somebody envision the opportunity and how quickly, if you conclude certain ones are demoed, how quickly could they come down and talk about changing the landscape is obvious. And maybe removing a liability or an ongoing operating cost. I know it's dollars, but yeah, I think as everybody asks themselves, can you imagine if 250,000 feet of building stock didn't exist to help you from a vision standpoint?
Right.
Or
I think also if there's some notes that where you might want to highlight or flag something as you think about updating and circulating this spreadsheet. I think that things like the point you just raised, James, about entitlements and where there are non-conforming uses and how that might be addressed in an expeditious way. is something that also would be good to just have on the table. So maybe there's another column that's added onto this spreadsheet that that adds a note. So even if there is something that might be an interim use, so just Bill, you kind of went through a little bit of a hierarchy there, the things that are demolished. And again, the city has their own list, your list probably matches with their list, but we do want to just synchronize to be sure that we understand and that everybody's priorities are both on the table and well understood before moving forward. So anything that you would see as a high priority for demolition, just based on what you said, James, anything that you think with some investment might be in interim use that with a lick of paint. And then again, something like I can never say this, Bendelis Hall, Bendelinus Hall, whatever it is that is Beneldas, sorry, that where the issue is around what's a permitted use, so that we can really have clarity around what the specific issues are in terms of priorities, where these things could fit in the phasing. All of that information would be extremely helpful.
Okay.
Okay, and again, we don't need to go over this in great detail at this moment, but just in terms of talking about what kinds of information would be helpful.
Okay, yeah, and
either in the short term or just in the immediate next step.
Okay, yeah, it's we have everything from Luke Hall and Onyate, which are fun, and I don't think anyone would suggest we ought to try to prop those up and use them.
Yeah, no,
no, it's really funny. It's a barbell. It's like the keepers are the keepers and the goners are the goners.
Goners, and then if there's
in the
anything,
middle,
yeah.
Well, and one thing too, and I don't quite know how to process thinking around interim activation uses and those kind of things. We've got some great ideas out there about how to use some of these spaces on a very temporary basis to create some activation opportunities. We've had to, again, a lot of that came down to COVID. You could have done this, and this, but it was really difficult to figure out how to do it in a COVID safe environment.
Right.
And so I feel like we're that middle ground, over a period of time, they may need to come down, but you may also want to, I would want to think about how to get the most you can out of them, even if it's just activation to get people excited about the place that you're making.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And show.
Again, well, you've done very valuable thinking about that. So I think to the extent that you can share that just in a qualitative way about things that could be temporarily activated, but would in the long run be demolition, would be great. So yeah, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, and also, Dina, we're going to be talking about activation stuff on the public engagement agenda on Wednesday morning. So we can talk more deeper about it then too.
We've got 2 more slides before we end here, just so everybody knows what's there, and it may prompt James and Phil to make a couple points. If we could go to slide 6 and 7 and maybe toggle between those two real quickly, just to remind Andrew and everybody on what we've got here. And James, I didn't know if this might prompt you to answer a few more questions on the agenda, or discussion points we would like to make and things we considered.
Yeah, so Bill, this is we've got so darn many versions of this. It's kind of hard to pick my version, but one thing about Phil, I'll just go with the big blue blob. Given the post-COVID demand for content production, film, and the expansion of the film program and the education programs in and around the existing studio feels like the blob. It feels like it's just growing and growing and could be the dominant land use for a lot of different reasons. But it has it has really more potential to grow than most. I would say the other thing is, you know, as we start thinking about how to maneuver housing around, you know, if the spine arterial, there is a spine arterial, that would be Main Street. That would be the place where people would want to go, where you'd have the ground floor activation uses facing that pedestrian friendly street. That would be the place. If that's not it, you know, we had looked at some phasing up near St. Michael's for expediency only. And I just get really, really uncomfortable with a first phase at St. Michael's. If that's what we've got, if that is our frontage, it should be the last and the most valuable. And I don't want to completely landlock us. And really, hopefully Andrew's not having a heart attack here, but you know, I've thought about I've thought about a first phase, and we gravitated that way, thinking that the utilities might be easier to work with and the access is better. But I've gotten more and more uncomfortable with it. I think back on all of these properties where it would have been a great opportunity, but somebody sold off the frontage and all the hard corners, and we're really short of frontage. So that's the other high level thinking that this prompted for me is I want to preserve the value creation opportunities as much as I can, and that to me is what we've got today. So let's be
well. There's some interesting tensions around value creation, because there's the hard corner at St. Michael's, but then the blob, as you refer to it, the blue or purple blob, also is a huge value creator. So
anyway, so I think that are just on the other side of the street there would be the places where commercial users would want to go. It could be the places where and again, I come back to, you know, I can talking with our housing partners and looking at the site plan, you know, if we're accessible and visible in some respects to Cerrillos Road, that Main Street becomes the place you want to be, and you gotta play that one carefully. If we're looking at something different, well, it's something different. I've also had this idea, and again, I haven't spoken with very many people about this, but you know, if the Smiths if we were able to acquire that right away, and you know, we would have to maneuver around the existing Smith's grocery store. Why do we have to assume that it's always going to stay the same? If we're going to be moving it, why not move it? Why not change its orientation and try to come up with a plan that might? I think Mark Hogan and I talked about this. It might turn it and maybe put housing on top of it, or there's a bunch of different opportunities. It's not a part of the site. We don't right now have a really clear idea what it would take to acquire it, but you know, if I was going to do this right, I'd have that access to Cerrillos Road and a way to pull traffic and people and pull your attention into the site. And you know, if you're going to have to move a user, why not move it and do it the right way?
Absolutely.
Just a thought.
I don't think you're talking about anything that others haven't also thought about. Well, this is something that we'll be able to get into in the next session. The city will share their opportunities and constraints analysis, which will include access, and then Opticos will also be talking about some alternatives. So I think this is very helpful, because we're starting to kind of really move towards a shared understanding of what the issues are that we'll want to address this afternoon in terms of thinking about how to combine all these things. So
Tina, I have a question on that. You've said this several times, James, that these people want to have visibility. And it's been my experience that high-tech firms don't want a bunch of public people wandering around their premises. I also kind of got the feeling that the film studio doesn't really want to have a lot of visibility either. They don't want a bunch of people walking around their campus and interfering with their productions. So where did this assumption come from?
Yeah,
that we
I
have
would
to
just-
have visibility.
I would say you're absolutely right on the film studios. They just as soon full perimeter controlled access, please stay away. And that's why it's kind of nice where it sits. And you figure out there's going to be a small public access point, and it may be with UNM's film school, it may be with SFCC, kind of kids coming and going. They call it a front door, but it is definitely cut off. But for a typical office user or somebody with a brand, they definitely oftentimes do want visibility. I think, who was it? John Rizzo just referenced, look at campuses out in California for Google and others. I mean, if you are that company and it's not a technical R&D environment, it is rather porous. They have controlled access. You can't walk through, security in the lobby, but people are coming and going, and there may be a very public piece to it. And so at the end of the day, like on this graphic, Vanillas Hall is C, we've got this promenade down the middle, call it Main Street. It someday could be the quote unquote frontage that makes somebody happy, even though today everybody defines frontage as Cerritos or St. Michael's. So.
Because we haven't discussed
Yeah,
retail as any major part. While there might be some small aspects of maybe restaurants and lunches or a bar, but this is not going to be a retail hub, which I would assume would want the traffic. But this isn't really something that needs a lot of or wants to attract a lot of traffic.
We have to handle it. Is, right now we've got 2 ingress and egress points. Both of them are awkward at best. 3 schools border the site. We could overload the intersections we have very easily with unmanaged, if we don't manage traffic. But our access and visibility statements come from talking with users. Mine come from personal experience trying to market residential properties and master developments. If you don't have it, it will bite you. And so, I think that I just think this is the feedback we're getting from the market. Bill, isn't that what you'd say?
Yeah, I submitted another couple, option 1 and option 2 office plans that contemplated 180,000 feet. And the short story there is, even at a low density, and let's just say it's 100,000 feet, at 3 per thousand, that's 300 people driving in and out every day. And so it's all about ingress and egress, just like we all find our paths of least resistance to wherever we're going. There's some very basic accessibility when we start talking density, be it from a residential standpoint or office. So,
yeah, I think we need to make a clear distinction between access, how you get in and out of the site, how you bring all those people in, where they park, versus who's going to value that 100% corner or that hard corner at St. Mike's, right? And those might be 2 very different things. And as Brad is saying, some of the office users who might be potential users, I mean, Apple has a signature campus, but that's because of the building. It is, believe me, it is not because of the location here in the Bay Area. No one sees that. You don't see it unless you drive to it specifically.
Right.
So, so I think we need to, and I would also hope that the vision of the master plan would really help to create an internal vision that makes that idea of visibility to an arterial less important than it might be for some kind of a standard spec kind of a product. But I would just.
I think that's right. But I also think, early on, landlocked is tougher than frontage.
That is true, but also we have to figure out how to make lemons out of lemonade for this site, because it's not, you know what I mean? Like it. So anyway, but these are all important points. And again, I think, Brad, it's a really great question, actually, and I'm glad he asked it. So yeah, so we actually have about 3 more minutes for this session, and then we'll be on time. Who knew we were even capable of that, but in which case we would break and come back at 1:15. Any closing words? This has been super helpful, so thank you to the KDCC and the team for this walkthrough of your thought process and your proposal. Anybody
Well,
else, Daniel, or? Go ahead.
No, Dina, I was just going to say, I think you want to thank Regina for starting us off the way she did. You know, that really helps you spill it without having to worry about offending anyone. And it's good to hear that a lot of people have seen this and know we're not too far afield. So appreciate that.
Yeah, no, it's great. Yeah, it's super helpful. Great to get your thought process. Anybody else, any closing comments before we go to a break? And we'll just stay on the same Zoom link. And yeah, I think the one sort of specific output that we would like more information on based on this particular session is to go back to getting more of your thought, more detailed thought built into that one spreadsheet about building reuse. And again, we can come back to expectations about what that would look like. Even by Wednesday, we're not asking for it in the next 2 days necessarily.
Okay.
That's
it.
That's a next step. Okay, great. Well, let's so the next item on our agenda will be for the let's see, to start. Yeah, so it's at 12:15 Mountain Time, and this next session will be really for the city to do the same thing, kind of spill their guts, if you will, on building condition, infrastructure status, access and circulation. And then we're going to close with Opticos giving a presentation on some analysis that they've done on the site as well, that starts to pivot us towards the afternoon session. So with that, we'll see everybody back in 15. Thank you.
Thanks everyone. Oh, we're taking a break for 14 minutes. Okay.
Okay. Who's going to lead off for the city? And
Well, Dina, you have land use first on the agenda, and be happy to start us off. I think one of the big questions, maybe we should wait just a second until
I think, is Regina, Regina's here. Yeah, I think what we had is the knowns and unknowns. So building condition, infrastructure, access and circulation, land swap. That's what's on the agenda for right now. So kind of parallel to what we just got.
Well, on that note, let me, I'll be quiet and let Regina take over.
Or whomever. Daniel, are you, let's see. We did not have a detailed conversation about who would be leading this piece from the city, since I assume that you all would get that worked out, but Rich or Regina or Daniel, does one of you, Sam? Okay, I see people are probably, maybe we should wait a couple of more minutes for people to dial back in. So Daniel has written a note about access and connectivity, and wanting Eric to chime in here. There were some changes to the agenda that I think this is the most recent version. This is the agenda version that was posted on the online site. Is there, that I'm looking at, is there some other agenda for this morning? Erin is referencing that.
I just noticed that some staff were referencing a prior version this morning, and then I saw today's version had some changes to this section in terms of order.
Okay, in the link that Daniel had sent or Rich had sent. So Rich or Regina, does one of you want to start us off?
We're starting right now.
That's what it says. 12:15. City team presents knowns and unknowns. That's what's on the agenda. Starting with building condition. I know you're eating your lunch, but
no, that's okay. So I guess I would be. So Sam is going to do substantial information sharing right now because he has experience on the site, and I guess, you know, we don't want to get down into the weeds, because I guess I'll just say from sort of a vision perspective and sort of a next steps of implementation, really, that's sort of where I live. I'm a project manager by DNA, and I'm always thinking about how are we going to get it done. And so along those lines, I've been thinking that as we develop a clear understanding of the phase one sort of uses and development, sort of, you know, the plan, and then sort of a little bit of a fuzzier visibility into what phase two and phase three might look like. And then that gives us some intensity of uses. Then we can, you know, entitlements can start to be secured based on that plan. right? Really clear about phase one, a little bit less clear about phase two, much less clear about phase three probably, but some kind of a master plan that entitlements can be developed. And at the same time, we'll go down a parallel pathway of developing the infrastructure plan. So what is an infrastructure plan that will support phase one while it gives us the capacity for future phases and doesn't restrain us in the future? So that's kind of what I'm envisioning as where we'll go after we come to agreement on sort of this first phase. And so we're not like interested, I don't think it's for us in this group to try to figure out exactly the condition of all the infrastructure. I think that will be, you know, an infrastructure team that'll address that, but to give everybody some sense to the extent that understanding the condition of the infrastructure and the buildings is helpful in designing our phase one and phase two and phase three. That's what I thought, that we would provide some sort of basic understanding of that for people that haven't spent time at the site and haven't had an opportunity to see that. Is that what you think, Dina, that would be helpful here?
I think that would be great. I think that what we're trying to understand, and again, this is was the conversation about the existing buildings, is where are the development sites and where are the potential buildings for even interim reuse in phase one? To what extent does infrastructure create a limitation even in a phase one? And I think access and circulation is huge. We know that, and we understand what the points are, and we're going to talk about access and circulation as one thing. But I guess the question is, is there anything you want to say about the demolition of buildings, or if you have a similar spreadsheet to what James just showed that you could share with the group, that at least we could look at the intersection between the two and at some point, not this minute, go over again what buildings should be slated for immediate demolition, where are the near-term potential development sites, if there are any, how does that then drive some of these other things? And of course, that's circular and iterative. And then, as James said earlier about the infrastructure, it all flows towards Syringo, et cetera, where do we need things to be addressed immediately, particularly on stormwater potentially, and where are things that we have the time to build out a larger plan? What about telecom and data? Is that something that is an immediate constraint for the media companies? Is that in the works? I think just again, some just sort of general high level discussion about the status of these things. I'm not sure.
Dina, Regina, I just spoke with Sam too, so he's gonna also be ready in a little while.
Yeah, we spoke too. So, but I would like to answer some of those questions from a high level perspective. So, you know, I think it's been mentioned a few times that we all understand that there are uses on the site that really find the bubble, we call it, advantageous of only the two access points. And I think that we should really build on that for phase one. I mean, I think certainly we improve the access at Syringo, that goes through city property, that's kind of a gimme. And then we can certainly improve St. Mike's, but I think, you know, but the fact is that in order to get an access onto Cerritos, if we do decide in the long run that's critical, and it sounds like that might be consensus at this point, that'll take us a number of years. I mean, we have tools at our toolbox to pursue that, but it's certainly a long, you know, sort of at least midterm, if you call like 5 to 10 years midterm goal. So circulation, I think we should work with sort of, and it'd be great if Eric would get a chance to speak to that actually during this phase. He has really actually thought deeply about access and egress to the site and multimodal transportation. Stormwater, of course, is, you know, infrastructure definitely needs to be assessed and developed. We would certainly lean towards the greatest extent possible usage of low impact design, which is the utilization, the capture of stormwater on site for infiltration and supporting of landscaping. We have great minds at the table. I think we should probably plan on winning a national award on low impact design to manage stormwater at the site, but it is not to be dismissed or underrated, this is the site of the ground zero of our flood a few years ago. It was right at that intersection. So it's, you know, while we have to be diligent in our engineering of stormwater on the site, but we also will certainly lean on low impact design heavily. And that is actually codified in the city's infrastructure plans. Our stormwater management plan was adopted just a year and a half ago. And it definitely accentuates low impact design. And in fact, we partnered with EPA to develop a big chunk of that stormwater master plan and to incorporate a low impact design manual as our primary first approach to stormwater going forward. So the city has embraced that thoroughly, and we'll certainly need to build on that. Telecom and data, I'll let Sam share with us what he knows. I mean, I know that I've been on that site operating a facility with full Wi-Fi across numerous buildings, but I'm sure we want a bigger pipe. Actually, the city has been carrying a capital project for some time to link Midtown to fiber optic with a bigger bandwidth. And it's not a huge piece. It's not a $20 million piece. We don't have actually that far to go, is my understanding. So that's a piece, but I think that's achievable rapidly. And then the buildings. So as we take a look at the buildings for, you know, interim uses, which has its own challenges, which we can share with you, because, you know, the city has been trying to manage interim uses at the site because there are buildings that can be used. As you might know, the Midtown Emergency Shelter is there. It housed up to 60 people that were impacted by COVID, either who didn't have proper housing or who didn't have an ability to isolate. So that's been operating in a couple of dorm buildings. You know, we have the Santa Fe Recovery Center is operating at the site. They're using a couple of big dorm buildings as well as some apartment buildings. We've got film happening. We've got some, you know, Sam could give you a more thorough list, but the challenges, and I think we've been pretty close to successfully managing it, is interim use. So if an organization moves into your building and makes some investments to make it work for them, especially for nonprofits, who are a lot of the people that we're helping, it's a long pull for them to leverage resources in planning and execution of an exit strategy for themselves. And so what you end up with is the risk of, you know, real public sentiment and people getting really disappointed by the fact that they can't stay forever in these buildings. And so that has to be managed. We've been really diligent about that. I think largely successful, but not without conflict and blowback. Actually, when we try to, you know, a lease ends on a certain day and we say, well, you know what, we actually really do need you to leave, and the tenants are not willing in some cases. So that's something to be really careful of. Not to mention, of course, we understand now that interim use of facilities actually gets wrapped up with the zoning. So because it's government owned right now, we can do certain things on the site, is my understanding, and I'm in no way the entitlements, and it might be actually a good idea for Eli to speak to this a little bit, because we've thought a lot about sort of this transition of having interim uses at the site while we move forward with the entitlements, and who's the owner of the land and who's operating on it and what zoning is required. That's kind of complex, and we'll have to deal with that as we consider interim uses. So that's the interim uses. So let's put a stake in the ground. We need Eli to speak about interim uses. We need Eric to speak about access and multimodal transit and accessibility. Sam's going to talk to us a little bit about the summary of the infrastructure. And then he's also going to talk to us about what we see as the condition of the buildings, because of course, since the city has been operating the campus really sort of diligently for the last few years now, really thoughtfully, you know, we looked at the possibility of demolishing some buildings that obviously weren't going to be able to be reused. And then we said, well, demolishing buildings isn't without its own costs. So we asked ourselves, well, what does like a sort of a permanent mothball look like? And what does that do for us? And then what does a sort of a semi-mothball do for us? So we've actually went through every building and we made determinations about what was the best approach at the time with the resources in hand, because everything takes capital and you really want to put your capital right where it's going to leverage the most for you on a project like this. So as we look at demolition, of course, we'll want to look at, so what might our new spine infrastructure not be able to serve anymore? Well, that might be a reason you want to demolish. Or what, you know, where is our next development, first development happening? That's the reason to demolish. Where is there nuisance or risk, which I think we've assessed actually, that was a big one for the city, of course, you know, is the nuisance and the risk aspect. You guys should all know, and maybe you don't, we of course had some really big challenges at the campus at first with respect to nuisance and risk on the buildings because they were all being broken into. And fires started inside by homeless and drug use and theft. And that is actually stabilized. And we have some, of course, with 500,000 square feet of building and 64 acres of land, there is still some, you know, some damage that occurs, but not, we mostly, Sam really worked on this, focused on it, and with our partners Allied Security and with the presence of the interim uses on the site, we've really got control of that. So as you think about nuisance and risk, we think we've got control over the illegal access, but of course there's other, and we've also finally gotten control of like freezing pipes. So that's where we went with the sort of set pseudo mothballed and completely mothballed. So in some cases, you've got a building that's got a sprinkler system that for our insurance purposes, it's really better if that stays on. Well, then that means the heat has to stay on. So we've actually gone through that analysis on a building by building basis to decide what systems we keep operating and then what buildings can be completely mothballed. And then, you know, and we'll just maintain that sort of minimal investment level, which is what we've been working on doing to keep our assets from declining rapidly and to just stabilize until we can make really good decisions about where to place our capital in demolition or renovation according to our development plans. So that's kind of an overview.
Good, thank you, Regina. So you said that Sam, Eli, and Eric are going to speak. Is that correct? Is that the right order?
I think that's right because Eli and Eric didn't know. I know Eric's ready and I know Sam's ready, and Eli, maybe we could give him a chance to get ready.
Okay, so we'll have.
Dina, also I'm gonna, I wanted to add that
Rich,
to speak to the land swap.
Say you will.
Andrea will.
Oh, Andrea will speak to the land. Okay. Okay, great. Okay. Great. Okay, well, Sam, you want to get us started? Whoop, you're on mute, Sam. Or something. We can't hear you. Still can't hear you.
Maybe we should go to Eric. And Sam can
okay. Eric, there you are.
Sure, I'd be happy to jump in. Again, Eric Ani with the Santa Fe MPO, and I appreciate the opportunity the city has asked me to speak on behalf of the city as it relates to these issues. So there's a few points I'm going to talk about really briefly. One is data and data collection in terms of accessibility and mobility. Number two is wayfinding. And number three is how we might use our travel demand modeling for the benefit of this project. So number one, thinking about data in a temporal form, the existing data that we think and look through the lens of transportation, specifically access and mobility, is what do we know what's on the ground today? And it can be identified in our travel demand model. It can be identified with existing uses and existing data. But then to think about as investment and development occurs with an eye on investing in data collection tools. And the reason that I'm looking through this lens is it's relatively unconventional for a development to invest in these tools at the front. What we tend to do in a public realm is build out a network and then figure out a way to collect data, whether it's traffic, pedestrian, bicycles, you name it. And we're always playing catch up. So for a project like this, I think it would be a thoughtful consideration that this group think about the data collection that could then reinforce the investments and reinforce mobility options for all users. As a zone community, another reason I'd like you to think about this is zone communities, as we see them today, tend to be segregated. Congestion is a relative element of a segregated zoning community. In this option, I hope that we will look through the urban lens of an integrated community. And by that rationale, the investment in data collection will also help reinforce the infrastructure that will be needed in the future, not just for traffic, but for everyone. Number two, oftentimes we don't think about wayfinding as an initial investment in building our roadway network. Again, sometimes we build a roadway or build a subdivision or pick your neighborhood, and then we play catch up by saying, well, we should have some wayfinding here so people can actually get around. And I think there's some excellent evidence as it relates to those special projects that Daniel showed to you, that when investment in wayfinding from the beginning, in other words, the level of comfort for which an individual on any mode, whether it's an automobile, a bus, feels comfortable moving through that space without a lot of confusion. And I think Santa Fe downtown has got a great reputation for a bit of confusion around that. Another thing I'd like you to think about as to that point, I think the mobile phone apps that we see that get us around anywhere, that you ask Siri how to get from point A to point B, oftentimes takes over the real need for thoughtful wayfinding. Okay, that's my point on that one. And then lastly, I want to talk about what I submitted as a suggestion during one of our subcommittee meetings. I did the follow-up as it relates to the MPO's travel demand model. And the conversation started out with this. Typically for any rezoning, which this sounds like this would be moving for a rezoning, a traffic impact analysis would be required. That would then inform the improvements, the intensity, X, Y, and Z. And typically what I submitted to the city at the time was that our travel demand model and often travel impact assessments as it relates to development we see today are often biased in terms of their assumptions towards suburbia. And there's a good reason for that, because most of what we see built in the now environment is for suburbia. So my fear and concern would be is that if we used our traditional models today for traffic impact analysis, we would then almost have to overbuild this by that rationale. So thinking about the assumptions, then saying, okay, what could we do? So we had a really good conversation with our travel demand modeler, who's been with us and the city for over 30 years, Mr. Bob Schull, about what could this look like from a different scenario and using different assumptions. So what those assumptions sound like and look like is that we came up with a scenario planning using the travel demand model that may help this process, that may be used as a tool in lieu of your traffic impact analysis. So what does that look like? You could look at it in terms of a scenario, like coming up with 3 certain scenarios. One could be temporal, which would be a phase 1 in 5 years, 10 years, and 15. So 3 scenarios in a temporal fashion. Or you could look at it as 3 scenarios in multiple levels of density and mix and match in terms of the actual building and the uses. Or you could combine those therein. So by changing the assumptions, and again, our travel demand model largely just looks at the traffic. We would build in and ask our modeler to build in pedestrian movements, bicycle movements, and absolute essential is the transit access. But moreover, parking in terms of, and I cannot underscore the relationship of how a community, a neighborhood's impacted by the management thought of parking, where cars go, how do they move, what is the market that they particular, whether it's free parking, which I don't subscribe to, or whether it's a managed parking. So all of these new assumptions would go into these scenarios and help inform both maybe the developer and the city of what the impacts could be over time. So those are some of the three major things that I had been considering. I'd be happy to talk to anything else if anybody has any questions. Thank you.
Eric, do you have any specific things that you might want to say about these access point, particularly the efficacy or not of the access to Cerrillos, and what that might do to travel demand and travel movement in the broader area, given the issue of curb cuts, the shopping center, etc.?
Sure.
Or is this premature?
No, we've thought about this in terms of earlier discussions as well, and including staff looking at it. And so, I saw the primary spine, as it's been called, is that connection to Cerrillos. And I heard loud and clear this morning that might add value. It should and probably would add value to the bottom line from a commercial real estate perspective. I don't disagree with that. I would ask that, and I think we had a good subcommittee discussion about this, that the sacrificing buying out the grocery store seems to be a lose-lose for both this community, and I'm also a stakeholder because I live in the neighborhood. That's the grocery store I walk to, and why you would want to potentially buy that out and eliminate a walking destination might be something to consider. Moreover, for the strategic advantage of automobile and vehicle access to Cerrillos. With that said, our thought is in terms of thinking about access as it's been laid out in layers. And you start with building out a pedestrian network access, which is not that difficult to do, followed by the bicycles, followed by transit. And then you overlay those thoughts in terms of a mapping exercise within the automobile. And again, that starts to reverse the thinking about how one models a particular, how one measures access and mobility. And so when looking at initially the spine and the network with the multiple connections, it makes sense to have more connections for what I would call the breathability and accessibility of a community. Now, hopefully what we wouldn't want to do is just overbuild roads and overbuild intersections to accommodate only the vehicles. Now, no one's really said that, but it's really hard to do when it comes down to putting your money where your mouth is. So that's why starting with a thinking process about where the movements of the peds are, where the movements of the bicycle are, really starts to infuse a new ethic in terms of an approach to how we typically do business around here. So hopefully that's helpful. I think in the end, if there's a compromise to getting to Cerrillos that doesn't eliminate the grocery store, that would be great. Alternatively, I think if also focusing on the alternatives for accessibility to Cerrillos and making it really easy to walk to and really easy to bike to and get to that transit would have value. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
It's Andrew here. If I could just make one comment, I think what you say is exactly right, Eric, and sort of promoting the walkability and making sure that retailers locally serving is really super important. But at the same time, I wonder what the lifespan of that actual retail might be, and thinking, well, maybe 20 years down the track, that we shouldn't be precluding those connections because I think they're valuable and important. So that's the only offering. And I think, it would be silly to think that, that's the only solution to connecting and it needs to happen tomorrow. So that's just a stepping back and looking big picture view.
And I appreciate that comment as I was thinking about that too. And if you just look to the east a little in terms of what was really hopping in the 1960s, whether it was the Kmart and so forth, and how that's changed over time or just gone away. So
good. Okay. Thank you. Should we go next to Sam? Are you ready? Is Sam ready? Yeah, Regina.
Could I have a little point of order? I feel like this is really important conversation, and I was wondering if we could check and see if James and Philip are back from lunch and with us.
I see Philip. Philip, are you here? Yeah, there's James, there's Bill.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. There's Philip. So yes, so yeah. And the access and connectivity is a topic that we're going to keep coming back to. I think it'll be one of the key points of discussion this afternoon for sure. So yeah, good. Okay, thanks, Eric. I think we're just going to try to move through these topics. So Sam, are you ready? You think we can hear you now?
Can you hear
There
me?
you are. Yes, we can.
Great.
I can.
Perfect. Thanks. So to begin with, I think to a degree, the KDC Sienda team, did a good job of kind of introducing everybody to conditions on the ground at Midtown. I think it's important to understand that when the city took over the campus, our efforts for maintaining it were really, the challenges that we had were maintaining the campus for an uncertain future with limited funds. So we never intended to, maintain the buildings or grounds in any pristine condition for those reasons. So we've kind of been addressing challenges as they arise on campus, really to the best of our ability, kind of with that in mind. Let's see here. We have, as Regina mentioned, we kind of have a couple different statuses of buildings on the campus. We have buildings that have been kept fully operational and functional because they're currently being used. We currently have several tenants on site. We have Santa Fe Recovery Center in 2 of the apartment buildings, apartments C and D, and also in King Hall. Garson Studios, as everybody knows, and the film school have been leased out via Garson Studios or Claudio Rubin. So that building has been well maintained. Driscoll Fitness was used both by the city and by private entities. Alumni Hall until recently had a tenant. We have, as Regina mentioned, the shelters operating in St. Michael's Hall and apartments A and B. So there is these buildings have all been maintained, obviously, because we have tenants in it. We also have a situation where our insurance requires us to maintain any functional fire suppression systems. So we have a host of buildings that we maintain to a lesser degree in order to keep utilities on. So to, obviously all of the dorms and several of the other buildings, we maintain heat, electric, and water service for that purpose to meet the demands of our insurer. And then finally, we have a series of buildings that we have mostly decommissioned. Our decommissioned buildings generally still have electricity, and these buildings include like Onyate Hall, the Visual Arts Center, for reasons we can get into here in a little bit. Kennedy Hall actually has been decommissioned, the Health Center, and a few others. So we're kind of holding 3 different building statuses at any given time. Let's see. I think KDC, the team Midtown really has done I think our vision or our understanding of what, the most valuable properties are at Midtown are really in line with what Team Midtown is talking about keeping into the future. Really the most precious assets there, Garson Theater, the Visual Arts Center, the Fogelson Library Complex, Garson Studios, and Benildas Hall. I think we have always really identified those buildings as our most valuable assets and really, the most important to the city. We have a host of on the opposite side of that, there are a few buildings that are clearly slated for demolition. Luke Hall is an old science building. When we inherited the campus, the building was already in pretty dire shape. The roof had failed. There was a lot of vandalism and destruction inside of the building. So totally always anticipated a demolition or complete rehab of the building, leaning towards demolition. And then in addition to that, the two others we really considered prime targets for demo were the remaining 3 World War barracks located next to the Santa Fe Art Institute, and then Oñate Hall adjacent to Driscoll and Garson Studios. All of the other buildings, not at the moment, thanks, Drew. All of the other buildings that kind of existed in between these two extremes, we didn't have a clear understanding of where we were headed. So we never identified them as prime targets for demolition or reuse. Their future was pretty uncertain. Over the few years I've been involved at Midtown, as an example, there have been conversations about how could the dorms be reused. There's an understanding that as habitable spaces, maybe they're no longer suitable for that purpose. But in conjunction with the film industry, who uses a lot of the buildings on campus in various capacities, we've discussed the potential of them being used as office buildings or as temporary dormitory residence for people in the production industry. So we have had in the back of our mind the ability to use those buildings in some capacity. And I think as demonstrated by our ability to get St. Michael's Hall up and running and having it occupied for the last 6 or 7 months, that there is a viable short-term future for buildings like that. And they are not necessarily an immediate obstacle to moving forward on the campus. I think there is still kind of remnants of use available to us. I'm trying to think, certain short-term viability. Then kind of moving on from there to a quick summary of the utilities. The utility situation on the campus is pretty straightforward. I think, always at the top of my list, the utility that requires, was there a question? Oh, sorry. The utility that requires the most attention and maintenance would be the, there we go. Yeah, I'll get back to that in a second, Daniel. Sorry, I got easily sidetracked. So the gas utility, the gas infrastructure on the campus is our most tenuous utility as a, oh, thank you, Regina. Let's see, what is that? Yeah, so the gas system on the campus is a master metered gas system. It's incredibly antiquated. It's incredibly old. It's fairly difficult to maintain. There's a lot of regulations and maintenance that are required with running a system like that. And so clearly moving forward with the redevelopment of the campus, the gas system is something that will almost certainly be replaced through this process. The other utilities, the sanitary sewer on the campus clearly has issues and will either require some sort of upgrade or replacement with the redevelopment. The electric grid on the campus, in some of the electric grid had a major overhaul. I believe it was in early 2018. All the switches were replaced. It's actually a pretty functional and stable system. I could understand where if you're developing a whole campus, the preference to each building being independently connected to the grid and metered independently might be something that people would favor over a site-specific grid like exists now. But the one that's there is definitely stable and usable and is not in no way, in our understanding of it, prevents development on the site. In terms of data, we currently have a 1 gig connection to the campus and a fairly robust network, campus-wide network that functions really well. We have several buildings up and running and connected to that grid right now without too many issues. As was mentioned earlier, there is no real stormwater infrastructure on the campus, which is somewhat problematic, but I think through the process of redevelopment, it's an opportunity to explore sustainable means of managing stormwater, whether it be passive or active. Sure. Brian, actually, I would defer to either Shannon Jones or I think Brian Snyder was on the line as well to talk about potable water and the future of Santa Fe. But so that, generally speaking, the only real infrastructure issue that exists is the gas system. In the short term, it's totally manageable. It's just not, it is not an ideal system, going into the future. And so that's kind of a basic rundown on the condition of the buildings and infrastructure, and I'm happy to answer specific questions.
Sam, I wanted to go back for one question on the buildings. Do you have a spreadsheet that's similar to the one that James showed? That you, again, you don't need to show that right now, but I think if there's an opportunity to share the city's thought process and the status of the buildings and kind of overlay that against.
Absolutely, and I do. There is we have like an internal document. We could look at that briefly if. Drew, could you put that up for me quickly? We have, so I maintain just a general document that talks about, that identifies each of the buildings. It talks about whether it's functioning, if it's occupied, if it has any major, if it has anything major or minor pending, and then kind of a quick summary of what that is. And this is just a way to communicate with the various directors throughout the city what's happening on campus. If you scroll through the pages of this document, I've also highlighted in green buildings that we know clearly will be kept, and then in red buildings that we are clear would be demoed sometime in the future. Those without any color code are buildings whose future would be, in our mind, is somewhat uncertain at the moment. And so this was really, an internal document for just sharing information amongst the various groups working in or around Midtown, and kind of how we store that information.
Great. And do you have, could you augment this to include which of these buildings have a short-term tenant in them?
Yeah, and actually they all do. Sorry, it may not be the easiest system. I can change the format. I was actually thinking that the document shared by Team Midtown earlier today, I think it would be nice if I aligned our two documents so they're similar or even mergeable. And so I'll start working on that. But yeah, this kind of rough document does talk about what's occupied and what is not.
Okay, great. Thank you. Again, I don't want to dwell on the specifics of individual buildings, but having this information, looking at it in an integrated way with the spreadsheet that James showed earlier would help think about phasing to some extent, and some of the, again, early pre-development costs, including demolition. Yeah, so as Daniel is asking, is it possible to create a joint development? So that's something we could maybe look at as a next step coming out of this charrette. Yeah, with the notes. Again, James's notes around sort of the cost, the use, et cetera, and then your information, Sam, around condition status with regard to what's in that mothball phase and has had everything turned off, and then where they're short-term tenants. So that would all be super helpful to look at.
Can I add something?
Absolutely.
This is Sean. Can I add something?
Yes, please do.
Everyone.
Hi.
Rudy, again, with the city, and I'm sitting with Regina. One thing, Sam, thank you for that. It was brilliant. I just wanted to add, because it needs a placeholder, is the property has some environmental issues that are known, and adjacent property has environmental issues that are known, which is to say, from beginning to end, we also have to update a phase one environmental, which included the original parcel, accumulated parcel, all the tracks, which is a convenience for all the future dispositions. We've learned that there is a plume coming from an adjacent property, which should be integrated. And this will also speak to the demo plan. So there's a convenience to getting the phase one redone early and move into a monitoring plan that is adaptable. James, I'm sure you have that in mind, but I wanted to put that placeholder in.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. Sam, one thing I did want to add to the environmental consultants that we've been working with have suggested that given the age of the buildings, that the appropriate protocol for demo is to do sort of a surgical removal of contaminants and then come back and demo the building. We used really, really rough numbers on that. Just sort of talking with somebody that I've known for a long time says you should be able to do it for this, but that's another thing we probably, if we're talking environmental, I just think, we probably, and some are worse than others.
Right.
Kind of think about that surgical removal as one of the steps that's probably going to be prudent.
Right. We do have a separate census survey that would inform that. It's a bit outdated from 2009, but it's still a baseline. But you just clicked my memory. The reason to bring this in time also, Sam, is there's a long process for bringing this into brownfield status, and it's really, really valuable to any future development of any sort to have this. You all know that, yeah. So so for the whole team, getting the state to recognize a remediation and monitoring plan is the condition for the city offloading the liability for future environmental issues. It's not available to any private developers, only available to a public owner.
It could potentially unlock some funding streams. Over the years we've been fairly successful getting credits and other funding streams made available to clean it up. So
yeah, we had we briefly discussed the possibility of addressing the environmental contamination adjacent to Garson Studios, and didn't have the capacity at that time to address it. And then when the state was demolishing the barracks, we were introduced to the process of that surgical removal, and are prepared for that here in the future.
Yeah, and really the process I'm describing, really its end product, probably remediation will be marginal, aside from the asbestos containing materials in the buildings. But it's the covenant not to sue, the offloading the liability that's the deliverable on this. And then there'll be I'm going to guess a couple of monitoring wells, but this is not a multi-million-dollar remediation.
That is very helpful too, because it helps us think about some next steps for phasing also, right? To think about remediation, getting the liability gotten, extinguished basically, and then being able to hand that site over. So that's a very important next step, right? Sam, I wonder also if when you put together your kind of inventory of buildings and you think about how they intersect with KDCs, that those buildings that would require the surgical removal of asbestos and other hazardous materials could also be noted, because that's something, again, that could be bundled potentially in a separate package.
Absolutely.
James or anybody else, do you have any questions so far about buildings or infrastructure? Regina, there, you look like you have more you want to add.
Well, we did want to let Eli talk a little bit, if we're ready, when you're ready, about internal use, I think, too.
Yeah. I want to just put a bow on the buildings and infrastructure, and then we'll get to Eli and then to Andrea to talk about the.
Dina, this is Sarah. I have a quick question.
Yes.
Just how long does it take to get the state acknowledgement typically? When you have all your act, when your act is together, what is that? What are we talking about in terms of time frame? Does anybody know?
This is Sean. James probably more familiar, but I've been coached from Department of Environment that approximately a 24-month cycle from updating our phase 1 analysis to developing remediation monitoring plans, getting them accepted, and them issuing the covenant not to sue. The rail yard, by example, in this community, the rail yard got a covenant not to sue for its development, and that was a multi-year process. And I think I would say 24 months is safe.
Thank you.
Great. That's great. Okay. Let's see. Bill, did you have a question? It looked like you might be. No? Okay.
I guess just acknowledging we'll kind of know Sam well, and we'll coordinate that joint document that we and he were discussing. So.
Great. Yeah, I think that early term kind of environmental flag and how to move forward with that particular piece will be an important sort of phasing issue and step coming out of this discussion. Okay, Eli, you want to go next?
Sure. Thanks, Dina. In terms of temporary use, we have several uses on the site, and in conversations with Mark and James earlier this summer, we discussed allowing existing uses on the site to continue. However, if that use is not allowed by the existing underlying zoning for the R5, which the Midtown campus is currently zoned, we would not allow any additional intensification of that use. So for instance, I think at that time we were talking specifically around operations at Garson Studios. We would continue to allow, that film and studio use to continue down there. But as soon as we start talking about increasing building footprints or adding additional studio space, whatever it might be, I think there we come up into issues with the underlying zoning and what's allowed in the R5. We do have a 90-day temporary use provision in our land use code. We don't have a sort of a pop-up ordinance per se, anything that would allow that type of activity to happen in any of the existing facilities, but we do have a provision to allow temporary uses to persist for up to 90 days. I'm trying to think if there's anything else about temporary uses. Again, with the, the institutional operator of the site not being there for over 365 days, it gets challenging to find ways to allow uses incidental to the institutional use, whether it be education or film school or whatever it might be. That becomes challenging, but I think what we've said the entire time is we would be happy to evaluate requests for temporary use on a case-by-case basis and find opportunities to put people and uses in our existing facilities to start generating some cash flow on the site.
Great. Thanks, Eli. I think there is some question going in terms of thinking about maybe even a phase 0.5 instead of just a phase 1, but a 0.5 would be what uses are generating temporary revenues? What does that revenue stream look like? How's that working for the city? You know, I don't think it's a lot of money, but and is there some way that the KDC team would want to kind of up the game on that? And if so, where that intersection would sit? And again, James, you kind of alluded to this, that you had thought about it, but if there's more thinking we should be doing about that in the very short term, other than the film, other than Garson Studio, which we know about, but it's really, and Benvenuto Hall, but it's really some of these other kind of, we'll refer to them as the white buildings now, the things that are neither green nor red on Sam's table, but the things that are white that sort of sit somewhere in between. So Philip, did you want to chime in here?
Well, I think the only thing I would add is really 2 points. One, we've worked really closely with Sam, and he has done an amazing job in an impossible situation. So I just need to, shout out to Sam. I got to be honest, somebody turned over a vacant campus to him, gave him no budget, and said, do the best you can. And he's done the best he can. So just want to shout out to Sam. He's been a great collaborator with us the whole time. Second, it's one thing for us to be talking about current inventory of status of infrastructure. And we'd like to move as part of that process is what we believe we need infrastructure to be going forward to redevelop, especially focusing on fiber and connectivity and power. And it's not just power, it's redundant power and cost of power, as Bill will tell you. And I think the rest of our team will tell you, if we're going to track these creative technology companies, these are critical needs and maybe more critical than what they pay in rent. So that's a very important factor. And we just want to make sure we get that plugged in to the conversation, not just where we are, but where we need to be to.
Okay. So fiber, can you just say a little bit more about that? Is that a full going to full T1 cable, or I'm not a fiber expert, so I don't know where the gap is between what you think you need and what Sam says is already there, which is not just about Wi-Fi, but it's really being able to shoot a huge amount of data through the pipes.
Right. I think John Rizzo can help us spec that out, but it's not just the size of the pipes, it's the redundancy and the reliability of it. So,
but that's on the fiber, not just the power, but on the fiber. Is that also a redundancy issue?
We think yes.
Or is that power?
I think you need to think of both as cost and redundancy for both fiber and power being very critical for everything we're trying to bring to that campus. And John,
John's shaking his hands.
Yeah, so just a quick comment. So I'm not a fiber expert either, but I can suggest the process. So I think we need to skate to the puck, which means that we need to think about what the fiber infrastructure is going to be when this campus is fully active several years from now. So what's available now is not state of the art and moves so quickly that if we put in what's available now, we'll be out of date by the time sticks are in the air. So that'd be one comment. Secondly, I think we can model what the users need, because if you think about a studio and post-production, they're going to be moving enormous amounts of data in and out of very high intensive compute servers. And so you can think about, how much data is needed there. And then finally, I think it was pointed out a little bit earlier, Alexander may have said this, when you think about a post-COVID world and people working from home and people maybe working, office a few days a week, the requirements for video conferencing at each node is going to go way up from a data perspective. So you need to model that also. And then finally, I would say that if we truly want to make this a village, you need to blanket the whole thing in very high speed, high bandwidth Wi-Fi and probably 5G, because in certain cities in California, Mountain View, for example, which is where Google is, you've been able to get super high bandwidth Wi-Fi for probably a decade now. Google put it in across the entire city, just as a part of their contribution to the city. So again, we need to think about this sort of more holistically than, is there a plug in a building in an office that I can plug my Ethernet cable into? So that's how I think about the process.
Yeah,
So
and John, if I could add, oh, sorry, Andrew, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, just we've been doing a little bit of research on this lately, and it seems, and you're exactly right, the technology is changing so very quickly. What we have discerned, though, is that a 4-inch conduit sort of network within the system can offer the ability to be able to plug and play. There is new blown fiber technology that allows the very effective insertion of new systems. There are edge data centers that can be conveyed in shipping containers, and they can be added to or subtracted from modularly. And that gives you a very sort of effective and nimble way to update. And then finally, smart pole technology can do exactly what you are talking about in terms of 5G conveyance and other things. And so I think that technology is out there. What we need to figure out is, who are the vendor partners and how can we bring them into play very tactically, right, bit by bit. Right. Absolutely right. But it's not inexpensive, I think. This is not sort of an industrial site or a restaurant site where you don't really care about any of the stuff. And then, the other sort of wild card is how much EV support you want to have for charging in the area. So you think about 220, 200 amp, super high intensity EV chargers. That's going to put more pressure on the infrastructure if you want to promote a clean, sustainable environment, which I think you do.
So Dina, this has prompted a question I had for Eric. It's all kind of, he was talking about the monitoring systems that might be used to deal with accessibility over time. And it's really, I think we're all kind of heading down towards this smart cities kind of technology, whether it's fiber, whether it's pole, whether it's 5G, whether it's the monitoring for mobility. I think that's one of those, if you want to attract the kind of companies that we would want, that needs to be on the table. Something as simple as, if you want to manage the price of your parking, get the right thing up on top of that smart pole, you can do it.
So let me just add one more comment and we can move on. If we're successful as a partnership, we're going to create more intensity on the Midtown site. That by necessary will be a burden to the surrounding community. We need to always be looking where the new Midtown actually supports the surrounding community, and the fiber connectivity and the communication upgrade is going to be really important. It's not going to cost us a lot more to take that network, especially the wireless network, into the community and into the schools adjacent to it. So when we think about building this infrastructure, I think it's important, especially on fiber communication, to make sure we're thinking about that for the surrounding neighborhoods and not just Midtown itself.
And Philip, I want to just add to that, to everyone in the room here, that the city is committed from an economic development standpoint. We're committed to be your partner to get that happen. We're trying to figure out how to build an architecture for the whole city, but Midtown is probably our first one. And I think John had mentioned something about how the future of internet is changing, especially if we build out our film production and they need that back office editing, post-production work. So you can be assured that we are ready to come to the table as a partner, whether it's bonds, cash, op zone funds, et cetera, to make this happen, because we know that's a key element of the infrastructure to be successful.
I think as we start talking again about the financial modeling and the cost, we're going to have to look at system by system where the opportunities are for this kind of partnership. And Andrew also made an alluded to vendors. So there are a lot of potential partners in all of this that we need to start to think about, as opposed to thinking about the city council as being the one who's writing the checks necessarily. So
we actually know quite a bit about the digital infrastructure, and so I wanted to let Sean give you a chance to understand what we know about it. It's actually it's redundant and it has a wide
Very quickly, yeah. That campus is wired very well by 2+ providers already, and that's to say multiple gigabit 2 buildings, pre-wired and modern. Talking about the wireless connectivities, it's viable as a place in city would be, and our IT department has assessed that. reality for all the wireless connections too. But in terms of getting what Rich had alluded to, which is point-to-point connections to other film industry businesses, for example, that would be, to make it economically viable, would probably involve a city off-site construction, which is about 400,000. So we have looked at that very well. The on-campus is extremely well wired. The connectivity, the outside world is excellent, and the opportunity for the city to extend its own off-site infrastructure is a prospect that's quite priceable.
Okay, we are. I think we have the idea. Andrea, you're going to talk about the land swap, and then I think that we are supposed to be breaking very shortly, but we have not gotten the walkthrough from Opticos that I think is going to be really important for everybody to hear. So I'm hoping that people can sort of stick around for another maybe half hour. I think, Andrea, your comments are probably fairly quick, right?
Oh,
yeah, except we can't hear you. Yeah. We can't hear you, Andrea.
Still can't hear you. No.
Sam, do you have any tips?
Log back in, or yeah, I assume she'll log right back in.
Well, while she's logging back in, I can do a brief update, but I'd much rather hear it from Andrea. We are pursuing a land swap plan with the State General Services Division and the Cabinet Secretary. And currently we are looking at, I think there were 8 parcels matched together, but based upon their current need and their feedback, there is a parcel O, which is just in the campus, and I saw it on the drawings that the Team Midtown had. So parcel O, and then there's parcel B that we are putting together to take like a first phase land swap.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
There you go, Andrea, you're here.
Okay.
Yes.
Go, take it from there.
I had a bit of a connectivity issue. Okay, so with regard to the land swap, I just want to do a quick update on where we're at. The first thing I wanted to show you is kind of what this looks like. So this is the current plat of the College of Santa Fe. The city does not own tracts O, A, B, C, D, or this little slip of tract here, tract 3. So those are the main pieces of property that we have been attempting to negotiate with the state. And what we'd like to explain to you is kind of why this is taking a little time and where we're at right now. What we found out is that off of Siringo Road, there's a state-controlled property that abuts tract 3 that is utilized for their storage of facilities. Storage of vehicles. And they have started expanding into tract D's little storage facility here and have been parking a lot of the vehicles and plan to expand on tract D's and tract A. The reason this is important is because they already have infrastructure in terms of a building and lots. And they explained to us that the only way that they possibly could decide to move is if we help to find them another location for this facility. That impacts us because the idea is that we want our campus to be more connective. And so the proposal that we had originally made was for all of those tracks. Recently, we thought, let's start with a phase 1 proposal. So land swap going in 2 phases. The first phase here in 2021 for the legislative session, and the next phase to follow after we can negotiate and deal with the state's issues. So what we have proposed so far in this land swap is to swap our facility. Let me bring this up. To swap our impound lot facility, which is here on the right-hand side, with tract O, which is in the middle of our campus, and tract B. So that would be our first phase. This Tract O is very important because, as we had discussed with them, the optimal way to move forward is to connect our park, the Franklin Miles Park, and our parking lot through this entire facility. So Tract O lies at the back here, and the federal government owns part of this tract, and then the state owns this little slip of land. So we've been trying to move forward by explaining what our vision of the campus is, the connectivity elements, and trying to foster moving forward with this. So that is where we're at currently. If you have any questions, Rich, Sam, and I have been working on this. And I think that's it in terms of where we're at. Right now, we are trying to figure out if the Department of Finance will accept our current appraisal. We had our buildings appraised at the beginning of this year in January. It has come to our attention that potentially Tax and Rev needs a new appraisal every year, which is a little bit difficult. So Ana Silva, who we've been working with at the state, she is checking with Department of Finance and Tax and Rev to see if they will accept our current appraisal and we can move forward with phase one. If not, we will probably know by Friday. That is when I've proposed that we have a meeting internally with them.
I also want to add that this land swap will sort of engage the city to pay about $450,000 to have the swap happen versus the original plan, which was a revenue windfall for the city. So this plan one stipulates that the city has to remit to the state about $450,000 in order for this swap to work. So we're working through all the smaller details. And I want to say thank you to Andrea for putting all that up there, but we're just waiting to hear about the appraisal and are trying to work through the timeline to get it to the New Mexico legislature, which starts next January.
Great. Questions about that? In other words, it's kind of a sticky wicket.
Yeah, it's 2020.
Right. Right.
Dina, can I ask a quick question of Andrea? Would you be able to share that little document with the group that shows the strategy for swapping the parcels?
Yes.
Great.
So I'm not sure who to direct this to, but Rich, in looking at the appraisal, I think they may have overshot the value of Tract O. If you read through it, it says the highest and best use is multifamily, and that's allowed by the R5 zoning. Eli might have a different opinion about that, and I think that might be a way to carve down some of the cash requirement. If you get a good today value on Tract O, it might help you with that math.
That sounds like a new appraisal.
Andrea, I'd like to add too that for our transaction with the state, they will require a recent phase one environmental assessment as well. So for the whole team, we need to move forward with phase one update.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Andrea, you will share that document. And yeah, so I think the big takeaways from this session, which has been super helpful, is Sam, you're going to work to coordinate with James to create a single spreadsheet on the status of existing buildings. We have a good sense of what the infrastructure requirements will be going forward to continue to work towards building the greatest value. We know that the land swap is moving forward, but it's tricky. There are also some environmental issues that we can move forward with, right? Move forward with phase one, but also look at getting this brownfield status in order to extinguish some of the liability. So there are a lot of next step kinds of issues that do come out of this session, which is very, very helpful.
Can I ask a quick question? Is there a legislative sponsor identified?
Yes.
Okay, great.
We have sponsors and we have commitment from people wanting to move it forward. One of the prevented us from moving it forward is the internal department of GSD. And so that is why we are negotiating with them internally, because we can't move anything forward unless they agree with the plan and the deal.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, again, we are actually 1 minute over what our session was supposed to, when our session was supposed to stop. But if you can bear with us, Stefan and Drew, do you guys want to go through your analysis? This will
Thanks,
help
Dina.
set us up for the conversation this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm going to share my screen here, and I'm going to maybe try to do a truncated version of this, just given our timing. But I wanted to share with the group some of the analysis that was done, both to sort of prepare the team for the RFEI selection and evaluation process, but also to help the city sort of measure the different proposals and the degree to which they were meeting sort of a set of informal goals that this sort of analysis had resulted in. So I'm going to sort of share with you sort of a few images from that analysis, try to sort of frame the bigger picture around particularly sort of connectivity and sort of the relationship of the Midtown campus to the rest of the city. And that is sort of what we think is sort of a good starting point for thinking about sort of guiding design principles to Daniel's point that he introduced early on today. So I'll take you through that. And then the last thing I'm going to share with you is we've been trying to sort of document this morning what everybody has been saying in the themes of Daniel's suggested SWOT analysis. So we've started to kind of put the topics that we've discussed into buckets and started to try to identify their strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And I'm going to show you that sort of in Concept Board, which is sort of an online forum that we're going to be using in the next couple of days to share information and test input. So everybody cross their fingers, see if this technology actually works.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, so I'm going to actually start with this one, and just to sort of give you sort of a sense of sort of the scale that we begin to look at. And this is the sort of the Midtown campus in the context of the highway system, but also sort of the arterial network of streets in the city, in the relationship to the downtown, which you see in the upper right-hand corner, as well as sort of the newer parts of the city to the lower left. And a lot of attention has been given to this idea of sort of a transit-oriented development framework for the city, understanding that the train right now is not really providing transit in the way that we think about transit-oriented development in larger cities, but that there is sort of a real potential for sort of thinking about connecting neighborhoods, particularly sort of via bicycle and pedestrian networks. And that could absolutely emerge from the sort of the remake, the vision of St. Michael's Drive that's been sort of a long-standing goal of the city. It's also integral to the strategy of providing the sort of parallel high-quality bike and ped corridor adjacent to the rail tracks, connecting downtown to the lower neighborhoods. And this framework started to emerge. And what this drawing basically shows is the north-south rail corridor and the parallel alignment of the rail trail with the east-west connections to the city, starting with the Agua Fria Santa Fe River Trail at the north, which runs in the east-west direction, this potential for sort of high quality pedestrian and bike corridors along St. Mike's through the campus, made possible by the opening up of the campus, the opening up of the western area via the land swap, and these north-south connections that are sort of part of the city's long-standing bike and ped plan to connect back up to the Santa Fe River Trail. And the other direction that ideally would link the Midtown campus to the hospital and the medical campus on the east side of the freeway, as well as the additional rail stations to the south and the infrastructure, bike and ped infrastructure that connects to the southern and western neighborhoods in the city. So this was sort of an important framework for us to sort of think about. And in particular, it really, I think, helped the city sort of emphasize the importance of this east-west connection through the site.
Hi, good morning. I'm calling from Kaiser 7.
So I'm going to move out to sort of a slightly larger scale, and forgive me if I give anybody vertigo as I sort of do this. But we took a look at just give me one sec here. I'm going to show you this image, which started to sort of look at what all of the proposals that were received during the RFEI process did in terms of establishing an internal connectivity network, thinking about both primary streets, secondary streets and blocks, and sort of a principal network of open spaces, and sort of how well they did in terms of trying to sort of achieve some of those larger sort of regional goals that were established for connectivity. We also looked, and I'm just going to zoom out one more time here, at sort of the land use patterns that the different applicants provided, sometimes highly detailed, sometimes highly conceptual based on the application, and to start to understand, again, what were some of the opportunities here, thinking about the synergies that could be created with both adjacent land uses, but also the goals that have been articulated in past plans and past efforts along St. Mike's and elsewhere. And so from that, I'm going to go to just sort of show you sort of a few preliminary frameworks with regards to connectivity and access and open space. And this is the first one here, which again, sort of really, the city put a lot of emphasis in their discussions about these east-west connections. I think recognizing that St. Mike's was sort of the important low-hanging fruit, trying to sort of figure out how to establish those important east-west connections across the site, connect up to Franklin Miles on the western side, and also sort of take advantage of, build on the sort of pedestrian and bicycle connectivity that was envisioned in all of the efforts along St. Mike's to date. There is also this sort of arroyo system that you can see that runs sort of northeast to southwest across the site that sort of helps take drainage down to Siringo to the south. And that was also seen as sort of a really important opportunity. And with regards to sort of the open space, it was really sort of thought that it was desirable, this sort of, for lack of a better term, sort of the significant sort of north-south, east-west definition, creating an important north-south connector that could potentially ultimately connect up to Cerrillos, an important east-west connector that would establish that connection across the campus, and that the city sort of thought about these first and foremost as prioritizing for bikes and peds, secondarily important for sort of vehicular connectivity, but it was sort of the pedestrian framework and understanding that the the public access to the internal portion of the campus could come in different forms, depending on the uses and activities that were articulated. You can see sort of the other sort of potential for connecting the big moves here. The major middle school and Franklin Miles Park just on the east and western edges, Santa Fe High School just to the south. And you can also see the sort of north-south spurs that would sort of connect up to the Santa Fe River Trail to the north, sort of across Cerritos through the neighborhoods. So this drawing was sort of a way to sort of think about a development framework that would combine sort of both the development internal to the campus, as well as the potential for reinvestment and redevelopment that could occur outside the campus that's really sort of articulated and envisioned in the Midtown link. And this was an important diagram for us to do to try to sort of understand this. And I think what the team sort of envisioned is that there was sort of the potential to establish something like akin to a town-gown relationship between the campus and the city, where the important sort of perpendicular addresses that connect up to the principal streets that organize the neighborhood to Cerritos, St. Mike's, Camino Carlos Rey, and Siringo, that those actually might be thought about sort of as the real opportunities for mixed use development, where there's sort of a lot of ground floor retail activity, service activity, and sort of a high volume of pedestrian activity. And that those primary connections could then sort of connect through the campus along these primary axes, leveraging this sort of open space network that's created, but also leveraging the core of the existing institutional buildings that are on the campus today that have been slated for preservation and adaptive reuse that we sort of have all sort of talked about today, so that you can sort of see those sort of placed in the framework at the center of this drawing. One of, I think, the things that is important to sort of think about is that as we sort of try to sort of describe a phase one, it seems to be really important to think about the connections off of St. Michael's Drive that are much more guaranteed at this point, but also sort of maybe think about this sort of eastern loop of the campus that can connect both those opportunities, the opportunities on sort of the film campus to the south, and provide sort of an initial circulation network that can sort of take you in and out of the site. And I think it would be sort of important to sort of start to think about how some placemaking and some addresses could emerge just in that area of the campus that could build on establish sort of a framework for an incremental development strategy over time. So this was sort of an important discussion point for the city early on when they started to think about sort of the efficacy of what some of the RFEI proposals were making. So I'm going to stop there. We have sort of other sort of places on the concept board that hopefully we can start to fill in the blanks with regards to frameworks that haven't really been established yet, that we sort of had an opportunity to talk about today initially with regards to infrastructure and stormwater, but we sort of hope that this is sort of a good starting point. And then just to conclude, I'm going to show you sort of how this sort of SWOT analysis is emerging. We've taken sort of the themes that we started to hear today and sort of organized these across this matrix that sort of Daniel suggested this morning as a way to sort of kind of start to sort of hone in on how we can sort of address some of this problem solving that we need to do over the next couple of days. So I'll pause there if there's sort of any questions about any of that or sort of any sort of concepts or sort of ideas that are raised for anybody. Please feel free to chime in.
Thank you so much for that. Since we do a lot of transportation planning with the MPO and Public Works here, I won't go into the details. There's quite a bit of funding and planning on St. Michael's Drive, on the trail infrastructure. We actually, just so you know, we just got $4 million from DOT for an underpass of the rail trail under St. Mike's. The interchange with St. Francis is under redesign. We're doing evaluations of alternatives right now. The city's very involved in that. We're actually beginning to put together the funding and planning for road diet on St. Mike's to make it more multimodal transit oriented. And so I was wondering if Eric might talk a little bit about how much that plan that Stefan just presented sort of aligns with the current road and transportation plans that we have developed for the city. If Eric is there.
Sure, I'd be happy to. And in fact, Stefan, it's a reflection on a meeting we had a while back where Stefan brought us together to have an iterative conversation about his presentation, which was largely informed, as he mentioned, by the current MPO plan. So it's a favorable look through that lens. And I like the regional elements that he pulls in. And also, I cannot underscore also, in addition to what you said about the projects going on, is Cerrillos from St. Mike's to St. Francis is undergoing a fundamental redesign process as we speak. And I cannot underscore how I would submit to the city to be highly involved with that redesign, as it would impact this as well.
Great.
This is Andrew. Just an initial response. Likewise, with Eric, I think the regional analysis and connectivity is really sound. I think that makes an enormous amount of sense. When we get down to the site, I sort of push back a little, and you know, there's a dozen ways that we could sort of slice this up, but I don't know that we're at that blue sky moment. That's the sense that I have, in that I'm not sure that we're trying to solve a planning problem. I think we're trying to solve a commercial development project, if you like. And so my sense is that we need to sort of answer the questions that have been asked this morning rather than answer the one we want to answer, if that makes sense.
You know, I really appreciate that. And I'm not sure, maybe Stefan has something to add, but I have been wanting to say, we had a developer on the call earlier, Peter Aberg, and what we're finding in Santa Fe, or what we're noticing, is that the more modern and urban the development is that's happening, the faster it sells. So everything that gets built in the rail yard where there is no parking, and it's a totally multimodal transit-oriented space by code and design, is selling out instantly. The pressure is incredible. So I think, you know, I'm not a developer, and but I think one of the things we see is some anecdotal evidence that the more urban design that sort of Eric was encouraging, and that we're sort of laying out, you know, as you say, Andrew, we're sort of answering the question we want to rather than the question that was asked. But I think we feel confident that there's a lot of indicators that an urban design is one of the most effective things that you can do in Santa Fe. And the other piece is the development that's happened at Zia Station now. So there's a big investment going on at St. Francis and Zia. They probably are going to beat us to the punch. You know, they'll be competing for, you know, mixed use residential. They're going to do commercial. They're going to do, it's transit oriented design. They're going to do minimal parking, maximal pedestrian and bicycle. So I think, you know, while I definitely hear you, James, and our engineering team would agree with one of your opening statements of, you know, we're not quite there yet to not have parking. And it ends up that I end up holding that bag a lot because I'm responsible for parking, and where we don't design it in, where we don't make developers build it, the city ends up having to help solve the problem and move people forward. I think it's the direction we want to go. We have high level direction at the city that's a policy preference. We have indications from the market that it's a market preference. It's certainly an economic preference. It makes it cheaper. So I don't know, Andrew, if that sort of starts to address what you're saying, and maybe there are other concrete steps that we could do to sort of validate that perspective that we believe is that we're beginning to see arise.
Regina, can I take that for a second? Because It's a simple, let's count the steps. It literally is that simple. Talking with Peter and about the clientele at the rail yard flats. Walk out your door, walk down the street. You're at a stop. You are at a restaurant. You are at a fill in the blank, and it's. I've walked it. It's a football field. And then if you look at Zia Road and St. Francis, it's less than a football field. And I think when I started talking about our connectivity and trying to figure out a way to connect up Midtown to multiple modes of transportation, I'm counting steps. Just in the practical, would I want to walk out onto St. Mike's and try to walk across the street at that intersection? No. Wind my way through whatever to get out to the bus stop. Maybe. I think that to me is where I get to. I've done a lot of take a lot of pictures of empty parking garages where I knew people wanted me to build more parking than we needed. And you could show that because of the location you're in, people can and will go use something different. I'm not sure I'm there yet at Midtown because I think we're a bit isolated, and where we're not isolated, the pedestrian and bike traffic's kind of dangerous.
Yep, that's exactly how we have to look at this, right? I mean, I think there's already standards for transit-oriented design. How many steps exactly does it take? You should probably know that our most frequent regular bus service is up and down Cerritos. It's every 15 minutes, and you know that. And then we also have on-demand bus service now that we're providing all up and down St. Francis. And so we are certainly looking at that, and I think you guys probably know this. All across the country, we're finding that it's a much more responsive to the customer's needs as well as cost-effective way to do it is just have somebody call you when they need a ride. And so it really gives us a lot of flexibility to design a system that will support the site.
Well, I wasn't kidding when I said we built a 150 unit deal in Massachusetts with 10 parking spots. And it did great. It did great.
So I think if I could just respond to Andrew, I absolutely sort of appreciate your comment. I agree that we're talking about a lot of things here that are not, as you would describe them, they are commercial issues rather than planning issues. But one of the things that we want to emerge from this discussion over the next few days is a roadmap for the master plan, which absolutely needs to be sort of a planning framework for the site, but also a presentation of where the plan is establishing predictability and prescription, and where it's establishing flexibility. And that'll be sort of an important thing to try to sort of parse out, because on one hand, we don't want to, an end goal would not be to sort of create a master plan where anything is possible and the disposition of streets and such are allowed. But on the other hand, we do want to sort of make sure that sort of certain elements of a development framework over time are going to sort of influence that. So it'll be important, I think, as where we should be prescribing streets and connections and other things to just work on that balance between flexibility and predictability that will mean that there's a beneficial master plan for all parties. Dina, you're muted. I don't know if you're trying to speak.
Sorry, I had a siren going by, so I wanted to unmute. I just want to sort of say again, to underscore the point you just made, Stefan, about the tension between predictability and flexibility and how we're going to try to thread that needle. And that's really the point of the exercise this afternoon, and then tomorrow to talk about how to implement that moving forward. Any other questions or comments that anybody wants to make? Because otherwise we're going to break, and the rest of the afternoon is really a working session for the kind of continue this conversation, but with a much smaller group, and start to really try to hammer out what a framework would look like that would, again, meet these joint objectives. James, did you have your hand up? Did you want to?
No, I was saying thanks for, we're glad to have been here, and we'll see you, I guess, 5 o'clock Mountain Time.
We'll
Is that
see you, let's see, yes, at 5 o'clock Mountain Time will be the recap.
Good. Well, I was waving goodbye.
Okay.
For now.
Okay. Goodbye. Thank you. Thanks. Good, everybody. So,
oh, well. Okay.
So for the rest of us, for those of us who are staying on for this afternoon's working session, we should have a half an hour break. Does that work for everybody? And then we'll be back on schedule. Good. Okay, great.
That's
okay.
great. Yeah, I've got to do a quick call, Dina, so that works. And
Okay,
we use the same link here?
Yes, same link all day, and we'll come back at half after the hour. So Drew, you can put your timer up again. That was very cool. So thank you.
Dina, I just want to say I'm gonna invite Andrea Salazar from our legal team to sit into that session. That's okay with you guys?
Yeah.
So she'll come back in a half an hour.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Rich. Okay. Okay. Bye-bye. everybody. We're gonna, Drew, you and Stefan are gonna walk us through this afternoon session, right?
That's right. And I think Stefan says he's running 5 minutes behind schedule, so he should be here in 4 minutes now.
Okay, so should we just wait?
Yeah, if you all don't mind.
Okay, no?
Thanks.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Stefan, I think we're probably ready to get started whenever you are. It looks like we've got everyone here who we expected and some others as well.
Okay. Okay, great. Yeah, I see that. Does everybody know everyone else who's actually on the call? Have you guys done introductions, Drew?
We have not.
We did introductions this morning, Stefan, but I think we should go back around. We should ask everybody to turn their cameras back on and do the introductions again because some people missed them this morning.
I think that would be good.
Plus some people here are joining that we're not on the original roster, but are welcome and should be here. So
yeah,
this gives everybody a chance. So Drew, maybe you could turn off the screen share and we could go back to the, yeah, there we go. Thanks.
Oh, great.
Dina, do you want to coordinate introductions again, or should I just call out?
I can do it. Okay. I'm getting to be such a pro at this. Okay, so you all know me, Dina Belzer with Strategic Economics. And Drew, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Drew Finke. I'm an associate at Opticos Design working with Stefan.
Stefan?
I'm Stefan Pellegrini. I'm principal with Opticos Design.
Andrew?
Yes, Andrew Irvine, landscape architect, urban designer with Stantec.
Right, so Stantec, we should say that Opticos is part of the city's team. They're part of the strategic economics team. And Stantec is working as part of the KDC Sienda team, correct? Yeah, not that we want to be picking teams here, but it just helps to know who's
Yeah,
coming.
no, you're exactly right. Myself and Marina are representing Stantec, who have been the planners and designers for KDC Sienda. Yes.
Great, thank you. Daniel?
Yeah, hi, I'm Daniel Hernandez. Oops, I'm sorry, I don't have my video on. I'm Daniel Hernandez. I am the project manager for the development at Midtown.
Great, thank you. Kevin Walsh?
Hey folks, I'm Kevin Walsh with Integral Sustainability Team, speaking and kind of filling in for Vlad today in relation to low carbon energy systems and some sustainability stuff.
That's great. Thanks, Kevin. Kevin's a last minute stand-in, so we appreciate your being here with us. Sarah?
I am Sarah Woodworth. I'm a principal at WZHA working with Dina and the city's consultant team. I do public-private deal structuring and financing stuff.
Thanks, Sarah. Andrea?
Hello, Andrea Salazar from the city of Santa Fe. I'm one of the assistant city attorneys working on economic development, affordable housing, and this project asset, all of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. Brad Fletch? I'm going to get your last name. I'm going to get it down eventually. Brad, you're on mute. Brad, maybe he's not sitting at his desk. Okay. Okay, we'll skip Brad for now. But Brad is the finance person with the city. And hopefully he'll be back soon. Okay, Brian from Sherwood.
Hi, I'm Brian Ballerini, civil engineer with Sherwood Design Engineers, supporting John Lace and the consulting team today.
Great, thank you. Cal?
Hi, I'm Cal Kurtz. I'm a designer with Opticos under Stefan and Drew.
Thank you. Let's see. Let's see. Eli?
Hi, my name is Eli Isaacson. I am the Planning and Land Use Director for the City of Santa Fe.
Thank you. Brad, I introduced you earlier, but you could introduce yourself again now that you're in front of the moonshot.
I thought that was a nice picture. This is the backside of the moon.
There you go. How appropriate. Okay, do you want to just say what your position is at the city?
Yeah, I'm the planning and investment officer for the city. I oversee the investments and debt issuance.
Thank you. John Lays. John, here you are.
Yeah,
Also,
hi everyone. Yeah, slim pickings on Zoom these days. John Lays, I'm a civil engineer with Sherwood Design Engineers working as part of the consultant team with an emphasis on green infrastructure, sustainable infrastructure, horizontal development.
Thank you. Marcos?
I'm Marcos Martinez. I'm another attorney for the city. I work primarily in the areas of water, the public utilities, telecommunications, and some other transactional domains.
Let's see, Marina?
Hi, my name is Marina Irfano. I'm an urban design planner with Stantec.
Thank you. Let's see, who else? Regina?
Regina Wheeler, Public Works Director for the city. We're responsible for stormwater, roads, parking, river, trails, buses, airport. So a lot of that transportation infrastructure. And we're also responsible for the infrastructure at Midtown and at the rail yard. So we help develop it and maintain it.
Great. Okay, let's see, Sam? Sam, where's Sam? Sam, we can't hear you. Okay, never mind. Okay, so Sam is the man who needs no introduction because he got such a good shout out in the last session, but he's managing the Midtown facility. Sean Moody. Sean, we can't hear you. Sorry, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm with the city. I'm now managing, just sitting down first day, managing the city's assets in general, but I have a intimate knowledge of the Midtown campus and its prior dispositions, and also of the city's telecom utility infrastructure.
Okay, great. And you've changed seats since this morning. You're now.
No, this is the dark side of the moon too. This is.
Okay, there you go. Okay, Shannon Jones.
Yes, good afternoon. Shannon Jones. I'm the Public Utilities Department Director for the City of Santa Fe. So that's water, wastewater, and environmental services, and also play a role in the city's Office of Sustainability.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, great. And Xenia, I think you're the last person on my list.
Yeah. I'm Xenia Ligizo. I'm a senior designer at Opticus Design, helping Stefan and Drew.
Great. Okay. Is there anybody I didn't get? I think we have. Oh, Alex.
Thanks, Tina. Alexandra Ladd. I'm the director for the Office of Affordable Housing with the City of Santa Fe.
Great. Okay. Take it away, Stefan.
Okay. Thanks, Dina, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm sure everyone's still trying to get their heads around a lot of the information that we discussed this morning. There's a couple of ways that we sort of could do this. There's a couple of things where initially we thought it would benefit us to sort of try to discuss them as a group. And the first one was to have a high-level discussion around framing some guiding principles for planning and infrastructure. And Daniel sort of spurred a discussion this morning about just using LEED ND as a framework. So I want to sort of put that in one column and see if we could sort of touch on that briefly. And I may ask Daniel's help for that. And then we wanted to have a group discussion about sort of infrastructure capacity and infrastructure challenges as a whole, with the goal of sort of seeing if we could kind of start to drill down and identify certain elements that would inform phase one, inform the master plan, and sort of help us understand where there are some missing gaps. And then at that point, it may behoove us to sort of break into smaller groups. We wanted to, just as sort of an initial exercise, see if we could sort of understand what the guiding development frameworks for the site really are, with regards to streets, parks and open space, land use, infrastructure, and sort of existing buildings with regards to adaptive reuse versus demolition, sort of based on what we had talked about this morning, And that doing that sort of initial product work actually might function better if we sort of do that in small groups, but we can also sort of bridge that when we sort of get to that point in the conversation. So, and then the idea is that if we do break up, that we would sort of give some time to reconvene near the end of the session, with the idea that we could discuss together as a group what our thoughts, what our sort of communal thoughts might be around, particularly around sort of phase 1 strategies. So if that sounds good to everybody, Daniel, I'd love to pass the baton over to you to see if you want to say anything about LEED ND and sort of basic sort of site planning and infrastructure principles.
No, I don't have much to say, Stefan. I feel like we can get into the nitty gritty fairly quickly. I mean, I think that it's a way that we could at least guide the discussions moving forward. And again, not to be overly prescriptive with its use, but everyone's probably on this call who's been in either development or urban design is familiar with it and knows it, and we can just kind of refer to it every once in a while about which credits we think are really valuable that might apply to this project. And again, we don't have to go deep into each credit right now because that wouldn't be a valuable use of our time, but to just kind of think within that framework right now.
That's great. Dana, would you mind just for the group sort of mentioning the sort of, I think, are there 4 or 6 organizing components of LEED ND? Do you remember?
There's 4 of them. That's a good question, Stefan. Let me just pull it up real quick.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm actually on their website right now. The scorecard. It's coming up now.
If it helps, I can start on the ND stuff, Daniel.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Before I
Sure. Sorry. Yeah. Though I'm infrastructure guy today around energy systems, I'm a LEED guy all the other days. So, so LEED ND is broken up into kind of three core pieces, and then the innovation and regional priority structures that are common to the other LEED rating systems. Site selection and linkage is really, it responds more to the site and the infill nature of it, avoiding any sort of sensitive habitats and making sure that what we are restoring biologically, is an appropriate fit for the site context and the surrounding ecology. Neighborhood pattern and design, this will speak more to the building scale. So this will be the relationship of the buildings to the streets. This will relate to the mix of buildings and the types of amenities we're providing in proportion to the project. Or the different building types we're providing there. And then the green infrastructure and buildings, this credit category will really speak to, how efficient these buildings are, how they're interconnected as part of a kind of high performance building system or neighborhood system. And so, under those 3 categories, obviously it's broad level geographic response, in-site building form and design response, and then in-building energy efficiency response. So it kind of narrows the field and the scope as you get into the rating system. Sorry, Daniel.
Oh, it's beautiful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks.
I think, is it safe to say that the LEED ND benchmarks really address the kind of the environmental piece of your 4-part performance benchmarking? Daniel, your 4-part thing with environment, equity, economy, and culture. And I wonder if we also want to throw a few things in some of those other boxes, or if just to sort of have some placeholders, if nothing else.
But Dina, doesn't LEED ND also, if not explicitly, implicitly have some sort of equity benchmarks built into it in terms of access to opportunity, the transit mobility stuff? I mean, I think there's a little bit in there that goes beyond just purely site sustainability and environmental concerns in that checklist.
You all have to tell me if that's sufficient or if we want to push that at all.
I definitely think we should push it, but I think that there's at least some things in there that are sort of at least an acknowledgement of those concepts and those needs as part of the triple bottom line sustainability stuff that LEED is trying to achieve.
I guess I'd like to add a little piece if we're trying to be thorough about our guidelines for environmental sustainability. We should probably throw in there City of Santa Fe's recently adopted sustainability plan, which has net carbon neutrality built in, water savings, all kinds of stuff like that. If we're, the framework should adapt to that.
Thanks, Regina. That's helpful.
Could I ask Regina, or I guess maybe somebody on the city side as well, whether, so there's that sustainability plan, does that include kind of like a climate change responsiveness element to it? Is that part of what that plan addresses, or is that maybe another layer we add to some of these different ideas?
Does that mean the same as resiliency?
Yeah, it's basically pulled in with that resiliency conversation.
There's some in there. Yeah, it's pretty strong plan. We just adopted it in September 2019.
Awesome.
And it's on the website, really readily available.
Is there anything comparable, Alex, on the housing side that we would want to kind of use to augment the equity bucket around affordable housing? I mean, we know the city has an inclusionary housing requirement.
So I think that's a great question. I think the point always to start with is even market rate housing will have affordable housing in it because of the inclusionary zoning program. We have tried to make our ordinance more flexible and more conducive to providing included units in market rate development. So far we haven't really had any takers to try to make it work. So it'd be great if we could, the city could also even maybe step forward even more to try to support the inclusion of affordable. We do a really good job, I think, of supporting our nonprofit developers. We don't have a lot of money, but we do have a funding cycle that begins in January to get CDBG funds and some local funds out the door. So yeah, I think almost my concern as well would be how do we support the affordability in the surrounding neighborhoods? Because I think there's a lot of need and a lot of need in general, but also a lot of concern that somehow any development on this site is going to have bad impacts on the people living in surrounding neighborhoods and their ability to keep their housing. So HomeWise has talked about this a lot. You know, how do you really support homeowners keeping their homes, keeping the value of their homes through home repair or refinancing? We need to work on also how do we ensure that renters are able to maintain their affordability and their rental options as well.
Dina,
yeah.
If I may, so I'm looking at the checklist now. I mean, like Eli is saying and Alexandra, there's housing types and affordability. There's lots about walkability and connectivity in here. I feel like, you know, for the purposes of this this charrette, we may want to try to focus in on the physicality.
Okay, great. We'll just skip. I just wanted to be sure that we were meeting your criteria around culture and Stefan asked, so I.
Okay, yeah, and Michael and I have been talking too about possibly even doing a public engagement sort of public policy planning charrette at some point in the future to kind of gather a lot of the equity and history culture
together. Okay.
And on that note, Daniel, early on in this process, even like back during the RFEI sort of process, we were talking about displacement planning for the surrounding neighborhoods as sort of a related but almost separate effort. And I think that speaks to what Alex was talking about a second ago. And I think that that's probably, you and I had a conversation last week that might be the most important area to engage our DPAC partners on, is really sort of thinking about what's happening in the sort of blast radius of Midtown as much as what's happening on the site itself.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, good. Well, as long as we kind of just, even if this just goes into a holding pattern.
Okay, that's helpful. If everybody's sort of comfortable, I think we could probably sort of move to shift the conversation about, in particular, about infrastructure. So one of the things that I was going to do to sort of get that started was just to kind of run through what pieces related to infrastructure sort of came up as discussion points this morning. And a little bit, I'm going to try to sort of present them back in the way that at least I understood them in terms of their strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and then maybe some of the key questions that are remaining that actually might be helpful to try to sort of address and understand. And this can be sort of a discussion if we sort of want to kind of try to create a running list. We can try to sort of fill that in as needed. Does that sound good to everybody? Okay, so I think there's some big topics. There's infrastructure is definitely a big topic. Connectivity is another big topic that we can talk about. With regards to infrastructure, and these are not in any particular order, but one issue that came up was around stormwater infrastructure, that the site naturally drains to the south towards Siringo, but that there really is nothing on the entire site in terms of stormwater infrastructure right now. It does not exist. And that there's an enormous opportunity for integrating that into a new site design, particularly sort of from a placemaking standpoint, but we're sort of at a tabula rasa. And I think a question there would be, you know, what's an overall strategy that you could back out a viable phase one from? You know, what's sort of a more comprehensive site strategy that you can start to make some headway in an initial phase without making a strong intervention throughout the entire site. So that was one issue. I can just run through these unless, if anybody wants to mention anything, just raise your hand or speak
Can I
up
ask
or
a
shout.
question about the stormwater?
Go ahead, Kevin.
Did the city clarify whether they're a combined system or whether the storm and sewer is one pipe, which would really motivate the stormwater story as well?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if Sam does.
It's not a combined system. The sanitary sewer is separate from stormwater.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
And Stefan, I don't know when you want to get into a little bit of discussion around some of these points, but or some of these areas, but kind of happy to jump in at the right time with some initial dialogue.
I think it might be best to, thank you very much, John. I think it might be best just to sort of establish the list, and then we could sort of go back to try to tackle them. But I really appreciate that. I'll make a note right now. That's something that we're going to need to come back to. The second one that was discussed was actually the gas infrastructure, and with the idea that there is sort of a publicly owned system that is sustaining HVAC to all of the buildings, and that there was, James talked about that system is outdated and not necessarily sustainable, but that he also expressed that the condition, trying to understand the condition that that system was in was actually challenging, just based on the documentation of that system. And sorry, go ahead, Regina. Yeah.
It's actually privately owned. So we own the gas system, unfortunately. So we're playing the role of a gas company, which we are not suited to play. And that's
okay.
The problem with it. It's not in bad, terrible shape. It's not in great shape, but the problem is it's privately owned. So it would be much more ideal if the gas company would come in and lay infrastructure.
Understood. Okay. Okay. That's sort of helpful clarification. So there was this discussion about maybe introducing a new energy system or sort of replacing that system. And I think one of the topics that was brought up this morning was just what that means in terms of building upgrades that would sort of need from the existing building stock that would need to benefit from an alternative system. So it sounds like there's maybe some more things that we can sort of mention about that. Does anybody else want to sort of chime in about the gas system at this point? The third piece of infrastructure that I took notes on this morning was sort of fiber.
Stefan, sorry, I have a question. This might be a really
Yeah.
stupid question about the gas, which we could put on your list, but not talk about. Obviously, is if in the future, do we need gas at all, or could we go to an all electric system? Yeah. Okay. Big things. Thumbs up from Regina. So I think that's something else that if we could just switch out.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to put that.
With a new system. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dina. That is false.
It's not replacing. It wouldn't be replacing gas with gas.
Right. Right. So the third one was fiber, and the idea if there would sort of need to be anything that could be at a level of infrastructure that could support or attract, particularly some of these tech users that have been discussed. And my understanding from this morning is that would sort of be that may sort of be a brand new system that would sort of need to be that could potentially sort of be integrated into the site.
Stefan, let me speak to that.
Go. Thank you, Sean.
So to be perfectly clear, there's 3 commercial providers capable today of delivering multi-gigabits to the site. The site is well wired with fiber infrastructure that dates to 2009 and to every building from a central DMARC. And in addition, the city owns a telecom utility which could augment the connectivity for very specific uses that have yet to be mentioned by the preferred developer. So, and that would be, as I said, an off-site infrastructure improvement by the city on the order of 400,000, and it's well understood.
Great. Thank you, Sean, for that clarification. Are there any sort of other like infrastructure related topics that are sort of separate from the street and transportation network that we want to sort of add to that list?
So did you want to talk a little tiny bit about electricity?
Sure.
Electricity is a centralized system. It creates quite a bit of opportunity actually for providing a renewable energy feed into the campus, but it does have downside where each of the buildings aren't metered right now. I believe it's a redundant network as well. Sam, could you confirm that? So electric has.
There's two primary connections. That's correct.
Yep. So it's a redundant system. It's, it has one master meter out at the entrance of the campus. We did actually about 10 years ago look at solarizing the entire campus with one big array right there at the entrance. So just lay that on the table. There's a little bit of work to do. There is some infrastructure that will support us.
Yeah. And really the sole complication is the Schelleberger is fee simple owned by others, but it's on our network. It's true for the gas infrastructure and the power and the data.
Well, and it actually goes further than that because we have this challenge with, you know, like some of the leases say they have to pay their own electricity, but they have a meter. So I think we got that problem with the movies right now, right?
With what?
The film.
Oh, is that right? Yeah, we have a prime tenant in Santa Fe Art Institute that is running off of the on-site infrastructure as well. So it's unmetered for gas and power and data. Well, the data is integrated, but that's easier to handle just because they're tenants of the cities.
Could I ask what's powering the grid? Like, is it a gas-fired electrical grid? Heavy mix of renewables, hydroelectric?
Grid. Oh, what our grid in general is here?
Yeah, exactly.
God, I can get you that specifically. Obviously, largely coal still from the Four Corners
Okay.
area, but shutting down quickly. You know, we just passed a new law in New Mexico last year that requires them to get to 100% renewables in the next 30, 40 years. So it's moving fast in that direction.
Wow, okay, because sometimes the question lends itself to whether like a cogen system, so at least getting off the coal-fired grid and going to like a natural gas producer with waste heat rejection and stuff like that can be of value, but we're just pushing straight into renewables then. Love it, awesome.
Can I ask just a general clarifying question? In the situations where the buildings are lacking individual metering, what would the general strategy to overcome that be? Would that sort of come out of the individual renovation and improvement of the building stock, or would that be an infrastructure project in and of itself?
Well, you know, there's a lot of answers to that, and it's actually a really interesting question, right? Because it sort of begs the question of a utility authority on the site, right? That would manage maybe large generation facilities and distribute energy. It's not, there is a good example in New Mexico is the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque has that. They have their own power authority on the campus. And so they're buying and selling from the grid, but they also have their own physical plants that generate energy. They manage some renewables. So, but definitely you'd want to meter the buildings and then somebody's gonna have to bill them, right? So that's one model. And so you can either, you know, rip apart the centralized system and just connect everybody to the grid, or you can keep this centralized and maybe have you know, an authority that manages the distribution of energy and maybe data through the site. And there's maybe 1,000 versions in between, and people on this call might be more savvy about that than I am.
Yeah. Are we at a scale where district strategies make sense at Midtown in terms of the size of the project?
Yeah, so at a district scale, I mean, what's interesting is it looks like we have a pretty diverse range of loads. Like when you look at the long-term build out, often what benefits from a district scale energy is having, you know, residences, which tend to need a little bit more heating, and office space, which tends to reject a little bit of that heat. So putting those two on the same district, you know, allows you to kind of balance those loads out and kind of, you know, find a more aggregated, lower average energy demand for the site, right? So I think that one of the things that we had looked at when we were kicking tires on kind of a utility concept was some sort of low temperature kind of district scale system with a plant located somewhere to the south, so that it could consider, you know, like some waste heat recovery off of the wastewater as well. You know, recovering as much energy as we can get from that, upgrading that a little bit through the use of some heat pumps, you know, which are electricity based, which means that for now they'd be coal, but, you know, as that grid gets cleaner, or if we introduce renewables, it allows that electricity story to become a little bit better. And then all of a sudden your heating and cooling is kind of this nice centralized utility. What that means for the building retrofits is it might, because we're going with hopefully a low temp system, you know, it would allow the building retrofits to hopefully come a little bit cleaner as well, because you're dealing with just kind of a low temperature, hot and heated and chilled water scenario. So it's a relatively simple heat exchanger, and then relatively simple, easy to maintain equipment from there. Nothing complicated about a bunch of distributed heat pumps or anything like that, which we know is always challenging operationally.
For this project, I just want to clarify what, thank you, what Regina brought in the early decisions for this project would be to be very clear about the metering, the building metering. All the buildings right now are on a master metered gas, which means the city's the pipeline operator. So what that means, the early decision would be, are we going to abandon that and build in for New Mexico gas to each building? That's the implication of metering gas commercially compared to internal metering for usage only. In which case we would be a pipeline operator that's also doing billing for the gas, or we're going to hand it off to New Mexico gas. Similarly, the electric grid is master metered. To be very clear, building metering would be inviting in, essentially abandoning that in place for PNM to build the grid to the buildings and putting in PNM meters. And of course, I think most people understand that entails typically bringing building electrical up to code, which is often substantial cost as well. And then water is partially sort of master metered and partially not. I think there are 4 buildings on the campus that have water meters and the rest do not. So just to be clear, early decisions would have to be the direction towards the public utility grid suppliers, or to internalize whether for sustainability or not.
A question on that is there the capacity through existing, let's say, metro district structures or whatever, to be the vehicle to be able to manage the energy, water, gas, and maybe even communications? Is that a realistic model that could be thought about here? Or because Sean, it sort of speaks to that, do you master meter everything or do you do it more granularly? And most traditional developments do it granularly. I'm just wondering what the cost benefit or the operating vehicle could be.
Andrew, the city isn't in a position, and it has studied the idea of building a power infrastructure. It's not feasible. The city's got a start on telecom infrastructure. That's again of marginal value in the context even. And then for gas, the simple answer is no. And water, the simple answer is yes.
Okay, I mean that's helpful. I'll probably be the sort of the developer conscience here, trying to sort of strike a balance between, well, if the city is not going to do it, I don't imagine that the developers are going to do it, given the mountain that they see they need to climb to make this viable. Is there a third-party entity that could be considered here? Because if not, then I think individually metering all of those sort of components probably is going to be the path of least resistance, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but not necessarily the cheapest, right? If you design another district energy system, I mean, it seems to me that it's possible, and I don't know if Kevin has a sense of this, that we could design a district energy system that would be significantly cheaper, because I think if PNM has to come in there and build all your infrastructure, don't we have to pay for that? I know that they... Yes, it's not, Regina, it's not massively expensive to do the capital build for PNM. Basically, we could, the city or the development team, whomever, can procure the trenching and a joint use trenching, and then the utilities only provide the wire itself. So in the rail yard, it was a very efficient and effective way of redeveloping the rail yard with new utilities. We built the trenches and pipes. PNM, Comcast, CenturyLink, New Mexico Gas borrowed the trenches, and all they own is the pipe in the trench. So it's actually a very reasonable cost in capital.
But before we exhaust that, I mean, there are third-party entities like, I think is it American Infrastructure or Infrastructure America, who come in and actually, sort of manage these types of things. And again, to your point, Regina, if there's going to be some sort of cost benefit as well as some operational choices that allow us to get closer to a more sustainable or self-regenerative even solution, then that might be the pathway of least resistance, or at least the most viable sort of pathway.
Yeah, maybe just to speak to kind of the the challenges around the district scale system. So a lot of the time, you know, the big challenge that you're trying to overcome is how you get the pipe in the ground and distribute it to the different buildings, right? If this was a site where we were keeping a lot of these buildings as the existing infrastructure, we weren't doing some of these massive kind of turnovers on these public roads and trying to put in other pipes anyway, then yes, that cost would be pretty absorbent. But because, as Sean pointed out, you know, there are schemes where we have the hole in the ground open already. So the incremental cost is, you know, instead of laying one pipe down for gas, we're laying two pipes down for a hot water and a cold water. There is the additional capital associated with that linear infrastructure, but ultimately the big expense of tearing all the stuff up to put the hole in the ground and connect it to each building, if we're assuming that in either scenario, then that obviously makes a huge headway in terms of considering the kind of district scale system, right?
Yeah, and it's sort of, it's not greenfield, but it's brownfield. So, you know, there's a lot of flexibility in being able to have access to lay those sorts of things right now, Kevin.
Yeah, perfect.
But to Sean's earlier point about making decisions early, I think whichever approach we finally align on will have huge implications, both in terms of the DDA, but also all the roles that are sort of still seem to be sort of gelling right now in terms of what is the long-term role of the city, what is the long-term role of the developer, and who is making these investments, who's owning these investments in the short term, and then who's owning these investments in the long run. And I think that some of those points, I don't think we have 100% clarity on, but depending on the direction we take in terms of these large infrastructure systems and investments, will have to sort of be addressed around the long-term sort of vision for the site and how that turns over from the city's hands to whomever eventually takes it over.
And I think that, Eli, is one of the big takeaways for tomorrow. You know, what are the delivery, you know, sort of cost structures, ownership structures, management structures. You know, developers traditionally come from the world of just-in-time infrastructure, you know, not, you know, minimizing the front ending of this, but a lot of what we're talking about requires a fairly significant front end commitment. And if we can find other means to be able to, whether it's offset costs or, you know, third-party vendors or others that can help defray that, then that'll put us where we need to be. And Dina, that puts a little bit of pressure on, you know, your sort of creativity to help navigate that, because that, you know, we don't want a blue sky to the degree that we're just going to not land, right? And I think that's
right. Yeah. No, but I think that we, on the other hand, we have a great opportunity to at least evaluate some of these options right now. So we should think about that.
Agreed.
Yeah.
The only thing I would add, sorry, this is Brad. I work with Andrew at Stantec, and I'm coming into this a little bit later than everyone else. So that means I'm a little bit fresher because I haven't been staring at my screen as long as everyone else here from the beginning. But it definitely seems like the developer, the KDC Sienna team, are looking to try to look at bite sizes from a development standpoint. Hard to bite size infrastructure. There's so much front loaded in infrastructure, and you're not going to want to retrench twice. You're going to want to put one trench down one time, just from the efficiency of the mobilization there. So there's a natural disconnect, I guess. I mean, if from a master planner's perspective, if they've taken a step back from looking at, you know, phasing the entire site from, you know, this is phase one and it's, you know, X million square feet, and this is phase two, but perhaps looking at individual buildings or pairs of buildings, you know, that is somewhat working at cross currents with our infrastructure discussion here, right? And again, I apologize if this has already been tread, but hopefully this isn't a helpful contribution. You know, coming to a conclusion, and I don't think they would disagree with this, that, you know, infrastructure is best delivered and most efficiently delivered, you know, with, you know, at a singular point in time, or at least, you know, sized to be phased at one point in time. And you could make it modular, but having to kind of repeat things and retrench things is, you know, is an exercise in inefficiency, regardless of who's doing it, whether it's the city the private developer or a third party, ESCO owner that would be responsible for, CapEx and OpEx on the site. I do think that those third party energy developers, be it, American Infrastructure or GI Energy or some of these other groups, I think their exercise on the, does this make sense? It's not going to be dissimilar to, to the cities or frankly to the developers. I think they're going to look at, what's the capital cost to get this in the ground, and what are our loads? What are the loads that we're servicing, and what is the quality of the credit of those institutions that we can, if not bond against, at least provide some credit against. So if the off taker is a library, and the off taker is a school, and the off taker is a multifamily building, sizing it, is an engineering challenge. But from a financing standpoint, I think one should think about what those uses are and who those uses are, because that's going to be a pretty important part of the financeability of the infrastructure going forward. And I'll ask a question now, and hopefully it's an intelligent one. Are there opportunities on the periphery of this site that might want to tie into a district energy system that would make the financing and the sizing and the offtake and the load that much more attractive to, and I'll just divorce this from the developer from our developers perspective, but from a third party infrastructure perspective? I mean, maybe it's another city asset, maybe it's another quasi-public private asset, maybe it's something else that is, would see the wisdom of the resiliency and the redundancy and hopefully the cheaper utility from a user's perspective of this, that we might want to just expand the circle a little bit to include. And that is a question. Hopefully it wasn't phrased as one, so I apologize, but it was indeed a question.
I would just jump in. I know, Gina, you want to say something, but just real quick, just jump in on whether or not the point that Brett just brought up factors into any of the conversations about land swaps. Just having sort of the state own so much property and schools owning so much property immediately adjacent to the site, if sort of the availability of sort of district utilities and infrastructure would factor into that conversation at all. But sorry, I know you want to say something, Regina, so I just wanted to jump in.
But no, it's right along those same lines, Eli, and it's a great point, you guys. I mean, we've got the HEC, the Higher Education Center, right next door. They've got solar on the roof, and they've got a big solar carport. We've got the state printing centers right there. We've got the city site of Siringo, where we're actually eyeing it for the new city hall. Those are three massive loads right there that would be very interested in green infrastructure, I think. And so that's a really interesting piece, Brett, to bring into the consideration. But I thought in my sort of not deep understanding of district energy is that where you find the real decision-making sort of crux point on district energy is there something that district energy can provide to the users that is very valuable to them? Because you are probably going to pay a premium, particularly in management, right? Somebody's got to manage this thing. And yeah, it might be Amoresco or one of these other third parties. For sure, we're going to be paying them profit margin, just like we would P&M and everybody else, but maybe even more. So I thought that the way you really could justify a district energy system is if it gives you some quality, some characteristic that's absolutely critical to the success of the project. And could we say that net zero carbon is that, or could we say that we could provide reliability, or isn't that how you kind of have to evaluate district energy?
There are probably, I mean, no doubt there's people smarter than me on the phone here about this, but from a generalist perspective, I think no doubt you're right, Regina. I also think a critical component is some of the load profiles of the different users. I mean, if there is and the consistency of those needs. I mean, if there is a group that has, and I don't know all the uses adjacent to or nearby the site, but if there's a group with very consistent cooling needs, and that's sized appropriately, you can design your district system to accommodate that. If there is a group that is maybe doesn't have the cooling needs, but as part of just the energy mix, is definitely interested in power redundancy because they have, I don't know, in like a pharmaceutical example, a batch, and if that batch goes wrong, like it's millions of dollars to redo, to do it again if the power goes out. Some might have more of a, of a heat load for certain things. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, suffice it to say, I'm not enough of an expert on district energy system design nor user profiles of adjacent uses to apply, a lot of, specificity to how what are the prime movers on the site here, and what's the profile of some of the off takers. But I think you're right from the perspective that somebody's got to get paid, and if no one has a lower cost of capital than the city or than the state or than your incumbent utility provider, but oftentimes there's other mitigating reasons why a third party energy provider could make that pencil. Maybe they can monetize things differently. Maybe the incumbent utility provider is just at their maximum bondable capacity. It wouldn't be able to float more bonds to support this. But one would necessarily have to build in an opportunity for whoever that third party is to make money. And it's this is kind of infrastructure level returns. It's not private equity level returns, but it is infrastructure level returns that reflect the predictability of the payments that the users will be making. So again, it goes back to not only the size of the members of the district, but I think the credit quality of the members of the district. So all the more beneficial if we could loop in state uses or other uses that are adjacent to the site.
So this is Daniel. I just have a sort of maybe a naive question, but so I mean, how does anyone on this in this meeting have a recommendation for how we would begin kind of winnowing down? Well, who is the implementer and owner? Is it the city? Is it the developer? Is it a third party? And what are the criteria for deciding that? I mean, you mentioned a few, Brett, that access to low cost capital is a major factor, and the city is maybe positioned to be able to access that. But how is it played out in other places that people on this call may have been involved in? What do we do to kind of come to a decision about moving forward with someone pursuing it and see how far we can get, and if we need to kind of retrace steps, we can do that. But I feel like if we keep on going around and asking questions, who's best positioned to do it, we're going to keep on going around asking who's best positioned. Well, what are the criteria?
This is Sarah, and what we've learned about the market. I am not at all a district energy person, but I am very concerned that it seems to me the examples that I've heard about, there is a major user and there's a market. You know what I mean? I mean, there's a way to recoup your cost. And all we heard this morning was that this market is extremely challenged as it relates to absorption. And I wonder whether the first question really should be, is this even feasible? I mean, well, that's my 2 cents. Because I'm just not feeling that there's that much momentum to generate the kind of revenues that someone, any kind of a district energy type of entity would require to make that capital investment seem like it was a good idea.
Yeah,
not to be a downer.
Seems no. But it seems more. It seems more ideological than commercial, which is again, Dina sort of putting the focus back onto, well, if this is desirable, apart from the ideological and wanting to attract the creative class and that being aligned with that particular market group, the supply chain of certainty, so it's not California where the power drops off. You've got more sort of containment, if you like. So that would be, a market sort of motivator. But to Brett's point, it has to pencil, and particularly, given that you're looking at a lot of front end costs, you're not getting, I really like the idea of that bigger catchment, Brett, because you might actually have more rooftops to be able to tap to, you know, enhance its viability. But Sarah, it comes back to, you know, in a challenge marketplace, are we ever going to get it to pencil or not?
Yeah, the market's very efficient, right? It either works or it doesn't, right? And you shaving a couple basis points off of someone's cost of capital isn't going to make this, you know, a screaming home run from an investment standpoint when, if it's not there. But I mean, there are groups out there that that only do this, and whose their first test would be to, do a bit of a project feasibility analysis to see, does this make sense based upon utility bills that have been shared with us from users that we've identified or have suggested they might be interested in participating. And it doesn't, I would suggest it doesn't need to be maybe anyone on this phone's exercise to go out and do the energy modeling and the performance modeling, but make it an expert's job who would do it for free. I mean, if you give them the right to, maybe some exclusive rights to design an energy, a district system here, just to motivate them a little bit to go out and do the hard work of sizing it, potentially, doing the underwriting, and ultimately telling us like, yes, it works, or no, not by a long shot.
So I wish Rich Brown was on the call, because he was approached recently by a group looking to do impact investing around infrastructure in Santa Fe. And from this conversation, it sounds like that would be the type of group that we would want to loop into this conversation fairly early on.
So Eli, is that a follow-up action item that,
I think it is.
We can park this conversation and that becomes the next piece that gets kicked
I think so. I think that's a good suggestion, Andrew.
Yeah.
Well, and I think also it can vary by system as to what an impact investor would do and where you get economies of scale. So I think Kevin is probably more qualified, or John are more qualified to speak to this than I am. But there might be a lot of impact investors have invested in stormwater systems because there's a stormwater fee. Again, it gets back to the predictability of the revenue stream and the scale versus the savings. And it might be that there's a larger capital cost, but a lower operating cost, or your CapEx and your OpEx, as Brett says. But it, the question is whether or not this would all make sense as a district that would operate all utilities. Some utilities are there's sort of a lot of different ways to slice this. So I'm not sure. John or Kevin, do either of you want to say anything more on this? And then I wonder if we want to get to a point where we want to say, okay, this is an unknown that we should put in somebody's bucket to address further, because we're not gonna.
I'm sure it fits in somebody's bucket going forward. But my initial thought would be, maybe letting the next couple days of conversations around, the financial structure and who's going to be owning what and how kind of that process plays out will have a pretty direct influence on, where we start to position something like a neighborhood utility, right? If the feeling is, go ahead, John.
There's a lot of ways to skin the cat, like everybody is saying, and some of it will come down to the city's comfort level. I think based on the different systems. I mean, we've worked with groups that, will do water reuse systems, stormwater systems, district energy systems. Some groups will handle it all underneath their purview. Other groups will come in and do pieces of it. The city's kind of in probably the controlling situation and might have different thoughts about the different systems that available. And obviously, like the feasibility question is a really critical one. If you don't have users, if you don't have people that will pay utility bills, you can't get it off the ground. But what we've seen in the recent years is more and more investors impact investors, especially looking longer and longer. They'll look at something for a 20-year, 25-year life, and they won't expect returns in 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, right? They'll really come into it from a partnership perspective, but they'll want more from the city and the development group in terms of a partnership, right? Which can be really beneficial too, right? Because they'll leverage their capital.
Can I ask a quick question though? I wonder if we're just adding a level of complexity that this project just cannot afford, right? It's just easier and cheaper. That's why it's everywhere. Easier and cheaper to get P&M to come in and lay the electric lines. Easier and cheap. Well, and I think that Dina's thought about getting off of gas is a good one, right? We all know that's a direction, especially with a greener electric grid and the super efficient heating and cooling, that you probably don't need gas. It'd be better from 1,000 reasons, but it's easier and cheaper, and that's why it's everywhere. And this project has some big bogeys in it, which is it's economic development, it's housing, it's multimodal transportation. Maybe those are our big three, and we're going to give up the opportunity to have a district energy, even though the infrastructure seems to lend itself to that. It's old. There's nobody who wants to run it. Lord knows you don't want the city one running it, I'll tell you right now. I mean, our utility department is awesome, but it's really hard to run things dynamically as a city government. So I wonder if we should just take it off the table and say, we looked at it, it's not in our top 3 goals. Our top 3 goals are these things, and we think we should do sort of standard infrastructure with no gas.
Mary or Regina, I'd have to agree with you that, I mean, the city-owned water and the city-owned wastewater, they're going to be the efficient ones to bring in and handle it. I can't imagine putting a sewer system on this 65 acres, or, a sewer plant, or processing the sewer that the 65 acres on site. So water and sewer, I think, are completely off the table. Those are just city functions, period, anyway. So really the only other one would be, if you want to put up a solar array for, sharing electricity. And, I don't know what the advantage of that. So I agree that it's not a high priority, and, you're only looking at electricity.
May I frame it a little bit differently than Regina and Brad, which is as a activity in a critical path schedule. One way to proceed even without an answer, and I'm not recommending it be studied, but politically that question will be recirculated as it has for the last 15 years, I'm sure for the next. But the pragmatic way to move forward through this schedule would be to understand the cost of keeping the option open. And I'll tell you what that is. One way or another, we're going to need new gas infrastructure. It's not safe and it's not viable as it is. That's the core driver for the utility bill. We will have put in new gas line. Presumably on behalf of New Mexico Gas, we dig the trench, they lay the line. That's how they prefer it. Now the swing between a standalone gas build, which will run $8 or $10 a linear foot, to a joint use, a big fat joint use trench with all the conduit in it that we could imagine being used, is about $40, $45 a linear foot. Now that's proven in the rail yard. It's a bit dated, but it's not out of sync. So the swing is really about ×4, ×5 of the cost of the gas line build alone. And very simple to get the linear feet that are anticipated for the gas line, and you've got an answer. Keeping the option open would be building a joint use rather than a single use trench. And that swing, in my experience, is about a ×5. It's about 5 times more to build a big fat joint use trench for any possible utility option compared to just dedicated to gas.
And Sean, with that, the utility providers open to the idea of joint use trenching?
Yeah, we actually anchored an agreement for the rail yard that was successful, partially successful. The utility companies got what they needed, but not what they wanted. They wanted full ownership of the trench, and we only gave them ownership of the inside of the pipe we dedicated to them. But the fact is they're fine with it. The rail yard is lit up and everybody's gone home happy.
Well, it sounds like you did really well, because we tend to get a lot of resistance.
No
and they
doubt.
tend to want to have their own. But if we can joint use this, then the order of magnitude cost upside is probably much more realistic than Regina's point of, well, yeah, we do have some bigger fish to fry here. So are we going down a rabbit hole that's just not going to solve the problems we need to?
Yeah,
So,
I feel that way too.
On other projects I've worked on, I know the telecommunication companies have chipped in a little bit for some of the trenching if they're given exclusive, use of the trench to provide, I don't know, telecom services or internet services. Is that a model that exists in Santa Fe with some of the incumbent providers, or are they just, it's more of an open market?
I think my project might have been the only redevelopment project per se that did joint use. I think new developments will typically do joint use, but no, we haven't had an experience. I have not had an experience with the utility companies throwing in money on the trenching aspect. To be honest, it would have been marginal anyway. The cost of one more conduit in an open trench is $1 a foot. So putting in plenty of conduit, which was our philosophy at the rail yard, was taking apart and looking for discounts was not terribly important in the big capital expense.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to point us back to just the concept board for a moment, just sort of thinking about the developers sort of articulated, a phase one that is largely sort of in the northeast quadrant of the site. So that could be a situation where we could think about that red outline as sort of a primary route for joint use trench.
Yeah, well, just to frame it, Stefan, I didn't mean to either diminish nor validate the idea of working through municipal utility issues. I just want as a broad envelope from the developer's point of view, the CapEx expense of keeping every option on the table is probably, in the scheme of things, only marginally more than doing a one-off approach.
I really appreciate that, Sean, because I think there's this larger question about to what extent can decisions be made in phase one that, to your point, can sort of actually provide a lot of what happens in the future. And that seems to be a sort of a situation where that as a proposal could be analyzed and sort of built into a financial model with the idea that, to your point, it would be keeping future options open for infrastructure to play a larger role, or for the site to have infrastructure play a larger role in the future.
Stefan, there's a slight shift to what you just drew. I think you're right. I think the sort of commercial residential sort of play, the low-hanging fruit comes in off St. Michael's, where you've drawn it.
Mm-hmm.
But we all know that infrastructure providers love redundancy, and connecting down to Syringa was probably necessary for two reasons. One, because of redundancy. Two, because if a film facility comes in early, it would be in the southeast quadrant, right? So tying that together is probably
that's this piece here, right? This is sort of the film quadrant on this side. Yeah. Okay, that's helpful. This has been super helpful. I don't want to dwell on this too long, but I'm wondering, John, if you wanted to speak to the stormwater issue, because we actually haven't talked about that yet.
Sure. I mean, and I guess I'd want the city to weigh in a little bit as well, and it'd be interesting to hear if there's other similar developments that are, or projects that are underway or recently completed that have struggled with similar situations, in that there's not a storm drain network per se through most of the site. Yet, as we understand it, the site's pretty pervious, and so the roads, the existing parking, a lot of it just sheds. It sheds to the open space around it, and one of the challenges, obviously, is as you come in and you densify, can the landscape, the open space, absorb as much stormwater as it does today? And how do you deal with nuisance flooding? And how do you deal with with flooding, right? Under severe storm conditions, when you have those 100-year storms and those big storms, how do you safely move the water kind of throughout the site? But I was kind of thinking that, it'd be interesting to see what other projects are doing. Can you approach a strategy whereby you are really trying to make a kind of a pervious site, for better, for lack of a better term, where you try to just manage as much water locally, you get it back into the ground. So you do need some storm drain trunk infrastructure for as the storms start to get bigger and bigger and overwhelm what you can actually do in and throughout the site. And then you do need to design for overland release, right? But like we do in many jurisdictions, you design the streets to be your conveyance for those 100-year storms, to shed the water more likely to the south, right, as we talked about in the morning. So you really end up, if you end up with surface parking, right, you're trying to make those porous. Wherever you end up with kind of open space, you make it that has a heavy infiltration component to it, right? And you're really designing your storm drainage to be absorptive, right? The primary function of anything you're doing related to stormwater is retaining it through infiltration, through getting it back into the soils, and then it becomes a conveyance issue after that for the bigger events.
John, the original thinking for the open space framework that is shown in the existing master plan was sort of cruciform for a couple of major reasons. The first is, you're exactly right. We looked at a blue-green infrastructure strategy that then, sort of connected the park with the school in the east-west sort of profile. So you can actually convey to either side, because they have potential storage, although the school might argue not, but with this big sports ground to the south, then that has the potential to be able to take some of that 1 in 100 year event overlay, right? And then the north-south, thinking about a green structure like the Ramblas, or greener than the Ramblas, but that idea of, well, wide enough open space network that can take, bioswales down into the arroyo. So that was the organizing sort of piece, and our east-west connector was south of the one that that Stefan's diagram is showing, that did more directly tie in with the school and the park. But then the final point you make is really important, the fact that you absorb as much as you can, within the existing networks. You look at permeability, you look at silver cell structures for trees, you look at, whatever you can to minimize that discharge, or at least slow it down. So I think there's some really good tools that we can bring to bear. And I think the master plan framework is really open to all of those ideas.
I just want to say that the school drains onto the campus. It's not the other way
around.
No.
Damn. Okay. Yeah.
Right, Regina?
Well, but there is a channel that goes between the campus and the school.
The campus is up above the.
Yeah. That channel can tie you down to the arroyo.
Yeah.
And I think that sounds right along the lines of how we would look at it too at the city, definitely. And I just wanted to point out, I'm not aware, and Eli might know of more than I do, of any particular development that is particularly managing their stormwater in an innovative way, although we did just have one approved up on the mountain that is doing catchment on the rooftop to prevent any off-flow stormwater at all. So they're actually reducing stormwater coming off the site. And then another example I'd like to point out to the team is our underpass, our bicycle underpass under Cerrillos and St. Mike's up there at the corner. It has all low impact design management. And in the middle of our 500-year flood that we just had a couple of years ago, it had no standing water on the trail because they have infiltration wells on either side. And then they had a lot of low impact design landscaping, incredibly effective design in the middle of this. I have pictures of it. So yeah, we're all for that first, and then sizing necessary infrastructure.
Yeah, that's cool, Regina. We've done in India, in monsoonal conditions, infiltration pits 2 meters by 2 meters by 2 meters, spaced at 2 meter intervals. And it just, what it does is recharges the aquifer as well. Now you can underground store if you want for irrigation purposes, but it's a great environmental solution.
And it might be here, just one last thing, it might be here that to try to de-burden the vertical developer, right? We do look at some kind of district stormwater opportunities, right? Andrew, like these green corridors you talked about, if they can help, retain some of the stormwater that's coming from development parcels adjacent to them, you can reduce kind of cost and complexity on some of the lots and design for kind of a greater good.
Yeah, it's really cost effective, John. It's the smartest way to approach it.
Well, and I think we have to assume that at least some of those parcels on St. Mike's will be future development sites. I don't know about Smith's, but long-term, all of the surrounding commercial on Cerrillos and on St. Michael's.
There's a local detail for developing in New Mexico, which is that for publicly owned land, the water that hits the roofs is collectible by the public owner. The water that hits the ground is not. So groundwater recharge from water that hits the ground is not viable under the state engineer's laws. So it will have to be retention rather than detention.
Okay, it's important to know, Sean.
Unless we give
Regina,
unless we
your
handle
question, I don't think there's been a lot in Santa Fe that's sort of I was just gonna say, I don't think there's a lot here in Santa Fe that's, or my connection's bad. Is that better? Can you guys hear me better?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
But there is a development coming in on Agua Fria that's looking to, use stormwater capture either from roof or from surface runoff to handle more than just landscaping, but possibly looking at toilet flushing or something like that. I don't think it's in the early stages of design, but it'd be interesting to see where they get to. And then just in a past life, I worked on the High Point subdivision in Seattle, which was a affordable housing project that was very responsible and strategic about how it used stormwater runoff, and I think did some interesting things there.
But Seattle rains too.
Yeah, I think here you'd be really looking at how to retain stormwater through the landscape, and not do a harvesting play. I think if you really wanted to look at water sustainability, given the size of the district, you'd be thinking about a district solution, like energy, whereby you're going to have 250,000 gallon per day demand, right? Water demand and sewer generation on this scale, 3,000 plus units, 1.5 million, square feet, potentially cooling towers at some of the bigger projects, right? You could really start to see the water reuse play if it wasn't for the low, as I understand it, the low cost of potable water and the low cost of sewer service here in Santa Fe. That may be what keeps it from being financially viable.
Well, but I think to Sean's point, though, John, you're likely only able to detain for 72 hours rather than retain. So that limits the potential reuse.
Yeah, and more importantly, in the language that's used in this development plan, the design team needs to be cognizant, even at the master plan level, that the words that the state engineer hears are very important words.
Yep.
So beneficial use is a phrase we don't use.
Yeah, but I think just to be clear, I'm not talking about reuse. We're talking about detention and retention in the landscape.
Yeah, understood. I just want to be clear I think the design team will know that, but for the broader team to understand that.
Yeah, helpful.
Thanks for that, John. If it's okay with everybody, I actually want to turn to streets and connectivity and sort of talk a little bit about those. Just centered sort of around the access issues. I think we're likely all in agreement that the St. Michael's access is the lowest hanging fruit and the sort of presents sort of the most ready condition for connecting the site to the exterior. There were sort of a series of other connections that were described this morning. One was the connection to Cerrillos, which of course would require access across the shopping center. Second one that was discussed was connecting out to Camino Carlos Rey, which would be enabled by the state land swap that we discussed this morning. There is potentially an additional connection that could occur off of Llano Street through the redevelopment of the Thomas property that runs between Llano and St. Mike's and the site. We also talked a little bit about the Siringo access on the south side. What else do we know about connectivity, about opportunities within that framework? Are we sort of right in thinking about St. Mike's as a priority, or are there other connections that should also be considered to be high priorities?
Stefan, sorry, I just wanted to jump in about that Camino Carlos Rey.
Sure.
The state land swap is not going to allow us to have that as an access. It's a little bit more complicated than that because that's state land, public school land, then our land. So it would go through the administrative buildings of the public schools, and we don't have access to that. So a direct access point would be difficult, but there could be an access point potentially through our park, but that is complicated. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Can I just make an observation, and then I've got a question back to you, Andrea. The first, I would put Siringo Road alongside St. Michael's Drive. It's there, and I would suggest that those two are the lowest hanging fruit. Andrea, the dotted line on the north boundary of the site, if you go west from there to the western boundary that we see south of that area, it looks like there's a potential connection point up to Cerrillos at that point. Would that fall into that same category that you just talked about with the state lands or not? Did I describe that okay?
Yeah, I'm a little confused. Sorry.
So okay, see the little notch on the northwest corner where it drops down around the Santa Fe Art Institute?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So the northern side of that, if you continue that dotted line to the west and then go north up to Cerrillos, is that a possible connection point? Much easier than Smith's, but
that actually is, if I understand
yes, that's
what you're talking about. Yeah, you're driving through parking lots and kind of internal roadways of state facilities.
Yeah.
And you can access Cerrillos there, but you're technically within state operations.
Sam, what is the impediment of potentially negotiating a connection point through there? Is that, in order of magnitude viability? Is that on a scale of 1 to 10?
I think the biggest impediment would be that area was not designed as a throughway, and the way the buildings and parking lots supporting those state operations were designed aren't really conductive to all of a sudden having a throughway or throughfare through there. Not that it would be impossible, but I think the negotiation of getting buy-in from the state because of the impacts on their operations would be a steep hill.
Right. Okay. It's important to know.
One idea, it's like one thing when we talk about the access and stuff, it's where do these roads lead to? And so if you go down to the Siringo and where the orange arrow was coming out onto Siringo, that road is Yucca below the high school. And that goes straight out to Rodeo Road, which gives you two accesses to 25. And, if you take Siringo and go due east, that takes you to St. Francis, which gets you to access to either 25 or 285, 84 going north. In clean, though, really from Siringo Road, from that point on, going back east, I think Siringo Road doesn't really have the capacity, but it's got turn lanes and it's got a lot of width available to it that might be made into a boulevard. But I think that we need to, it's not just really the access points to the campus, it's where are those people coming from and where are those people going? Now, one of the questions I'd had earlier is we talked about, that the housing on this site would be for the workers on that site. And I believe Dina told me that only 15%, even in a really good development, only 15% of the locals work and live on the same piece of property on this 65 acres. So we really have to focus on where these people are coming from and where they're going on the other city infrastructure.
That's a really important point, Brad. With Siringo, east to St. Michael, is that where you think it has
St.
capacity?
Francis.
Oh, St. Francis, I got it. Okay. So does that have capacity, Brad, or would that need to be looked at more carefully?
It would need to be looked at, I think. I mean, it depends on really how much traffic you're expecting. It's already, I would think it needs to be expanded.
So then another question is, when we go back and look specifically at the site, is there an additional potential access point west of the current one, tying into where the Siringo Road note is? Just thinking about, do you want to funnel everything out through one to that south connection, or, could you complement it with another?
There is a second potential entry west, just west of the Siringo Road marker. Yeah, right there, exactly. Yep. And so that's an existing street that runs through the city's Siringo property, and it's already usable to a certain degree. It wasn't designed as a street, but would not be hard to retrofit.
Excellent. I mean,
but Siringo west of Camino Carlos Rey is not usable for any kind of heavy traffic.
Is there much desire, coming back to your earlier point, Brad, of wanting to make that connectivity, or would you go north up Camino Carlos Rey up to Cerrillos and turn left if you needed to there?
Yeah, you would have to go up to, you would turn and go up Camino Carlos Rey to Cerrillos.
Yeah.
I'm curious, and I would defer to Regina on this, but I know there is talk about creating a crossing on Richards farther west up Siringo, and I wonder if that crossing was created, if it would create an interest on the part of the city to increase the capacity of that portion of Siringo.
That's right. That was in the 2018 urban design plan. I think they showed that improvement.
Yes, and we just completed an evaluation of alternatives, and the straight through to Richards Avenue was the alternative, and so we're on the next phase of design on that. I guess, Brad, I would ask the question, what data are you basing the statement that Siringo doesn't have capacity on?
Just because I drive it.
That's what I thought.
It's my trip to Home Depot,
So what I might propose is that, I think we can really understand from an engineering and a traffic engineering perspective what the capacity is, what alternatives for. It's a great point that Sam brings up, that the Richards Crossing really changes the dynamic and the traffic volume probably. I wonder if we could, I think these are two great ideas here. I wonder if we could say that we're gonna, over the long run, explore options for access to Cerrillos, because that really is a long play, right? That's a 10-year play. You gotta, figure it out, talk to all, we'll probably have to change our idea over time as we talk to people. And that maybe we focus more for like phase one on the Siringo access. Do we need 2? Do we need 1? What kind of improvements? What's Siringo got? And then what do we do with the St. Mike's access for phase 1?
Yeah, I think you're right, Regina, and the master plan framework should allow for those connection points to tie in without precluding them, right? So you don't put buildings right in the way of where that potential access might want to sit.
And I think with the Richards Road, both Camino Carlos Rey going south with Yucca going south, they both tie into Rodeo Road, which would be leading right to the intersection on Richards.
Brad, that doesn't necessarily mean the city would welcome that.
I'm just trying to get traffic flow away to and from the campus. And Camino Carlos Rey and Yucca both offer a really good access points that we haven't really discussed that much.
Yeah.
And Cerrillos is already screwed, right? It's already,
if we can't get to it, it's no good to us.
Right.
I'm speaking from experience that the community has certainly held this in their hands over a dozen years or more. They don't really necessarily love the idea of better connectivity to the neighborhoods south of Siringo. Actually Andrew's idea, which is that if you don't mind my expanding on that, Andrew, and you can tell me I'm wrong to think you're thinking this, but merely by thinking about this as we lay out future buildings leaves a latent possibility without an explicit possibility.
Exactly. It was much better said than I said, Sam.
The latent possibility to connect to Cerrillos. Yeah.
I did want to chime in, and only because, before John Romero left, I had a meeting with him on these connectivity issues because they're big issues. And so we're trying to strategize, how do we obtain enough land? How can we negotiate with these partners, the public schools, the state, there's a lot of people in this area. And so, the low hanging fruit is the portion that comes off of Alumni Drive that comes into Siringo. The right side, if we're staring at this map, is one portion that we're trying to get in the land swap. So that could definitely build out an entrance and an exit so that could happen. We already have ownership of what empties out on St. Michael's Drive, and then to have a pedestrian connectivity through the parkway or through the lower half of the GIS, I guess this little green dotted line that traverses across from Camino Carlos Rey to St. Michael's, to have access as like pedestrian or bike, if that's the lowest hanging fruit, to be able to access that is the important part. So that is what we have outlined in our negotiations as incredibly important with the state. So whether they're going to give us that land or not, we have talked to them about, we want to be able to at least have an easement or traverse that property because it's important to have that access. So those are the things that we're trying to talk about. The Cerrillos is very complicated, and that would be a great area, but I think it's just complicated. And so that's going to have to be a strategy, moving forward and phasing.
And I think we want to see that Cerrillos connection happen as part of a large sort of reimagining of that entire commercial strip from the corner of St. Mike's Osage all the way down to Caminos Carlos Rey, or at least to the sort of end of that sea of parking that we're looking at. And I think that thinking way down the road of future phases, that connection may start to make a whole lot of sense in concert with other changes to how that area is developed. But I think trying to I think it would trying to lead that charge by making that access initially, I think, is probably a little misguided and not the best place to be focusing our energies. And I think, to your point, Andrew, using the existing St. Mike's connection and sort of coming and looping around and coming down to meet Yucca at Siringo as sort of that initial spine through the site makes a lot of sense with this sort of, and then opening up some porosity with bike ped type connections to the site, like Andrea was saying. I think all of a sudden that begins to be an organizing framework for a number of these different systems that we're talking about, whether it be circulation, stormwater management, other infrastructure sort of ideas. I think that becomes like a really strong sort of phase one idea that then organizes the site in a way that gives us a lot of good sort of suggestions for subsequent phases in Midtown.
Eli, can I ask a couple of quick follow-ups on that?
Sure.
Has the city or has anyone discussed the potential for just a pedestrian connection out to Cerrillos? It could be like a striped crosswalk or sort of a painted path from the bus stop through to Midtown.
As far as I know, but if you've ever sort of tried to negotiate that parking lot, even in a vehicle, it is very scattered and hectic.
It's confusing.
It's messy.
Gas stations, fast food pads, that the drive lane kind of between that goes right in front of the supermarket is basically a street with no crosswalks. It's not a very friendly pedestrian environment as it is now. That's not to say that can't change, right? But again, that goes back to this idea of, I would think that connection starts to make a lot more sense in the context of a larger reorganization of that shopping area, and one that is overall less auto dominated and one that's more pedestrian focused.
But Eli, if going in there and reinforcing, safe pedestrian bike connections up to Cerrillos through that parking lot, it's relatively low hanging fruit in terms of, sort of negotiating and cost wise. And I think that, having that connection, the easiest point of connection and I think Sean, you were talking, maybe it was you who was talking about, this is your local grocery store that you walk to. Having that facility from the south, I think would be really important. And then the second, these buildings are not going to be around forever. So I think there is a door that's going to open at some time. Andrea, I just wanted to come back and just ask of you the negotiations, conversations that are occurring with that state to allow that east-west connection from St. Michael's to the park. Is that geographically fixed, or is there any latitude as it, to where it can move? Is it tied to that location, or is there some flexibility there?
Well, there's a little flexibility. So one of the problems is if you see the building, there's like a white building and
that long white one.
Trailer. Yes, that is an absolutely new facility. So that's the GIS or GSD building that was just built. So it would definitely have to be south. So what we're looking at technically is the park has this parking lot that's behind it. That's like the right above the arrow entrance. So we're trying to strategize. Can we get that parking lot? And then we have that parking lot. There's a little strip of state land. If it's possible to get, to the right of that is a little strip of state land, and then it's federal land. The federal government has been interested in working with us to exchange land or to do a donation. That's still another step, but that is probably the easiest way to get access to the campus. If we get Tract O, then it would be Tract O, the federal government, that slight strip of state land, and then our park. It's still complicated, but that seems to be the most direct route that we could get pedestrian access into the campus and to our park.
That's helpful, because then if that ties east to the ditch you can multi-use for, connection up to St. Michael's and tying back into the school as well. So it could be a really really valuable sort of piece of infrastructure, I think.
Eli,
you know
can I?
Cerritos access, that entire border with the mall, strip mall, has got an 8-10 foot concrete wall and some trees. And has anyone have we addressed that with those owners? What if that all comes down? And then all of a sudden you have all kinds of I mean, again, it would be private property, but they use that for all their trucks and semis and everything else that supplies those stores. Tearing down that wall and trees would, or, you know, and thinning the trees or something, there would be no barrier to pedestrian traffic.
Yeah, I would say, Brett, this master plan done well, those users are not going to want to have their back on this site. They're going to want to open it up to activity and to shoppers and to users and to spenders that, you know, that celebrate this space, live here, work here, whatever. So there, you know, that could just be market pressure that makes that connection worthwhile.
You know, I'd like to add a little bit to that. You know, we actually have spoken to them for years about this access, right? And it's a liability for them to have willy-nilly access into their places that their semis come to unload. They also have had nuisance traffic from this site. So I think, you know, I think Brett, I think you were the one that said that last. It's a great idea that as we develop, that there might be market pressures that make it much more sort of attractive than it is now. But one thing I wanted to point out that I just noticed from this is that one of our biggest challenges that we have in this area of town is any road that's a connection to Cerritos and then another major road, like between Cerritos and Agua Fria, which is on the other side, is a nightmare for the neighbors. And we spend so much time and energy trying to slow down traffic, trying to curb traffic. They've got semis cutting through their residential neighborhoods. They've got speeders cutting through their neighborhoods. They've got homeless people pushing carts up and down their streets. And so if you look at this, if you made this connection that we're talking about, you actually bypass this huge sort of complicated only other route to get over there. And so it's something to consider that actually those kinds of connections, we think from a sort of land use and an urban planning perspective, are really tricky for the neighborhood. And, you know, of course, I think you can design in, like, make it a, you know, like make it a wavy road instead of a straight road, you know, make it a bummer to drive on instead of, you know, like a nice cut through. But Mayes Road is a huge problem. Harrison Road is a problem. You'll see Seiler is only industrial at the zone where it cuts through to West Alameda. And so the character of the development along a road that cuts between Cerritos and another part of the area ends up turning it instantly to commercial and industrial because of the type and speed of the traffic that goes through. So that'll be something that we'll have to think about as we look at that access point.
Stefan, do you know the property well enough on the south side, on the westernmost entrance? The city owns a chunk of property. You've got the campus outlined in an orange dashed line, but we also have that one big Siringo property where IT is, Regina. And we had talked about, like, let's just take that off the table, make it part of this campus. And that was one of the questions the developers had. Why don't we just add that property to the project itself?
And that's right next to this arrow, right?
Yes, right, yeah, that area. Can we just, like, Stefan, if you can draw that in, because I think it's really important to show all of the city's ownership on this map. And that we really do consider these pieces together.
That would absolutely help to sort of formalize that secondary connection out to Siringo, right?
Yeah, it gives us an idea that we have this access and
yeah.
So, because we're also going to develop that property too. We're not going to keep those places.
Could I ask a quick question maybe of the city with regards to this sort of east-west spine? What, it was mentioned this morning that sort of the Thomas property is pursuing redevelopment. what's the status of that, and sort of what's the potential for that creating a secondary access point to St. Michael's? Regina says no.
I think that they're opportunistic. They always are at the table whenever they think there might be a big dollar sign next to an opportunity. I don't know. I think it's unlikely that there's major redevelopment that would happen without our sort of paying for it. But I don't know if Eli is aware of I've never seen a plan or heard anything concrete at all.
So they've talked about that, and there's a former city employee works closely with them, and I think he's talked about some redevelopment of that site. I remember in talking with John Romero, I think Eric may have been on that call, as well as maybe someone else, a couple other people, that access point is useful, but it's not ideal. There's a lot of school traffic on Llano through there. And there's other things that make it maybe not, as attractive as it may seem at first blush. So that's something to think about. It's also pretty close to, it'd be nice if it was sort of mid-span between St. Mike's and Siringo, but it's pretty close up towards St. Mike's. And so I don't know how advantageous that connection is, depending on what the intensity of land uses might be in that northeast corner of the site. So that's something that came up in our conversation about, sort of ranking or evaluating these potential connections that have all been sort of discussed and identified today.
Thanks for that, Eli.
And Brett, I had thought that there were some conversations in the early days of this pursuit with those owners, and they, and maybe you're right, Regina, they, where they see dollar signs, they'll come to the table. And I think there may have been some early conversations, and they saw the value of not isolating themselves, but certainly being a part of this whole district redevelopment conversation too.
I think one of the issues for me there, Eli, is sort of with that site and with the Cerrillos shopping center and some of these other larger parcels in the link is the extent to which the link can start to create some additional connectivity through the redevelopment of commercial properties. That these big parcels can start to get subdivided into smaller parcels that can provide additional connectivity. It seems like both with what you were talking about with the Cerrillos shopping center redevelopment, as well as sort of the Thomas property, they're big enough parcels that you would want sort of more than one development block to emerge if they were sort of going to redevelop. And that the additional connectivity sort of at the periphery there should only help the Midtown campus develop more intensely as well, because it gives more access points and more exposure to that internal big parcel.
Yeah, and we had. Oops, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. That's all I wanted to say. Yeah.
Yeah, and we've had conversations with the owner of the parcel just to the east of Llano, and that
this one over here.
Yeah, where your cursor is, and that's sort of begging to also be sort of made into a finer block grain type development as well, because it goes back and includes those two large commercial buildings. One is a grocery store that's seen some recent reinvestment, so I'm not sure about that. But that other large one in the southeast corner is a Kmart. That's just a big dumb box that's sort of begging to be something else. But in conversations with the current owner, it just doesn't seem like there's the capacity there to really envision a different future for that building. And so I think what we do at Midtown in a lot of ways will provide guidance for these sort of legacy landowners in the area and give them some ideas of what their properties could be, because I think it's difficult for them to think about that or envision it at this time.
You're right, Eli, and that Kmart's looking pretty tired too. So its time is coming.
Out
Okay.
of curiosity, how many cars are we talking a day? Are we talking 1,000 cars visiting the campus a day? More, less?
I have not seen any numbers. We haven't done
Yeah.
a
Well, I
detailed traffic
think
analysis.
that's an interesting question too, Brad, because, and I think Eric alluded to this morning, is what are the assumptions you're going to make about mode share? And how much are you going to assume that people are going to access the site via car versus bike, walk, transit? So what Eric was saying this morning is that when you do the modeling for this, you would start with the bike, walk, transit, and then ask the question about the cars. So again, it's a little bit of a chicken and egg issue, and it's also an issue of whether or not that makes sense. It's sort of like the energy question, you know, is there a dumb way to go and a smart way to go? And I just don't know, but that's the interesting thing about the bike, thinking about these access ways, these other access points to the campus and what they get you in terms of the city's bike network, which I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, and there is a bike network to the east of this site too, Dina. And,
Mhm.
you know, the Sirius Road Transit has, 15-minute head times, which isn't bad.
It's
Again,
not.
depending on where the, sort of destinations might be, I think, understanding that broader network is important.
Well, I think that Brad's question is right on the money because, and that's what I thought we needed really, was to have an idea of the intensity of the phase 1 development. So how many people, and then we can start doing this other, analysis, like what do we attribute to pedestrian, transit, and then car. And so, we're talking about all of these interconnections, but we have no idea what we need to prevent traffic and have, effective egress and access to the site.
And Regina, the answer to that is it sort of depends. That it's a how long is a piece of string question, meaning that if the film studio comes there, I think there's a fairly easy sort of analysis to sort of lay into that. Affordable housing, sure. If there are 150 units, then that's pretty easy. And again, that demographic, you're likely to see a broader modal split than market rate. So really understanding that program stack from day one, and they're probably the lowest hanging fruit in terms of market viability, right?
Exactly. That's phase 1 for sure. Film and housing, and not just, I would argue, not just affordable, but affordable and some market mixed, right? It would be preferable. And so I'm kind of interested in like the numbers, that if you guys have any numbers at all about how many units you might have thought about when that phase 1 plan that James showed us this morning, like how many units were in there?
I'd need to go back and look, but I can certainly do that, Regina.
That would be great.
Yeah.
And not to pick on Eric, but I don't know why this statistic is in my head, but the average American won't walk more than like 300 feet in a parking lot before they get in their car and drive farther down the parking lot to go to the other store. And so I'm just curious how many of us are actually riding our bicycles to work, maybe not today, but in the past. How many of us in our 50s and 60s are going to be getting up at 12 degrees outside to pedal our bike in or walk or any of that things? I've seen these poor folks coming up from the train station up to the state buildings, and they look miserable.
Right. It's how do we make it attractive, Brad? And look.
Don't forget, we're trying to attract younger people to Santa Fe, and so it doesn't.
I know, but I'm just saying there's a realism and an idealism.
But like I said, every single rail yard unit is sold out and rented before they even finish building it, right? But there are different demographics, and I think like Andrew pointed out, the people that live in the area actually right now actually do a lot of walking to the bus. That's their mode of transit. It saves them. What is it? What's the cost of ownership of a car these days for a year? It's got to be upwards of 10 grand a year, right? maintenance, gas, buying the thing and title insurance and blah, blah, blah. So anyway, don't forget, Brad, we're not necessarily building this for every single preference, but transit oriented folks.
Well,
and I think we're trying to achieve maybe a use of mixed types where you could live and work and do lots of things all here at Midtown. So you're not necessarily getting in a car and leaving every day, but you might go down to the end of your block and go to your office. And all the conversations we had this morning with Alexi about the future of work and what that looks like. And so I think we have to, we just have to sort of not be thinking about, making a lot of our future forward land use decisions entirely about sort of current state behaviors and the way we do things today. One other thing that I just want to put a pin in for tomorrow's conversation that comes up is I think we've been acknowledging this sort of first phase film and housing, because that's where the developer has expressed sort of sees a market. I'm not saying that's a bad idea, but I think we should be thinking about the compatibility of those uses from a neighborhood scale type development. I think movie studios, how they sort of address the public realm and engage their surroundings may not make for the greatest neighborhoods. And so thinking about what are some of the design challenges that mix presents and how we would overcome that through smart urban design and open space networks and all of that good stuff. So it's something I think worth talking about tomorrow.
Eli, I just want to jump in and make, I got cut off, I'm sorry. One of the points I wanted to make in response to Brad, your observation that someone will drive like 50 feet rather than walking. I think the key is to make it cool and interesting and easy, right? It's easier to walk than it is to drive and find another parking spot. Neurologists and urban designers working together have determined that people want to see a change every 25 feet. That's why old towns feel really, really comfortable, those small frontages, because you've got change and it invites people to experience and sort of connect. So I think that's really important. Eli, just in response to how do you make on mesh effectively housing and film studio? Well, I think the key, as you say, is in the public realm. How can we bring some of those film operational pieces outside? Could we imagine a world where you had movies in the park in an amphitheater that sat beside the film studio that ultimately could sort of evolve over time into something much more sort of concrete and permanent? And that park, how can it actually serve the residents? And so part of it is proximity. If we're trying to create critical mass, how do those pieces fit together at an early stage? And do they, are they good neighbors? Do they work together? And then how do you use the public realm to serve both constituents so that you're creating place in a really, sort of meaningful, curated way?
So we've segued a little bit into sort of the land use discussion, which is kind of the last kind of thing we needed to sort of tackle today. I think, we're supposed to sort of convene at 5 o'clock, which is in 20 minutes, to sort of get back to the group and do some reporting on what we discussed today. I would love to just reserve 5 or 10 minutes in this session for us to kind of rehash internally what we've all talked about before we sort of go back to that group. But I have one question, and then would love if we could sort of spend 5 to 10 minutes on land use. My question is, with regards to connectivity and understanding the necessary improvements that need to be made, does the city have particular interest in investing in any of those improvements to enable or make more viable a phase one or future phases, for example? Is there something there that at this point, at this juncture, you'd be ready to talk about, or is there something beyond the land swap that could be funneled, through grants or other public money to sort of help improve the connectivity situation?
Well, I'll take a little bite at that. Maybe Eric might want to too, and others. We actually are going to governing body on Wednesday night with the multimodal transition plan. study, $225,000 funded study that will do an in-depth analysis of our bus service, which we expect, you know, and as you guys know, we've launched on-demand service and we intend and expect to get recommendations to expand that. Part of that study is also to study mobility hubs, so micro transit, trail connectivity, transit connectivity, so we expect a transit hub here at Midtown. Makes a lot of sense. We also expect another one down at Santa Fe Place Mall to serve the south side and connect that to downtown, where we already have a transit hub virtually here at the Capitol station of the Rail Runner. And so we've made that investment. You know, we do have a significant road improvement. You know, like I mentioned before, we already have the plans in the works for the road diet on St. Mike's, for the underpass of the rail trail under St. Mike's. We're working with DOT on the St. Francis St. Mike's interchange. And as Eric pointed out, that the redesign of Cerritos beyond the St. Michael's intersection to St. Francis is underway. That's being led and funded by DOT with input from the city. So we've got a lot of pretty intensive focus on this area, certainly the surrounding and integration there. So I'd say those are already investments we're planning on making.
Anyone else want to add anything?
Is there, we at one point had talked about the possibility of the city contributing towards development of this spine. I don't know if that's still something that's up for discussion or not.
I think it is. I mean, certainly we're investing in it, you know, right now. With that, we did the 1.1 million out of our last GRT bond for the planning that allows us all to sit around the table right now. And I think, you know, I think the city is at the table to really understand, you know, what's necessary to make this development work. And we have access to different types of funding that, you know, my understanding is that regardless of whether the developer goes out to get the funding or we go out to get it, at the end of the day, it's backed by the city and our credit and our likelihood for success of the development, right? So we're at the table to make this work. And I think definitely, you know, infrastructure is a, you know, a likely and obvious place for us to make an investment.
Regina, I think really what you need to, you know, like the gas tax bond, that $11.5 million, you know, how far did that go spending that? So in the whole city, what kind of infrastructure, road infrastructures do we need now? What's our backlog on paving, maintenance in dollar terms? And what capacity do we have for new investment from your perspective?
Our road backlog is about $350 million right now, and that doesn't count an estimate for tearing up all the concrete roads in South Capitol. So, you know, that's probably a little bit on the light side, but, you know, that's our last big number. But I think, you know, you also have to balance that out with the GRT opportunity and solving the housing problems that this solves, right? And the economic development. So it's a balance, right?
Yeah, I just want to get kind of the whole context of, you know, really what does the city, you know, from roads and mobility, what kind of capacity do we have to, and what is our backlog that we need to address also? So we got to look at it all.
It's a great point, but I would say, you know, for people that don't know, I think that the new administration and the current team has really effectively spent some road rehabilitation funds, our gas tax bond, as Brad is pointing towards, and making some really good headway. You can see in partnership with DOT in making sure that our thoroughfares are in good shape, they're safe, the pavement's in good condition, that we don't lose pavement on any important roads. You know, we've only been here for, you know, 3 years, so we haven't got it all under control. But I kind of think that, Brad, we actually have a decent sort of roadmap for taking care of what we have.
Okay.
That's sort of helpful information. Do you guys want to sort of wrap up this discussion by talking about land use a little bit? We didn't get into it much this morning, and we'll have an opportunity to sort of talk about it in the next couple of days, but I am thinking right now about the role of the link overlay and both its power to increase uses that are not included in the existing zoning, but also subtract some uses that are seen as not being appropriate for this area. And I also just want to sort of get a little bit more into that idea that creating a flexible land use framework that can sort of accommodate a lot of different things might be very desirable here. We also might be able to say something about the sort of sub areas or sub zones of the site where different suites of compatible land uses might actually be possible with with a little bit more detail, understanding that film may work in terms of adjacencies with some other activities, but in other areas where we have residential or services, we might sort of want to cluster compatible services in those kinds of mixed use environments. Does anybody want to sort of mention anything about land use and about, are there anything on the city side or the developer side that would be helpful to kind of move that discussion forward?
Well, in terms of the link, I think you're right. It actually, in this case, prohibits more uses than it allows. So with the underlying R5 zoning and the future land use designation of institutional, the only additional added use on the site is multifamily housing, which is great. And that housing happens at a C2 zoning density. So we can do fairly dense housing here at the site without having to worry about the underlying zoning challenges. So in terms of thinking about our initial first phase, the housing piece is something we could certainly focus on. Now, the other thing that the link does, which is a real benefit to the development team, is it allows the city to waive impact fee, or it allows it to waive development fees around permitting, plan check, things like that. There's a question as to whether or not if we could waive impact fees. The ordinance says we can, but our legal team is looking to see if we actually have the legal authority to waive impact fees for anything beyond affordable housing. And then also, around that idea of flexibility, Stefan, the link is really designed to speed up the entitlements process for qualifying projects, makes development plan approval, puts it in the control of the land use director rather than having to go to planning commission. And so there is an opportunity there to shorten the entitlements process and make it more straightforward. Again, that I think it doesn't necessarily specify, but I think it really wants a strong master plan to provide guidance on those types of decisions, to make sure that when development plan approval comes in, or if we are trying to look for changing sort of proposed uses from what is initially proposed to needs of the market or what's now viable 5-10 years from now, I think we'll really want a smart master plan that speaks to what that process looks like and provide some guidance for decision making around approving, changing and evolving uses, and to provide the flexibility that you're talking about. But that's sort of in terms of the link, where the advantages that the link provides to this site. And then, looking forward, and part of the reason why the ENA speaks to rezoning the site is, having an underlying zoning of C2 would really unlock, in my mind, the full potential of the link overlay regulations to really add quite a bit of value to this site that's just not there now in my mind.
If I can just speak from a sort of a developer's perspective, I think there are three pieces to this. The first, you're exactly right, Eli. creating a strong framework is really important. I see that framework predominantly driven by, road and circulation, which sort of drives block size, and the block size is derived from essentially looking at different building typologies and viabilities, but then also alongside that, a robust open space framework. I think they're the fundamentals. Then the two other pieces are the what and the how. Now, the what is something that clearly KDCC Ender have said, well, the market is all over the place. We can't be predictive, and therefore we want as much flexibility to be able to do a build to suit office or to do a market rate housing. And the fact that they've been able to assemble this really interesting group of partners, that serve education, youth training, health and wellness, housing, film production, and so on. I think, where they sit on the site really has to be driven by when they happen, and, which gets us to the how. And so I think it'd be really interesting. And I think, they would be open to the idea of, well, yeah, let's accommodate a build to suit on this site to a particular density that becomes pre-arranged or agreed. But then the how sort of determines that the ground level is outward community facing, whether it's food and beverage or whether it's, retail or service, so that essentially what happens above that eye level can have a certain degree of flexibility. It gets us sort of closer to a form-based approach. But I think, and thinking of it from a performance base, what we want is an active public realm. And so we do want to very tightly control that ground level. I wonder could the conversation go there under the existing, city entitlements sort of approach, or are we pushing too hard?
I don't think as it stands, I think I agree with you. And I think, I think this notion of creating a master plan that has give where it needs to have give and really holds the line where it really needs to hold the line. And I think you're right around sort of how the sort of built environment addresses the public realm and the interplay of open space and networks, sort of, this sort of, I think what we've been talking about a little bit about this sort of, this complementary sort of green network of pedestrian and bicycle connectivity through the site. That's a real working landscape that deals with stormwater and all these other issues that we've talked about, and how that sort of interplays with this other network of roads and buildings and all that, and being really sort of strict about what the sort of relationships of all those elements are at the ground floor and at the streetscape level, and then becoming increasingly more flexible as we move vertically through the site to allow for changing market demands and space needs in Santa Fe. I think that would be a really smart way to handle it. I don't think our current sort of entitlement framework allows that level of flexibility, but I think that's where a smart sort of development framework and master plan could open this site up and add a lot of sort of competitive advantage to Midtown over other parts of the city, which was also something that we were talking about earlier today. Can we fight that battle, Eli? Is that a place that we should go in order to provide? I would like to have that conversation. I think it would be an interesting path to think through and game out a little bit more, and to see what that would, with the help of Dina and Stefan and Daniel, start to think about what does that eventually look like, and then working with our legal team, how does that sort of entitlements sort of concept or framework, how does that get translated into these other legal frameworks that we're dealing with at the site around the DDA and other things like that?
Andrew, from my perspective, entitlements and land use drive value. And, what I heard this morning is that this isn't the most compelling limited to 5 stories development that they've ever seen, that the entitlements in the city is actually kind of restrictive, and No, they're concerned about generating enough value to do all of the green and social and equity and other things. And so as you look at that equation, more permissive in land use will increase value, but we could also turn that value into more public open space or more public services. And so there's a trade-off. And I think that that discussion should be discussed, that discussion needs to be had.
I agree, Brad. And it's really, how do you purpose that value? How do, what are the, because mapping out those desired outcomes together, and then, sort of reverse engineering that and saying, okay, how do we get there? Right? If we need to increase density, or if we need to have greater flexibility here, where does that value get purposed into the public realm, which is for a common good? Or how do we offset that to provide, affordable housing through a community, land trust? Or, there are different tools and different levers that we can pull, but to provide those sorts of flexibilities, so long as they meet these base level criteria, might be, in my mind, a good starting point to frame that conversation.
That's helpful. We do have some time set aside, I think, tomorrow to sort of talk specifically about land use and entitlement framework. So we're almost at 4 o'clock. I'm wondering if we could just sort of do a quick run through of everything that we sort of talked about. And our role, our responsibility from this group will be to kind of report back to the larger group that will join us shortly. And so to the degree that we actually could have more than one person play a role of sort of reporting back to the group, I think would be beneficial. I'd be happy to be one of those people. But I think it would be sort of good to hear from more than one of us. So I'm going to try to just kind of run through this, big picture ideas, maybe some of the big decisions that we sort of discussed, as well as sort of some of the key questions. We talked about infrastructure systems. I think we have a better understanding of what's existing on the site. And I think we also have some sense of what the city's desired outcome would be. We talked a lot about green infrastructure to the extent that an on-site utility authority might be required or viable. But I think at the end of that discussion, we came around to concerns about the feasibility of something that would require such significant front loading, and the idea about maybe thinking about earlier phases that are more conservative, but could be keeping options open for additional expansion in future phases. And so we talked about the sort of joint use trench model. Regina sort of, I think, mentioned very well that maybe getting away from gas and some of the more difficult non-green infrastructure components in favor of electric over time would be a good sort of feasible goal to sort of try to attain in concert with sort of multimodal and green space goals. We talked a little bit about stormwater infrastructure and what to do there. We talked about the sort of balance between what can be collected as water in the state of New Mexico and water that rests on the ground that is suitable for detention purposes, and frameworks that can sort of support that. I think what we agreed is that there's sort of a lot of flexibility in outcomes. There was a question about whether or not it would make sense to for the city to invest in some of that infrastructure to unburden or decrease the burden of the developer. We have our larger group joining us here, so I think the goal was to sort of try to rehash this when everybody joins, but can I ask our group, should I keep going? Or should I just ask for a volunteer to assist me in reporting back to the larger group?
What about, since you have such good notes, Stefan, how about if you introduce the topic and then say, you know, just in a short statement, and then maybe one of us could elaborate a little bit for you?
I'll do that. That would be great. So I'm going to pause then before going through this again, if that's okay with everybody, as we sort of reconvene as a group. So everybody, we're just giving folks a chance to sort of trickle in for our afternoon session here. We are now at 31 participants, so I think we're getting close. Okay, Drew or Daniel, do you know if we're waiting on anybody else?
I don't know, actually. I think I would suggest we get started though, Stefan.
Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. We spent from 2:30 to until now sort of going over some big picture issues around site sustainability, guiding principles, and had a very useful conversation about components of infrastructure. And I'm going to try to sort of synthesize and review what we talked about as a group, where there was some agreement amongst the group and where there are some questions that remain. And folks from the afternoon session, I'll be giving them a chance to chime in as we sort of talk about the different topics to add additional clarity to what we're talking about. And one of the goals here is to not only sort of try to think about a roadmap for the site as a whole and the master plan as a whole, but also to try to sort of drill down and be able to start to drill down into a more useful discussion about that can inform a sort of a phase one for the site, what that entails, what it would include, and you know, sort of what the funding and implementation strategy for that phase one would be. So we've been at it a long time today. I think there's been a lot of information that's come across everybody's computer screens. And so I'm going to do my best to keep it together and sort of run through this. The first thing that we did was to talk a little bit about sort of guiding development principles. And Daniel had brought up this morning the idea about using LEED ND not as a requirement, but as sort of a guiding framework. And we talked about that includes sort of three basic categories that allow you to look at different scales of site development. One is very broad and looks at sustainable site design as a whole, including the integration or restoration of natural systems. The second one is sort of more focused on sort of a neighborhood or block scale that has to do with guidance for neighborhood pattern and design. And the third one has to do with what you might require at a building scale with regards to the green infrastructure of actual buildings that would fit into a neighborhood framework. And it was mentioned that the city's recent sustainability plan has set a lot of goals for carbon neutrality and water conservation, for example, that would ideally sort of be reflected in projects to this scale. We also talked about a little bit about the city's inclusionary housing requirement, the role of that, and related work to ensure both anti-displacement and continued affordability in adjacent neighborhoods that would be impacted by the Midtown development, and some of the city's ongoing work around that. With that, we sort of closed out that initial conversation about design principles. We talked a little bit about sort of the need to address equity, economy, and culture, in addition to sort of environmental concerns, and about sort of the different components of sort of the city's planning and regulatory framework that sort of helps us address some of those pieces. So that was the big step one. And then we started talking about infrastructure. Before I do that, does anyone have anything else to add on big picture guidance for the site? Regina?
Like from the team, Stefan, that was with you?
Absolutely.
So I thought I might, I don't know if you guys caught all the pieces up there. You already mentioned the district energy and sort of the centralized energy concept, Stefan?
That's coming next.
Oh, that was coming next. Okay.
Yeah. That's okay.
So
there will not be a quiz later, so you're doing great.
I'm just trying to catch up. So, okay, never mind. I'll chime in later.
Okay, so a little bit about infrastructure. We talked about sort of the four big pieces. One is the existing gas network on the site that was discussed this morning, including questions about whether or not that could be replaced or superseded with a more sustainable system. We talked about the electrical network and its benefits, and with regards to gas, electricity, and water, we discussed the challenges around at least right now, that buildings, many of the buildings not individually being metered, and what might need to be done to sort of overcome that and to sort of individually address the metering of buildings. We also talked a little bit about data and fiber and opportunities for that in the city. And of course, stormwater as a new infrastructure system that could be provided on site. We spent a good amount of time talking about the potential here for district energy and whether or not it made sense to make an investment in an energy source on the site that might require a local or a different utility authority, but provide sort of a longer term sustainable energy goal for the site and even the neighborhood. And we had a good discussion about the realistic feasibility about that option and whether or not it would even be desirable given the lack here of a major user that could sort of really improve the certainty of that kind of investment. And so we talked a little bit about sort of shifting city goals toward multimodal transportation, sustainable energy, and as a way to maybe set some more sort of realistic attainments for the site. And that, for example, could have an outcome of transitioning away from gas, for example, and shifting towards electrical as more energy efficient and renewable source of energy. And it was discussed that we also could sort of think about early phases of the development in a way that you could keep some options open for future more sustainable interventions. And one example of that would be investing in joint use trenching of utilities in earlier phases that would allow for their expansion subsequently. And we talked about the difference in investment that would be required between, for example, standalone utility piping versus sort of a joint use trench approach that might actually allow for more sustainable goals in the future. So at some other sort of topics that came up here were how a stormwater system might actually rely on some public investments that would sort of help to deburden the developer or make future development more viable. And we also talked about sort of the particularities of stormwater in the state of New Mexico and ensuring that we are differentiating the sort of between retention and detention and how water can be managed that falls on the ground versus on rooftops. Does anyone else want to sort of add anything regarding the infrastructure discussion? Regina?
I thought you got it that time, but I'm not sure people could tell, like, pull out the pieces. So I think am I hearing what you said, Stefan, to say that, you know, we talked about district energy because there does seem to be an opportunity for it, but without it meeting one of our sort of top 3 goals for this redevelopment, it probably isn't something that we really want to take on right now. It's complex, but what we thought we could do at least is not build it out of the site. Like if there was an opportunity to build it in so that it could still happen in the future. And it took me a few minutes to realize what Sean was talking about. And just so that everybody knows, there actually has been a pretty big push for Santa Fe as a city to take itself away from the P&M grid and make ourselves a municipal utility, right? Because that's just the kind of constituents we have and sort of our political position and leaning. And so I think that Sean's right, that I think we can create a strong story about this, that we're going to build in our incredibly sustainable infrastructure with our stormwater, with highly efficient buildings, with converting off of gas to highly efficient electricity, that we can have renewables on rooftops. There's going to be a really good story to tell, and we're going to actually probably still get some pressure for the district energy. So what we thought may be the best approach for this project, and thanks to the influence from Stantec, who is really representing the developers' interest in us not being super pie in the sky with environmental goals and really keeping our feet on the ground here, is that, maybe what we would best be look at is to just not build it out of a future possibility.
Thanks, Regina.
Regina and Stefan, I'm sorry, just real quick to follow up on that point. Was there any discussion of the potential for integrating a microgrid into the site to effectively manage renewables and energy? And along with the lines of talking about PNM, does anyone know anything about Avangrid, who has just who's agreed to purchase and merge with PNM, because they have a high portfolio of renewable energy already in stock? And just wonder if there might be some more and better opportunities with new management under PNM than under the previous regime for integrating high levels of renewable and maybe microgrid technology here.
Yeah, so we didn't actually talk specifically about that. One way we did talk about it, Alexi, is that the new ETA with the new RPS, the Energy Transition Act with the Renewable Portfolio Standard, is going to get the grid green fast, right? So New Mexico's on a fast track, and we're already shutting down the coal plants. And the PRC just made a decision to replace one of the coal plants with all renewable energy, right? 200 gigawatts or something. So it's going to happen fast if the grid is green. And I think the new purchaser of PNM is going to help that along. And I think they may even help rooftop, right? Where PNM has been dead set against and slows it down with everything they can. We didn't talk a lot about microgrid, but I have investigated it a couple of times. There's an experimental microgrid right now happening at Sandia, at the base actually, down there. It's all very, cutting. And so I think it's probably the same answer would exist as, I think it might be good for us to keep remembering what our top 3 goals are, right? Is it economic development, housing, urban renewal, whatever it is. And these kind of things aren't really in our top. And I think we have, a big project set out ahead of us as it is, to not take on some super cutting edge technology, but maybe look at how we don't preclude it in the future.
Thanks, Regina. Given on time, I'm going to sort of try to move on, and then maybe we can sort of circle back to discuss sort of any of these components, if sort of people want to add anything else. We transitioned the conversation at that point to talking about connectivity. And we discussed the state land swap and goals to improve connectivity between Camino Carlos Rey. We talked about the other potential connections that were discussed this morning, including from St. Mike's, from Serengo, from Cerrillos, for example. And I think what the group determined is that they want to continue to prioritize the St. Mike's connection, and particularly when thinking about how it can establish an address for phase 1, but that it also seemed important to consider Serengo as a secondary entrance onto the campus, and that the Serengo and Yucca Road connections to the east and south respectively provide connectivity to the St. Francis interchange and to Rodeo to the south, which can really sort of provide some additional access to think about in early phases. We talked about the Camino Carlos Rey land swap, that sort of the highest potential there seems to be the creation of sort of a ped bike connection that can extend Franklin Miles Park up to the campus address, and that could sort of be continued through as a central spine to the development, all the way out to the St. Michael's access. We had a lot of discussion about the Cerrillos connection. It seems that the group is thinking about that as a highly desirable street connection that can emerge in the future, but understands that it is likely very difficult to do right now. We talked about some possibilities. One was working to establish a simple ped-bike connection in early phases that could provide connectivity to the bus stop and start to reorganize the sort of parking and access situation, which is not conducive to pedestrian activity right now, as well as sort of promoting a redevelopment pattern through the link or through sort of other city efforts to have that larger parcel subdivide into streets and blocks in the future. And that can sort of apply to the Cerritos development, as well as the Thomas property to the east, which could potentially provide a later phase secondary connection out to St. Michael's. We also talked about the ability to establish a secondary connection out to Siringo, adjacent to the rec center, that could happen on publicly owned land, and what the possibility would do, what that would do to provide an additional connectivity point and access point from the south for the campus. Did I miss anything with regards to connectivity? Does anybody want to add anything?
I guess I would add a little bit there. At the end, we started talking about really wanting to understand the intensity of use that we were trying to, the demand we were trying to meet. That really helps us understand the impact on Siringo Road, so that we can get some traffic engineering analysis on that. You know, I can certainly, you know, I might be able to provide some of sort of what the capacity availability is on that road, but it would be really helpful if we understood the intensity that we were trying to meet for phase one. And then maybe even if we have a fuzzy idea of phase two, so that we could sort of start mapping out the sort of access infrastructure that we need over time.
That's good. I didn't mention, we sort of ran through all of the public investments that are sort of in process or sort of being made, that the group sort of thought were really important. And that includes the St. Mike's Road Diet, in process, the underpass improvements, the St. Francis interchange, and improvements to Cerritos to St. Francis that the DOT is managing, and that those are sort of all components that should be considered and thought about when sort of thinking about providing access sort of to the site. Regina also mentioned the multimodal transportation plan that is almost officially underway, which will analyze the bus service and make recommendations around improvements, including the implementation of mobility hubs, which could include the Midtown campus site as a new mobility hub. Yeah, go ahead, Eli.
And say another idea that we talked about is trying to catalyze the shift of this area from a auto-dominated sort of development pattern to one that is more pedestrian and bike friendly, and sort of using concepts around connectivity, block scale, building to public realm interface, those types of questions and those types of strategies, and how we can use sort of the Midtown site as a catalyst to extend those ideas out to the redevelopment of adjacent properties, whether it be along St. Mike's to the east, or that shopping center at Cerritos to the north and west, to really sort of make the overall area more, you know, kind of start to achieve some of the ideas and motivations behind Remike and the link overlay that were identified however many years ago. So I think that was something that we also started to think about in terms of connectivity, and what we can do at Midtown to see that, encourage that happening at other surrounding parcels as well.
Thanks, Eli. And just to sort of wrap that up, I think we had a short discussion about the north-south spine and whether that was something that the city could help to implement or invest in to sort of help enable development on the Midtown site. But speaking of that in concept with understanding the city's considerable commitments to road improvements in the city and the numbers sort of surrounding that.
Stefan, if I may jump in real quick.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just a quick note, just for maybe some perspective on the spine that we're talking about. Just from a practical average daily traffic. So if you consider the perimeter of this with the number of daily trips in 2019 post-COVID. So Cerrillos Road average daily trips, of course my phone rings, you're looking at between 45 and 46,000 trips a day. You go down to Siringo, it's variable depending on the intersections, but you're between 7 and 13,000 a day. You hop over to Llanos Street that is on the east border there, you're only looking at about 5,000 a day. Jump up to St. Mike's and you're looking at about 23 to 24,000. Now, the reason I bring that up is that if you consider a north spine that opens up Cerrillos Road at 40 to 50,000 average daily traffic, your travel demand model is going to, have a significant impact. Now, I can see why that might be attractive from the get-go, is establishing that Cerrillos connection, because it might be attractive to get those volumes in there. But I would submit to this team, is that what you want? I would highly caution that you maybe in the long run, but I would look at more attractively is that your east-west connections. And the reason is this, is just from a traffic dispersion point of view, accessibility and so forth, that may achieve your goals in the long run at a higher level. Now, don't take my word for that, but your modeling and your planning can deliver that based on, statistics and data, not just opinion. So hopefully that's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Eric.
That's very helpful, Eric. And
Yeah.
I think we got there without you. Unfortunately, you should have been with us, but the East-Wests and particularly Siringo seem to be able to unlock a lot of the connectivity down to 25 and then east into St. Francis. So it feels like it's the right move at the moment.
Thanks for that, Andrew. So that was sort of a good segue in sort of the final discussion that we had, which was around land use and entitlement. And we talked about what's allowed under the existing zoning and the sort of basic strategy towards shifting towards a C2 zoning, which to Eli's words would unlock the full potential of development there, given the intensities that are allowed in the C2 zone. But we also talked about the need to provide a good regulatory framework for both development as well as streets and open space in a way that we can be prescriptive about some elements, but also allow for a lot of flexibility with regards to land uses, particularly as they sort of might engage the site on upper floors of buildings, for example, and to see what we could do to allow the flexibility of sort of future build to suit projects, provided that they are meeting certain form-based parameters for how they address the street and sort of how they participate in the larger project as a whole. And I think what we determined is that that would be an important thing to unlock or to start discussing in our regulatory discussion tomorrow, and that the city communicated some openness to sort of thinking about the master plan, providing that kind of flexible vehicle. So I'm going to stop there and make sure that I'm not misspeaking for anybody, does that sort of encompass the final piece of our discussion?
Thanks, Stefan. I think so. I mean, I think we're trying to I mean, one of the big sort of themes that I think and messages that I got from our morning session was this sort of an understanding that the future is even less predictable than it might be in normal times. And so trying to come up with a entitlements framework and regulatory process that would allow that flexibility where flexibility is appropriate, but also holds firm in the areas of the master plan that most impact the residents and surrounding, of Midtown, the surrounding community, and also ensure that the ecological function, stormwater management, and everything else that we talked about is preserved, and that capacity remains as the overall program for the site may shift to respond to changing market conditions.
Thanks for that, Eli. I guess you could tell that I was staring at your Zoom box on the screen. You responded to me without me having to prompt you, so thank you for that. So that sort of sums up what we talked about. I think tomorrow we absolutely have the opportunity to sort of dive into a lot of these components of the discussion in more detail. I want to sort of open up the discussion to sort of larger questions or sort of discussion points at this point before we convene for the evening. And I could start by what's being listed in the chat. And when I go through these, and then I think to Dina's point this morning, we can ask folks to let us know in the chat if you sort of would like to talk or mention anything. I see a comment from Mayor Weber asking if we have an estimate of the total amount of public investment involved in the list of pending infrastructure improvements. I think that's related to the transportation items we talked about. Would be good to itemize them and calculate the public sector investment. Regina mentions that one of our next steps will be an infrastructure master plan that can give us costs for infrastructure required for phase 1 and beyond. Very helpful. Daniel mentions these estimates are usually generated with lots of assumptions. There are various factors that go into parsing the costs. Financial analysis can still be done. Mayor Weber talks about changes related to COVID. Very good comment. And Daniel talks about the ENA that lists the types of due diligence reports and financial analysis that would be required. And I see that Melissa, and I think that actually is you, Philip, right? Great.
Stefan, it is. Although if you want my wife to come in, I'd be happy to have her join. Hey, three questions, all logistics. Small one. Was there any discussion about the use of the existing buildings that was on your agenda for this afternoon?
We didn't get to that point. I think we recognize that there are, particularly with regards to the phase 1 that James articulated earlier today, that there's sort of a suite of those that would be important to discuss. But we didn't arrive at that level of detail this afternoon.
Okay.
Well, if I could just interject here.
Sure, Andrew, go ahead.
The only sort of context we spoke of the existing buildings is in terms of servicing. Some of them are serviced like electricity, for instance. I think only 4 buildings on the campus are individually metered. And so that sort of was a part of the infrastructure conversation, not the general reuse conversation.
Got it. I see that we've lost Stefan, but Regina, you may be able to help. So are you going to report back to us in a little more formalized way? Because I'm not the best note taker in the world, and we've got 18 members of our team. So what will be the work product out of your session this afternoon that we can share with our team? 1 and 2, what do you suggest next steps to be to take these great discussions and put them into kind of an action plan where we have to make some hard decisions on what's a great dream, but what is a top priority that we need to be focused on. How's
So Philip, maybe I can answer that question.
Yeah.
Gina, let me help you out here. We're not going to report back session by session in terms of a deliverable. What you'll see is that this is a cumulative discussion that will culminate in Wednesday morning. And I believe that you had asked for all of your team members to be included at the kind of end of this process on Wednesday. So I think that's when there will be a more formal report out then. So, and it will be, it will reflect a sort of a continual refinement and revision of a thought process. So
Gina?
today is just a work in progress. Yes.
Gina, if I may also, I think everybody received the link to the scope of work. And at the back, there was sort of a draft sort of set of deliverables that would be outcomes for the 3-day charrette. So if you're curious about what we projected to be basic deliverables, you can find them there. It may be, and I wrote there too, that it may be amended based on the kinds of conversations we have during the 3 days. So it may be refined, amended.
Thanks.
You had a third question, Philip.
I just blended the last two together. You've answered
Okay.
both. But thanks,
Okay.
Dave.
Let's see. Okay, so Stefan needed to drop off. So a couple of questions. Okay, that was from Philip. Anybody else? I see Michael had a question about where was that, which I'm a little bit lost about. I'm a little disoriented about to what.
I think that was a reference to the, Daniel was talking about where you could find draft.
Oh, right.
Or whatever the outcomes are of the charrette. And I just want to note here, while I've got you, there was a link to concept board on the email from Drew on Friday, but it's actually a Zoom link. And I was wondering if there's if stuff is happening on concept board and if there could be an accurate link.
Yeah, Michael, I can share that. I'll put that in the Zoom chat. And I think the scope document that Daniel was referring to can be found at the end of the agenda. So if you find the link for the agenda document, I believe that those items should be listed there at the end of that document.
It's on page 11, and already the things that are in the day one deliverable, we didn't get that far. So I would say that we will be revising the deliverables as we go.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
Well, Dina, it's dinner time, so I wanted to share some fresh sockeye with you folks.
Yeah. Is that what that is? Oh, that's a beautiful picture. I thought it was an abstract painting.
That's my kitchen counter.
Aha.
To scale.
For those of you who don't know, Brad lived in Alaska for like 30 years, right?
Are you, last I saw you were on the backside of the moon.
Okay. Now he's back from Alaska. Any other comments? I think, Andrew, do you have anything you want to add, or from your perspective?
Nothing that wasn't picked up, Dina. I think, each of the sessions has some pieces that need to be dug down more deeply, Dina.
Absolutely.
I think the agenda allows for that. So I'm pretty comfortable with the checks and measures that we put in place, and the nature of the conversation, I think, led us to really get to the nub of the core issues that we're going to drill into. So it was a productive session.
Great. Well, if nobody else has comments or concerns, let's see. Okay, so Drew just put another link to concept board. There was a question about recordings. I don't know the answer to that question about will the recordings be accessible afterwards, and if so, to whom? I think we might need to discuss that with staff. Let's see. Okay, so as if anything else, because we can always end early, as Brad says, it is dinner time in the Mountain Time Zone, or at least cocktail hour.
Well said.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then let's just talk quickly about tomorrow morning. This main group will gather again at 9:30 Mountain Time. And there is an hour then set aside for entitlements. So that'll give us more time with this group to kind of dig in to some of the issues that we started to talk about today. What are the benefits, the merits of the C5, the C2, C3 zoning, the link overlay, all of those things. How to build in an expeditious review process, the use of performance standards. Those are all things we did touch on today. So we'll circle back to those tomorrow. Then the next topic from 10:45 to 11:45 in the morning will be on public-private partnerships, gap funding and financing, some of the strategies. And again, I think that this will be more exploratory than it will be a lot of answers, but it'll give us a chance to talk in a little bit more detail. And then from 12 to 1, we're scheduled to talk about pre-development and what's in the pre-development schedule. So I think this is starting to refer back to the sort of the schedule of the ENA, who's going to do what. So, or maybe this is just starts to get to the things that Andrew was referring to earlier, of what are the things that we think need to be dug down into more deeply in the pre-development phase or in the immediate next steps. And then the afternoon is intended to be set up as some more working sessions on land use and infrastructure, but we wanted to reserve the right to perhaps jigger the agenda for tomorrow afternoon a little bit. So I'm not going to go over that right this minute. We'll see how that works out. So anything else, Daniel, that you might want to add in, or anybody, Regina, anybody from staff?
No, I'm good, Dina. I think, yeah.
Okay. Okay, Philip, or Bill or James, anything from your end that you would like us to touch on?
No, we're just pleased to have been invited, and it was a very productive day. Let's make day 2 just as productive.
Yeah, I hope so. We're going to really have a chance to dig into some of the nitty gritty, so that'll be very helpful.
And Dina, thank you for being a good air traffic controller. If you need another job, I think you are well suited for that.
Thank you. As I like to tell people, I raised 2 kids and many dogs, so I know how to herd groups of whomever.
And we all fall into that category one way or another.
Absolutely. So anyway, okay, great. Well, the link to tomorrow's Zoom link will be a different link than today's link. So I want to point that out to you all. Again, that's in the email that came from Drew. And yeah, if you, anybody who might need that, and we'll get back with an answer about the recordings. Regina, you have your hand up, or you just stretching?
Are we actually starting at 8:30 like it shows on the calendar, or 9?
We're starting actually at 9:30.
Oh,
there's
okay.
An 8:30 session. There's a pre-session. Let's see, where did I just, let's see, let me scroll back through this. There's a session from, let's see, an agenda review session, I'm sorry, from 9 to 9:30, that's just Optico Strategic and Prieto. So that's from 9 to 9:30. So the general group will convene at 9:30 your time. So you can sleep in.
Regina, I mean, Dina, when does it end? I'll amend the calendar invitation.
That'd be helpful.
Yeah.
You know, or not.
The recap ends tomorrow at 5:30 p.m.
Okay, thanks. I'll
At 5:30 Mountain, right? 5:30
Right,
Mountain.
Mountain.
Yeah, 4:30.
3 to 5:30. Thank you. I mean, 9:30 to 5:30. Sorry.
Right. Great. Okay, well, everybody rest up. And we'll see you in the morning.
Thanks very much, everyone. Good night.
Have a good evening. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.